Hello friends, about of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be really happy if you do so. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. Alright, buckle up, because this story is wild. I had to share it. Had to get it out of my system after being forced to listen to it over New Year's Eve dinner. It's about my grandpa, Charlie. He's a character. We were all gathered around, trying to enjoy some holiday ham, when he just launches into this thing. Some of you are probably thinking, my stomach's made of steel, I can handle it. Maybe you'll see. So, picture this: Vietnam, the late 60s. Charlie, who wasn't much older than I am now, gets drafted. Now my grandpa, even back then, was a little guy. Short, skinny, built like a stiff breeze could knock him over. This, believe it or not, made him perfect for the most messed up job imaginable, a tunnel rat. These were the guys who had to crawl through the Viet Cong's underground tunnels. And these weren't just any tunnels. These were claustrophobia-inducing, dirt-walled nightmares. We're talking narrow. Like you couldn't turn around, couldn't even stretch your arms out. And that's where they sent my Gramps. He had to go down into the earth, into these tunnels that were used to move troops, store weapons, and set up all those nasty booby traps. You know, the Viet Cong liked ambushes. Gramps' job, along with his squad, was to find these guys hiding in their tunnels and shoot them. The pic I shared earlier gives you a little glimpse into what these tunnels were like. Imagine being in there. I can't. Anyway, one day Charlie's down there, doing his thing, when all hell breaks loose. He's with two other guys, up at the entrance of the tunnel, when they get ambushed. Boom, boom, boom. They're down. Charlie's maybe 20 feet into the tunnel and a few feet underground. He hears the shots, but he can't see a damn thing. He has no idea who attacked them, or if anyone else is even alive. Turns out he's the only one left. He's frozen, terrified. He figures whoever took out his buddies is gonna start chucking grenades down the hole, and that'll be it for him. But nothing happens. Minutes tick by, and he starts to breathe a little easier. Okay, maybe he's in the clear. He starts inching forward again. Then, it starts to rain. Now, a little rain might not sound like a big deal, but in an unfinished tunnel like that, it's basically a death sentence. The whole thing can collapse, bury you alive. Charlie had heard the stories from his squad mates, guys who'd lost friends down in those tunnels, lost them forever. He's thinking, this is it. I'm gonna be one of those stories. But, in true Charlie fashion, he's not going down without a fight. He starts crawling again. He's got a pistol and a Fulton flashlight. The angled kind that clips onto your gear. The plan had been simple: sneak through the tunnel, find a bigger chamber where some VC were supposedly hiding, surprise them, shoot them, and get the hell out. That's how his first 3 tunnel missions had gone. This one, his 4th, was already a disaster, and it was about to get a whole lot worse. As he crawls, the tunnel gets even narrower. He hears water rushing ahead, and for a second, he thinks maybe it's the main chamber. Nope. It's the ground above him, turning to mud and sloshing down, sealing off the tunnel ahead. This is the moment. he told us, when he really started to freak. He wasn't that deep underground, but he knew if he didn't start clawing his way up, and fast, he was a dead man. So, he claws, like an animal. His fingernails tear off, his hands get shredded, but he manages to get part of his arm and his face out of the mud. It's not much, but it was enough to keep breathing. He's alive for now. So, there's Charlie, clawing his way out of a muddy grave, only to find himself in a whole new kind of hell. He's stuck. Really stuck. His lower back is jammed against the tunnel wall, and the angle has him bent into this weird, elongated U shape. His legs are pinned down. Above him, he can see a little patch of daylight, maybe a square foot, through the hole he clawed open. Freedom is right there, but he can't reach it. He knows that if it starts raining hard again, he'll drown, but the rain holds off, for now. Instead, the insects arrive. First up, ants. Thankfully, not the giant red nightmare ants everyone in Nam was terrified of. The ones with a bite that felt like getting shot. These were tiny black ants, but there were a lot of them. Charlie figured the flooding had driven them out of their nest. Now they were crawling all over him, his scalp, his face, his neck. They didn't bite, but they tickled and itched like crazy. Any that crawled onto his lips, he licked off and swallowed. Figured he might be there a while, might need the protein. After a while, the ants moved on. Then came the flies. Now, to understand why this was a special kind of torture, you gotta picture how Charlie was positioned. Remember, he's twisted up like a pretzel. One arm is stretched out in front of him, but his shoulder and upper back are totally immobile. He can move his upper arm, wrist, and hand a little, but anything below the elbow is basically useless. So, what's the problem? His armpit is exposed. Just barely, maybe an inch of clearance, but that's more than enough for the flies. And let me tell you, those flies were loving his warm, sweaty pit. Over the next hour or so, 20, maybe 30 fat, brownish, black flies take turns diving into his armpit. They'd hang out for a bit, usually no more than 6 or 7 at a time, then buzz off. And yeah, while they were in there, they were biting. Charlie said the pain was sharp and awful, like the deep, throbbing itch of a horsefly bite. And there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. He just had to grit his teeth and bear it. As the sun started to go down, most of the flies lost interest and left. He could still feel a few nestled in his armpit hair, but the majority were gone. Now, it was just the mosquitoes, with their endless buzzing and biting. Somehow, through all of this, Charlie managed to fall asleep. He woke up to a new day and a new horror. He'd seen some crazy giant bugs in Vietnam, but he'd managed to avoid the one that really freaked him out. The giant centipedes. These things were as long as a man's forearm and as thick as a beer bottle. One of his more sadistic squad mates had hidden one in another guy's bunk as a prank. The poor guy got bitten 10 times on his feet and toes before he could even scramble out of bed. Charlie hated even the tiny centipedes back home, so the thought of these monsters made his blood run cold. And then, 5 minutes after he opens his eyes, what does he see? One of those goddamn centipedes, crawling onto his hand and wrapping itself around his wrist. He's too terrified to move. He could maybe flick his wrist a little, try to shake it off, but he's not taking any chances. So he waits. And this centipede, it's like it's taunting him. It just stays there for over an hour until Charlie can't take the stress anymore. He decides to try to grab the thing in his fist. The moment he moves, it starts biting. Charlie manages to get a grip on it and squeezes with all his might. The centipede breaks in half, sending disgusting goo down his arm. The two pieces fall into the hole. The front part is still alive, and as it's dying, it bites him on the nose and lips. He has to grab its head in his teeth and, well, you get the picture. He told us what it tasted like, but I'm gonna spare you that detail. Just know it was as bad as you're imagining. The rest of the day is a blur of pain and disgust. Flies swarm the dead centipede, eating, shitting, and making more flies all over it. The centipede juice on his arm, which had dribbled all the way down into his armpit, was apparently like fly ambrosia. More and more of them were going in and out of his pit. He could feel them in there, crawling around. The itching and pinching was almost worse than the throbbing centipede bites, which were now swollen and nasty. Then, to top it all off, it started to rain again. The rain was a mixed blessing. On one hand, most of the bugs scattered, seeking higher ground. On the other hand, Charlie was pretty sure he was about to drown. He fully expected the hole to fill with water, and that would be the end of his story. But it didn't, and he didn't. He even managed to catch some of the rainwater in his mouth. He hadn't had any real food or water in over 24 hours at that point. So those few drops were like a gift from the gods. Then there was a terrifying moment when the dirt under his hips shifted. He felt himself drop a little, and he thought the whole tunnel was about to collapse on him, burying him for good. Again, he got lucky. The shift was minor. It even relieved a little bit of the pressure around his groin. Remember, he'd been pinned in that agonizing U shape for who knows how long. He could wiggle his hips and but a tiny bit now, maybe an inch or two of clearance, but definitely not enough to even think about escaping. As dusk settled in, he drifted off to sleep. Sometime before dawn, he was jolted awake by a searing pain in his armpit. He'd known all along that the flies were up to no good in there, probably eating away at his skin. He'd made his peace with that. As long as it wasn't another centipede, he wasn't going to complain. But this pain was different. It was excruciating. The bites were coming fast and furious, and he could feel a lot of things moving around in there. But that pain, as bad as it was nothing compared to what came next. Now, I really don't want to tell this part of the story. Just thinking about it makes me want to crawl out of my skin. But it's crucial to Charlie's experience, so here goes. And I am truly sorry you have to read this. Remember that shifting of the dirt. Turns out, it was caused by an ant colony collapsing. A big one. All those ants had come up out of the wreckage, and they'd been hanging out on the surface of the dirt, right below Charlie's hips. But as he'd started to settle into his new position overnight, the ants got agitated, and they swarmed him. His groin. Yeah, it's as bad as you're picturing. Ants crawling into his, and his, The only thing that made this part of the story even remotely bearable at that New Year's dinner was how hard my grandma, Betty, was laughing. You gotta get real close to see the scars, she cackled, tears streaming down her face. My brother's new girlfriend turned green and had to leave the room. Betty and Charlie just shared a kiss, and he kept on with the story like it was no big deal. So, with ants having a party in his most sensitive areas, and flies turning his armpit into their own personal breeding ground, Charlie suffered through the next 2 days in a haze of pain and delirium. The lack of food and water was taking its toll, he said. In a way, it was almost helpful. The pain became less sharp as he drifted in and out of consciousness. At one point, a tarantula wandered into the hole. Charlie somehow managed to bite its abdomen in half and suck out whatever was inside. This, of course, attracted even more flies, but there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to eat something or he was going to die, survival instinct or not. A couple more days blurred by. He figured he'd been stuck for about a week. The rain and the insect meals had kept him hydrated enough to stay alive, barely. His armpit was numb all the way down to his last rib on his right side. The flies were pretty much ignoring everything else and just going in and out of the pit. The ant situation had calmed down a bit, but every now and then he'd feel a sharp pinch in a place you really don't want to be pinched. Then, one afternoon, he heard something that gave him a flicker of hope at gunfire. Charlie had heard gunfire plenty of times while he was trapped, but it was always far off in the distance, too far to offer any real hope of rescue. This time, though, it was close. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, he was going to get out of this alive. But that hope was mixed with a new fear. What if it was the wrong side that found him? But then, to his astonishment, it wasn't the VC he heard shouting after the gunfire died down. It was American voices. Charlie started waving his arm, the only part of him that could still move, as much as he could. He heard someone yell, "Hey, there's an arm over here." Charlie yelled back a garbled, incoherent cry for help. And then the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen, a U.S. soldier, peering down at him from the edge of the hole. It took 10 minutes for the soldier and his squad mates to dig Charlie out. He remembers every single one of them saying some variation of, "Holy fucking shit," when they finally got him free. Someone radioed their position. Yearn after an indeterminate amount of time. Time had lost all meaning for Charlie by this point. A helicopter landed in a nearby clearing. They loaded Charlie onto a stretcher and lifted off. A medic on board cut off what was left of Charlie's shirt and promptly threw up. When the other soldiers saw what the medic had seen, a few of them joined in, adding their own vomit to the mix, raining down from the side of the chopper. A few days later, Charlie woke up in a hospital. Not a field hospital, either. A real one back in the States. He had no idea how he'd gotten there. Once he was rescued, he'd passed out and slept for almost 36 hours straight. Some people thought he was in a coma until some poor medic tried to wake him up, and Charlie, still half out of it, said "fuck off," and knocked the guy out with one punch. Now that he was fully awake, the doctors filled him in on the extent of his injuries. Aside from the severe dehydration, he was riddled with infected bites. The ones on his sensitive areas weren't actually that serious, despite being incredibly unpleasant. It was the bigger bites that were a real problem. The red ant bite near his eye was dangerously infected, and for a while, they were worried he might lose the eye. His lips and nose were swollen to grotesque proportions from the centipede bites. But even with all of that, he could have recovered in a few weeks and been back in action. But his armpit, that was a whole different story. That's why they sent him home. Turns out, there's this lovely little insect called a botfly, and they lay their eggs inside flesh. I linked a picture earlier, and I'm still sorry about that. Until Charlie's little adventure, nobody even knew they had them in Vietnam. But they do. And the underside of Charlie's right arm, all the way down to nearly his hip, had been transformed into a living incubator for botfly larvae. The doctors wouldn't operate. They said the only way to get them out was to let them mature, and then, at a certain point, suffocate them with adhesive tape so they'd crawl to the surface. It took a few more weeks, but that's exactly what happened. Charlie regaled us with the story of how he personally gave birth to 313 botfly larvae. Then, he lifted up his shirt and showed us the pockmarked, scarred skin as proof. Nobody really said much after that. Charlie was done with his story. He shoveled a piece of fruitcake into his mouth, and he and Betty headed for the door, laughing the whole way. I don't really know what else to say. That's my grandpa, Charlie, one of a kind. Happy New Year, I guess. And that, my friends, is the end of the story. I hope you enjoyed it, or at least survived it. Let me know what you think, and maybe think twice before you complain about your next family dinner. It could always be worse. You could be hearing this story firsthand. All right, let me tell you about something that happened to me. Something I barely ever talk about. Seriously, not even my own family knows about this. And yeah, I know that sounds weird. But trust me, it makes way more sense to spill my guts to random internet strangers than the people I'm stuck with. There's this awesome narrator, Mr. Nightmare, who actually read this story once on his channel, and I was stoked about the discussion it started. But I figured it's time to rewrite it, clear up some confusion, you know. So, without further ado, let's dive in. This all went down when I was a kid. I'd have to hit up my folks to know the exact year of this camping trip from hell, but I can say for sure it was at least a decade ago. Now, I'm gonna use some if-I words to describe where we were. Words like wooded and wilderness reserve, because honestly, I don't know the perfect words for this place. So, picture this: about 10 years ago, my buddy from church, Ethan, asks me to tag along on a camping trip with his family to this wilderness reserve called Osas State Park. Now, Ethan was my best friend, and his family was always super nice, so obviously, I said yes. I'd only been camping a couple of times before, so the idea of camping with my best bud and his fam seemed like the best thing ever. We started prepping for a weekend when I was free. I got my own tent, my own sleeping bag, the whole 9 yards. Once I had all my gear, Ethan's dad, Mr. Miller, swung by to pick me up, and my parents waved me off. I remember a bunch of stuff from that trip. The New Mexico countryside, which is like super hostile but also beautiful, the plateaus, and the campsite itself. Most people don't dream of camping in the New Mexican wilderness, At least not that I know of. But Osa State Park is different. The camping spots are all pretty decent, even if the prime ones are always snagged first. There's a nice lake, tons of wildlife, and, I hate to admit it, more trees than I'd ever seen in town. Yeah, I know, trees and New Mexico don't usually go together, and for a good reason. They're not exactly growing on, well, you get the idea, especially out in the plains unless some dude planted them. Anyway, Osas has enough trees that I can just call it the woods, and you'll get the picture. So, we roll up, find a sweet spot, and start setting up our tents. By afternoon, the tents were up, and me and Ethan ditch his little sister, Chloe, who was being so boring, to go explore the park. And man, the memories from that day are awesome. We found a snake by the lake and watched it drink before it slithered away. We explored this super sandy area. We saw a roadrunner just doing its roadrunner thing. We messed around all day after lunch and saw so much cool stuff that by the end of the day, I never would have guessed anything could go wrong. We wrapped up the day like you always do on a camping trip. Gathered a bunch of sticks, started a fire, roasted marshmallows for s'mores, and told ghost stories. None of the stories were actually scary, though. Probably because me and Ethan were just kids, and Chloe was even younger. Plus, Mr. Miller was the lead singer at our church, and giving kids nightmares wasn't good for his rep. So, bye. Ghost stories. I mean more like silly little stories that made us giggle, not scream. Lame, I know, but what are you gonna do? Anyway, after the stories were told and the s'mores were devoured, we all turned in for the night. Me in my tent, and Ethan, Mr. Miller, and Chloe in theirs. Now, let me explain the setup here, because it's important. My tent was on one edge of the campsite, and Ethan's was on the complete opposite side. This was for privacy, you know. On my side of the site, there was this little trail that went through some thick bushes to the lake. There was also this little tree, like 3 feet from my tent. I don't know what kind of tree it was, but it was young and small. The trail to the lake was to the left of my tent opening. The lake was behind my tent, and a thin line of trees was across a trail in front of it. That trail in front of my tent led to the bathrooms. So, I hit the hay without a single worry, but before I did, I decided to take a leak on that little tree outside my tent because, let's be real, I was lazy. Who wants to walk 2 whole minutes to the bathroom when nature's toilet is right there? I finished zipping up my tent and crawled into my sleeping bag, ready to crash. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, I had to pee again, and this time it was the kind you can't really do on a tree, at least not without making a mess. So, since I'm not a complete idiot who'd just wander around in the dark, I grabbed my little lantern. I flicked on my LED lantern and unzipped the inner flap of my tent before the outer one, as if that flimsy little net could protect me from what I was about to see. Now, I should probably mention that outside of cities in New Mexico, hearing coyote howls is pretty normal. It's like a nightly serenade when you're camping. Heck, even in a small town like Logan, you can hear them from your bedroom window. It's not that big of a deal when you're inside a house. But when all you've got is some thin nylon walls separating you from the wild, yeah, it's not the most comforting sound. As I unzipped my tent flap, I did hear a few howls, but they were far away and didn't bother me. What froze me in my tracks was this super loud howl that came from the direction of the lake, at most a yard from my tent. But this howl was different. It had that coyote vibe, but it was way deeper, and it went on for way longer. I just sat there, scared stiff, staring at the zipper I still had my fingers on. I couldn't even guess how long I sat there, breathing hard, just frozen. But however long it was just long enough for the thing that made that howl to come up the trail right next to my tent. Suddenly, I heard the crunching of claws on dirt, and then claws on the rocks that made up our campsite. Then I saw it, the biggest shadow of any living creature I had ever seen in my young life. It moved slowly, heavily, in the direction of the thin tree line where I guess the other howls were coming from. But before it got past the tree I peed on, it stopped. Then it hit me. I was lit up like a Christmas tree, and I hadn't even tried to quiet my heavy breathing. By then, it was too late. That huge thing lumbered closer to the tree and into the light of my lantern. Even though the little LED light was dim at that distance, it was just enough to make out some details. All right, so there I was, practically glowing in my tent, and this massive thing is right outside. Now, I need to point out a few really weird details that stuck with me. It had fur that was kinda like a coyote's in color, but it had that classic dogman head shape, with those pointy little ears that were way too small to make sense on something that size. And the noises it made as it dropped to all fours in front of my tent, it was like this popping sound, like joints rubbing together. I can only guess its knees popped out of their standing joints and fell into different ones to let it get down on all fours. It sniffed the tree I'd peed on, totally ignoring me for a second, which was probably a good thing since I was scared out of my mind. The breaths it took were like a dog's, but longer and way deeper, almost like a horse's. Then that thing turned its head and looked straight at me, right into my eyes. Its eyes didn't glow or anything cheesy like that. They didn't pierce my soul or whatever, but they were just unnatural. And above everything else I saw in those eyes, I saw a predator. Have you ever been in a situation where you made eye contact with an animal you know is stronger than you? Something you just know could kill you, and you know it knows you know. It was just looking for what felt like forever. I was sure I'd just be a bloody smear by the time anyone got to my tent. Screaming wouldn't do anything. I honestly doubted a gun would even hurt this thing. But despite every feeling in my gut, despite the dread of knowing it was a predator and I was its prey, I didn't die. Instead, it turned, slowly, ever so slowly, and then just sprinted off into the woods. Just like that, it was gone. Vanished into the night faster than it came. I have this one buddy who knows about this, and he jokes that maybe it was my pee on that tree, like I marked my territory or something dumb like that. Or maybe it just wasn't hungry. Or the least likely option, it actually had some morals and didn't want to kill a kid. I'll never really know for sure. Needless to say, I didn't go to the bathroom. I just turned off my lantern, zipped up my tent flap, and held it all night. I don't remember sleeping at all. I might have, I might not have, but if I did, it was dreamless. I do remember trying to act normal the next day. I asked Ethan and his family if they heard any howling. They said they did, but they just figured it was coyotes being coyotes. They told me to just ignore it, like I was some city kid who'd never heard a coyote before. That next day, I stuck to Ethan like glue while we were exploring, and I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing by lunchtime. Somehow, feeling safe during the day pushed that beast out of my mind until we found tracks in that super sandy place. Coyote tracks. I think seeing those tracks made it all real for me again, that it wasn't just some nightmare. Because of that, I was so freaked out that night that I convinced Ethan's family to let me sleep in their tent. Even in the warmth of their bigger tent, so more people, more warmth, and with Mr. Miller there, an actual adult, and Ethan and Chloe, I couldn't sleep. I'd almost drift off, and then I'd hear a coyote howl. The next day I faked being sick so my mom would drive up and take me home a day or two early. Worst camping trip ever. It ruined not only my whole summer but also camping for me. I haven't gone camping without a tent buddy since, and I don't plan to. Even then, I'm always on edge, listening for weird noises and acting all paranoid. This whole thing really messed me up, I guess. Being forced to see that a human, top of the food chain, and all that, is totally helpless in front of a beast like that. Seriously, I don't think I can explain how powerless I felt. Even now, when I think about it, two things always hit me first: those eyes, and that feeling. Just writing this sent shivers down my spine multiple times. So, you might be wondering why I'm even talking about this again, if it terrifies me so much. Simple. I want answers, and I want to add to the conversation. I feel like I need to share this encounter so others can hear it. Maybe hit me up with questions or answers. So, if you have any idea what happened that night, please respond or DM me. And if you have any questions, go ahead and do the same. I need to know what that thing was, and if anyone else has seen something like it. Alright, so it's about time I finally spit this out. I'm not getting any younger, and this is the kind of story that, well, people need to hear, especially with the way things are going in the world right now. This was back when I was wet behind the ears at the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources. Yeah, that's it. I was stuck in a unit the guys like to joke was the Night Stalker unit. Our job was basically dealing with the weird stuff, the cases labeled CZE, that's classified zoological entities. Anything found out there in the wild that needed special handling and, a whole lot of diplomatic tiptoeing. Dogman, Sasquatch, merfolk, you name it. Any of those things that just laughed in the face of science. Showed they were maybe a little too smart, or could flat out mess you up in a heartbeat. That's what we dealt with. And we had to be real careful about it, real discreet. If some regular Joe had a run in with a CZE, we usually didn't get involved. Unless, of course, they got some kind of proof, pictures, whatever, that could blow the creature's cover. That wasn't cool. What did get us going were the cases of, let's call it, negative contact. If some big company was trying to build where they shouldn't, messing with the local CZE population, or some trigger-happy hunters were trying to bag a trophy, or, God forbid, if a CZE, or a bunch of them, decided to make a family or a town their own personal punching bag. Or, like in this story I'm gonna tell you, someone ends up dead, looking like they got on the wrong side of a CZE. This whole mess went down in '83. I was just a greenhorn back then, working under my mentor, a guy named Marcus Mack, Abernathy. Mack was a legend in the parks and wildlife world. We got the call to head out to a park area called the Land Between the Lakes, over by Kentucky and Tennessee. A pretty popular spot for hunting, hiking, and camping, the whole outdoorsy deal. It was before the big summer rush when this family, bless their hearts, pulled their RV into the campground up in the northern part of the area. They were probably picturing s'mores and sunshine, a perfect family camping trip. What they got was straight out of a nightmare. The report came in about 8 hours after some poor local found the family. By then, the local cops and park rangers had already seen the whole gruesome scene. The family had been, well, there's no nice way to say it. They were butchered, ripped apart like some wild animal or an axe murderer got to them. And that's how it landed on our desks. Mac and I got to the scene and tried to smooth things over with the local law enforcement. Get them busy with crowd control and patrols. Basically, anything to keep them from having to process a scene like that. The campsite looked like something out of a horror movie. The dad was lying just outside the camper door, split right down the middle. There was a shotgun next to him. Looked like he only got off one shot, and from the looks of it, he didn't hit anything but dirt. Inside the camper, it got worse. The little boy couldn't have been more than 11, was in pieces all over the main living area. Further back, in the bathroom at the rear of the camper, we found the mom. The bathroom door had been ripped off its hinges and crushed like a beer can. She had defensive wounds, so at least she tried to fight back. Mac was the one who noticed there were clothes and dolls for a little girl in the camper, too. We searched all over, praying she got away, that she was hiding somewhere. We found her about 40 yards away, 20 feet up in a pine tree, torn apart and stuck up there on a branch. I'd never seen anything so awful. Mac, he looked like he was gonna puke or pass out. I'd never seen him so angry, either. After we got ourselves together, we started trying to piece things together. Everything pointed to a dogman attack, what we called a black dog case back at the DNR. The dad was probably lured out by a noise or something tapping on the camper. Once he was taken care of, the mom and kids locked themselves in the bathroom. The thing, or things, ripped the door off, killed the mom, and then, well, you get the picture. Mac was convinced there was more than one, which meant this wasn't just some lone, rogue dogman. This was a serious threat to everyone in the area. Something had to be done, and I had no freaking clue what. After we made sure the teams had everything under control, which they mostly didn't, but what can you do? We went back to the cheap motel we'd rented nearby. I remember Mac spent most of the night out on the little balcony. smoking like a chimney and staring out at nothing. He looked like he was wrestling with something heavy, something really unpleasant. The next morning, I honestly couldn't tell if he'd even slept, but he looked at me hard and said there was a way to fix this, but that it was dangerous. He asked if I had the guts for it, and if I was sure. I told him I'd do anything to make things right for that family, and he just nodded. But he had this look on his face, like he was already seeing something bad happen. He told me to go into town and get supplies for a camping trip, enough for at least 3 or 4 days. We had tents and lights and stuff like that in the truck, so I just grabbed food, water, and the basic necessities. When I got back, I saw he had a bag of evidence from the scene. When I started to ask about it, he just nodded, checked the supplies, and told me to get in the truck. We drove further north into Kentucky, deep into the backwoods, where the paved roads turned to gravel, and then the gravel turned to dirt. We were following what looked like an old logging road, all overgrown and barely there. When we came to a fence marked protected land, we ditched the truck and started hiking deeper into the woods. It felt like we walked for most of the day. On the way, I noticed Mac picking prairie sage by the handful, stuffing it into a bag. We'd brought a bow and a few arrows, and Mac told me to keep an eye out for any small game we could take down. I spotted a decent-sized jackrabbit, and we managed to bag it, even though I'm no Robin Hood with a bow. It was nearly dark by the time we reached a spot that was flat and open enough to make camp. Once we got the camp set up and a fire going, Mac tossed in a handful of that sage he'd collected. The green leaves made this thick, acrid smoke that just hung in the air. It reminded me of my grandma, who used to burn sage around her house all the time. I asked him if I should clean the rabbit so we could have some dinner, but he said the rabbit wasn't for us. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what the heck we were doing out there, but nothing made sense. Finally, I just had to ask. Mac looked up at the fading light, took a deep breath, and started talking. "What we're here to do," he said, "is something we don't do lightly. I haven't done it in close to 20 years, and I don't reckon I'll ever need to do it again. It was taught to me by my granddaddy and his granddaddy before him, and before him, the Native Americans, who either learned it from their elders or figured it out on their own. You know those creatures, the ones responsible for that horror back at the park. They've been around longer than any of us. Before the settlers, before even the Native Americans we know from history books. Our relationship with them has changed over the years. Sometimes they had the upper hand, and we lived in fear of the woods. Sometimes we had the upper hand, and they were forced back deeper in to keep away from our guns and our machine guns. As you know," he continued, "they're smart, real smart. Maybe not smart like us, I guess. I believe they were a sort of evolutionary crossroads, where humans split between the thinking, planning type and the more primal, instinctual type. They evolved down a different path, a more natural path, you might say. They may not speak our language or build cities, but they're just as sharp, just as observant and adaptable, maybe even more so, seeing as how they don't have language and history books cluttering up their heads." The point is, they're not animals, not like wolves or bears. They're on the same level as us, evolution-wise. And because of that, we have to treat our dealings with them like, well, like diplomacy does. We don't want to live in fear of them, he went on, and they want to be left alone. To keep this peace, the ancient humans, they came up with a way to communicate, a way to reach out and make peaceful contact, even after something terrible happened. A sort of emergency line, you could call it, and he paused to throw more sage on the fire. Of course, he said, voice low. This isn't something either side enjoys. The dogmen, they've got a powerful distrust of humans, built up over centuries, and I can't say I blame them. They respect us as a threat, but they pretty much despise us as a species. Not all of them, of course. Just like us, there are some who are more peaceful, and some who'd wipe us out if they could. That's why this whole thing is so risky for us. I remember feeling kind of numb, like his words were just bouncing around in my head, and I couldn't grab onto them. Was he seriously telling me we were about to meet with one of the dogmen? A whole pack even, to talk to them, ask for their help? I just sat there like a statue while he talked and threw more sage on the fire. The ritual, he said, calling it that for the first time. My granddaddy called it a ritual. It has to be followed to the letter. The meeting place is deeper in the woods, and we can't bring any weapons or tools or even clothes. Nothing but the offering and the evidence. This puts us completely at their mercy, and that's the only way they'll even let us get close. That was the first thing that really landed. No weapons. No clothes. I thought he had to be kidding, but when I looked at his face, I could see he wasn't just serious, he was scared. Seeing a man like Mac scared, that's something I'll never forget. He tossed another bunch of sage on the fire and gestured to it. The sage burning, he said, that's part of the ritual. The Native Americans believed it warded off evil spirits. My granddaddy had a different idea. He called it an olfactory beacon. A strong smell to get their attention, one they associate with this whole contact ritual, letting them know we're coming. He lifted a branch of the sage to his nose before tossing it into the flames. We waited until the moon was high, and the path was lit enough for us to see where we were going, even in the dark. I was staring up at the moon through my tent wall when Mac called to me and said it was time. My stomach did a whole gymnastics routine, and I crawled out of the tent to see the fire was out and Mac was already completely bare. I took off my clothes, feeling numb and more than a little freaked out. I'd never felt so vulnerable in my life, standing there in the dark woods, naked and shivering. It wasn't even that cold, but I was shaking like a leaf. I grabbed the rabbit we'd killed and kind of clutched it to my chest, trying to feel a little less exposed. Before we set out, Mac grabbed a handful of ashes from the fire pit, held it out, and blew a puff of soot over me. Then he tossed the rest on himself. And then we started walking. We walked and we walked and we walked. It felt like we walked forever, like the sun was gonna come up any minute. Up until then, the forest had been, alive with sound. Birds in the trees, bugs chirping and whirring, the whole nature orchestra playing. But at some point, everything went dead quiet. like someone had found the volume knob on the woods and turned it all the way down. I hesitated for a second, but then I remembered what Mac told me. Walk steady and calm. He'd said, keep your eyes on the path. Don't pay any attention to anything you might see or hear, and most importantly, don't look at anything if it looks at you. So we kept walking, and the only sounds were the wind rustling through the trees and the crunch of leaves under our bare feet. Then I started to hear something moving in the woods off to our left. Something big. I kept my eyes locked on the path ahead, just like Max said, but I could hear it, whatever it was, trailing us, matching our pace. Then came a sound from our right, this deep, low, guttural growl that made your insides clench and your teeth vibrate. I'd heard the researchers at the DNR talk about infrasound, a kind of low, frequency sound that can make people feel anxious and scared, even if they don't know why. They said it was in a tiger's roar, and that our reaction to it might be tied to some ancient, primal fear. Maybe it wasn't tigers they should have been worried about, after all. Being there in the dark, naked as the day I was born, with nothing between me and them, I can't even begin to describe how terrified I was. As we walked, those two, or whatever they were, kept right alongside us. Then, one of them jumped onto the path behind us and let out another one of those bone, rattling growls and charged. I could hear the leaves crunching, feel the thud of its feet hitting the dirt not 2 feet behind me. It took every ounce of willpower I had not to spin around and bolt, screaming like a little girl. I heard it slide to a stop, felt the dirt and sticks it kicked up hit the back of my legs, but I just kept walking, and Mac did, too. I couldn't feel my body anymore. I was so scared. All I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other and keeping my eyes straight ahead. When Mac finally stopped, we were in a clearing. The grass and prairie sage were all silvery in the moonlight, which was so bright it almost looked like daytime. For a moment, we just stood there. The forest was still and silent as a graveyard. Then, I caught a glint of something, eyes reflecting the moonlight in the bushes ahead of us. A large shape emerged from the tree line in front of us. It moved on all fours, low to the ground, its black fur seeming to absorb all the light around it. A living shadow with 2 glowing orbs where its eyes should be. 2 others came out beside it, like bodyguards. One of them looked like it was made of spun silver in the moonlight, and its eyes had a spark in them, like amber when you rub it on wool. The other one had patches of black and dark red eyes, like the dying embers of a fire. I almost lost it when I felt hot breath on the back of my legs and heard a snuffling sound. I twitched, and the thing behind me let out another low, warning growl. Then I felt its cold nose touch the back of my leg as it sniffed and circled me. Another one, a big black one, was circling Mac too. I couldn't see his face, but the way he stood there, so still and calm, it kind of helped slow down the frantic pounding in my ears. The one circling me growled again and tried to look up into my eyes. I looked away fast, dodging its stare like a nervous kid being confronted by a cop. It lunged at me, and I heard the snap of its teeth, felt the rush of air as it bit at the air in front of my crotch. A shudder went through me, and I was suddenly very glad I'd emptied my bladder before we left camp. The largest of the three, the big black one, just eyed us for a long moment. Then it shifted. Something inside it popped, like a twig snapping in a wet towel, and it slowly rose up onto two legs. The other two did the same. The two on the sides had to be 7 or 8 feet tall. Easy, but the big black one, it had to be closer to 10 feet. I'd never seen anything so massive so close before. It was so tall it almost blocked out the moon. Mac looked at me and made a gesture toward the rabbit I was still clutching. I felt like I was moving in slow motion, like my body wouldn't respond. A low growl from behind me snapped me out of it, and I stepped forward. I could feel their eyes on me, like hot pokers held inches from my skin, just waiting for an excuse to close the gap. I laid the rabbit down at the feet of the largest one, stepping into its shadow. It felt like stepping into a vast, open mouth, like I might just disappear. A snort came from somewhere high above me, and I felt something sniffing at my hair. To my absolute horror, a long snout entered my field of vision, then a muzzle, then those bright, bioluminescent eyes. Something left me in that moment, like it had reached inside me and taken something. I don't know what. I tore my gaze away from those points of light in the black mass in front of me. It took everything I had. Then I stepped back, carefully moving back to Mac's side. The largest one sniffed at the rabbit, then made a gesture to one of the others. The one with the amber eyes grabbed the hare in one hand, and even though I thought it had been a pretty big rabbit, it looked like a kitten in its grip. It disappeared back into the woods with it, and Mac took the bag of evidence from under his arm. He started pulling things out, one by one, and laying them on the ground in front of him. There was a piece of bloodied cloth, a wedding band stained black with dried blood, a child's shoe, and finally, a lock of blonde hair. The alpha sniffed at each item intently, growling low when it got to the hair. It stood up to its full height and watched as Mac pulled out the last few things from the bagra, a clump of fur found in the father's hand, some saliva samples taken from the bodies, and a small vial of urine, soaked dirt from near the campsite. The alpha sniffed at these too, then snorted and stood there for a moment, just looking at them. It let out a deep growl, then turned and, with one long stride that seemed to cover the whole distance in an instant, disappeared back into the darkness, like a cloud passing in front of the moon. The others followed, looking back at us with low, warning growls. After they were gone, Mac and I just stood there, in shock, I guess. It felt like forever. Then, just as suddenly as it had stopped, the sound of the forest came back. The crickets, the birds, everything. It was like someone had turned the volume back up. A huge weight lifted off of me, and I felt like I might pass out. Mac took a long breath in and let it out slow. He was shaking, just the tiniest bit. He looked at me and grinned. "I think she likes you," he said, and I almost fell over, my knees buckling. The trip back to camp seemed to happen in fast forward, like someone was rewinding a tape. Once we got back to the lanterns, Mac and I pulled on our clothes and crawled into our tents without a word. I felt like I'd never sleep again. My heart was still pounding so hard, but I ended up falling asleep, almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. The next few days were spent camping and waiting. Mac had told me we had to stay in the area until we got some kind of sign, some indication that they had done something about our mutual problem, as he put it. He told me about his first time performing the ritual. It hadn't been here, though he said he had contacted this particular pack before. Apparently, this was something that was done all over the country, in different areas. The ritual might change a little, depending on the region, but the basic idea was always the same. On the third night, we heard it, howling far off in the distance, but still deep and piercing. It sounded like a coyote pack when they all start singing in chorus. All that baying and howling and yipping at different volumes and intervals. It went on for a while, then faded away. The next morning, we found them, laid out on the ground in front of our campfire, 3 massive, clawed hands, severed at the wrist, lined up in a row. Max smiled when he saw them. "Looks like they took care of it," he said, lifting one up to examine it. He handed one to me, and it was heavier than it looked, like holding a really big, really heavy gun for the first time. The one hand was bigger than both of mine put together, and the long claws at the end of each finger had to be 5 inches long, and they were slightly retracted. The fur on each hand was a different color, and each one was clearly a left hand. Mac dropped each one into a separate bag, saying the lab guys would be thrilled. He said dogmen were pretty good at collecting their dead, so remains were hard to come by for the DNR researchers. And then, just like that, we packed up and left. We hadn't heard of any more activity in the area, and we told everyone we were authorized to tell that the situation was resolved, that we'd made a highly successful contact. After that, I felt like a minor celebrity back at the DNR. It was something I'll never forget, that's for sure, and something I wouldn't even consider doing again unless things got really, really bad. But with the reports we've been getting lately, it's looking like we might not even be able to do it anymore, even if we wanted to. We don't know why been getting more active and aggressive lately, but it sure as hell makes the whole peaceful coexistence thing a lot more shaky. What that means for the future, well, I try not to think about it too much. I can only hope for the best, but yeah, I definitely fear the worst. It keeps me up some nights. A lot of nights, actually. And that's the story. It's the God's honest truth, as best as I can remember it. I just hope that by telling it, maybe it'll help someone somewhere, someday. Or at least, maybe they'll understand that the world is a whole lot stranger and a whole lot more dangerous than they think. Look, I didn't tell our Dr. Evans about the lady with the bleeding eyeballs. You know, the one who kept hanging around in the stairwell whenever I got up to pee in the middle of the night. And honestly, who could blame me? There was no way to bring it up without him thinking I was completely nuts. Oh, it's been rough, Doc. My memory's shot, my mouth's always dry. I'm on an emotional roller coaster. And oh yeah, sometimes I see this shadowy figure creeping around upstairs. So instead of, taking a leak, I end up shoving a dresser in front of the bedroom door. Crazy, right? If I'd said that, his fancy pen would have probably gone flying across that little notepad of his. Or maybe he would have just saved himself the trouble and slapped that big rubber stamp on my file. CRI file B. He could probably tell things weren't exactly sunshine and rainbows at home just by looking at the bags under my eyes. Still, I forced a smile while he lobbed a bunch of loaded questions at me about my fragile mental state. At the end of our session, the doc leaned forward in his armchair, so close I could count his nose hairs, and said, "We all just want what's best for everyone, Sarah." "Of course," I replied, my fingers practically digging into the armrests. I picked Ethan up from school. Back home, Olivia was glued to her phone, as usual. After 30 minutes of me practically begging, they both got down to their homework while I threw together a beef stew. We ate in silence. Afterwards, Olivia went out with some friends I'd never even heard of. I told her to be back by 11, but at 16, who listens to their mom, right? Ethan changed into his PJs, and then we read the latest Adventures of Super Fido book in his room. I lived for those moments. In another 3 years, puberty would hit, and then lying next to his mom would be, like, the most embarrassing thing ever. To really top off the night, I tortured myself by flipping through some old photo albums. The wind was howling around the roof, and it yanked me awake. Down the hall, I heard these bony fingers scraping across the bookshelves and floorboards. I pulled a pillow over my head to block it out, but these awful images of twisted metal and blood, spattered glass kept me up until morning. Still half asleep, I shuffled into the living room. A single Nerf dart was lying on the windowsill. Those stupid things kept appearing, even though I'd confiscated Ethan's blaster weeks ago. I went over and pulled the curtain back. Down below, past the ivy wall, old Mr. Henderson was trimming the hedge that separated our gardens. He looked up and gave a friendly wave. I managed a half-hearted one back. Retirement for Mr. Henderson and his wife basically meant lots of time to be nosy neighbors. I almost asked if they'd seen anyone lurking around my house last night. At our next appointment, Dr. Evans asked about Emily. 10 minutes and a whole box of tissues later, I told him about my 9th birthday, when this kid with a ton of freckles at the playground demanded a kiss. I said no because his breath was worse than a sewer, so he grabbed the Tamagotchi clipped to my belt and smashed it with a rock. I ran home crying to Emily, who marched me right back there and pinned the little jerk down beside the swings. Since he wouldn't apologize, she yanked the light-up sneakers off his feet, tied the laces together, and tossed them up around a lamppost. "She sounds like a wonderful sister," the doc said, handing me another box of tissues. In the kitchen, the sight of the recycling bin overflowing with wine bottles nearly sent me into a full-blown panic attack. They didn't disappear when I rubbed my eyes, so I tore the house apart and found a pill packet under the clock on the bookshelf. Did I black out again? If the neighbors saw me stumbling around wasted, that info might have gotten back to the good doctor. Or worse, my darling ex-husband. I dumped the bottles at the recycling center on my way to get Ethan. Over breakfast, Olivia dropped the bomb that she was going to see some band called Wolf Alice play in London. "I'll be back Sunday," she said, like it was no big deal. Olivia, just like her dear aunt, had straight blonde hair and green eyes. Ethan and I were all curly brown hair and chubby cheeks. I sighed. Who are you going with? Where are you staying? And when were you planning on telling me? James and Emma. James's brother's flat. And dead. Now. Rubbing my temples to try and stop a monster headache, I took a deep breath, held it, and tried to push all that toxic air out. Then came the argument we'd had a million times before. It was like we were reading from a script. Her. You're the worst with all these stupid rules. Me. I don't know these people. It's too dangerous. In my head, I could hear my mom's voice, loud and angry. The whole thing ended with Olivia storming off to her room. Next time Dr. Evans asked about Emily, I managed to hold back the tears long enough to tell him about how we learned the dance routine to Wanaba by the Spice Girls in our parents' living room. When that second chorus hits, you're supposed to lean forward and kick your leg back. And I did it so hard and so fast that I accidentally punted Mom's porcelain cat, the one that's always batting at an invisible ball of string. Emily picked it up, and the face was cracked right down the middle. My blood pressure went through the roof and didn't come down until Baby Spice, aka Emily, hugged me tight and ran her fingers through my hair. That always calmed me down. Once I stopped sobbing, she promised she'd tell our parents it was her fault, not mine. When Dad's Ford pulled into the driveway, I hid in the bedroom with a pillow over my head so I wouldn't hear them yelling. My sister's bravery earned her a bunch of nasty bruises. Part of me wanted to tell Dr. Evans about the Nerf darts, but he'd clearly already labeled me a basket, case the second my file landed on his desk. No point in handing him the evidence, right? With all the grace of a constipated hippo, he steered the conversation toward my ex. I explained how my marriage felt like I was constantly walking on eggshells. Early on, I once casually mentioned I wasn't a huge fan of driving, and by the time Ethan was potty trained, if I so much as said I needed to pop to the store, Ben would snap back with, "No, you hate driving. I'll take you." Of course, Dr. Evans thought Ben was a real stand-up guy. Man's man, who loved a good laugh, you know. Hell of a golfer, too. They ran into each other at the driving range all the time. Funny that. I leaned forward in the chair, made my voice all serious, and said, "The day Ben and I split up, I locked myself in the bathroom because I couldn't take his screaming anymore. And do you know what that bastard did? He used a credit card to jimmy the lock open and yell in my face some more. And are you still drinking?" I shrank back in my chair. No bow. Every other weekend, Ben would swoop in and take the kids for some quality time. Our divorce had turned into a total shit show. He demanded full custody because of my alarming behavior, but the judge shot that down because he had a nasty habit of punching drivers who stole his parking spots or cut him off. If you talk to our friends and family, they all knew about his temper, but they mostly waved it off with stuff like, "Have you seen how people drive around here?" With the kids gone, I turned every room upside down looking for more meds. Weeks earlier, during a mandatory inspection, a social worker almost found enough Cipralex to tranquilize a horse under my mattress. By some miracle, I spotted the foil wrapper at the very last second and stuffed it up my sleeve, narrowly avoiding getting hauled off to the loony bin right then and there. Alone in the empty house, the grief hit me in waves. My mind kept replaying these awful images of a cracked windshield, flashing ambulance lights reflecting in the spiderweb of glass. At midnight, feeling brave enough to finally use the bathroom, I got out of bed and stepped into the hall. Up ahead, the living room door creaked open. I froze. The cold, stale air in the house dropped like 10 degrees as that door eased inward, revealing this thick darkness. From inside the room, a pair of bulging eyes stared at me, all wet and shiny with blood. I bolted back into my room, pushed the dresser against the door, and dove under the covers like a terrified kid. I was already on the verge of losing it, so I used a pillow to block out the sound of those heavy footsteps shuffling around the house. Every now and then, I could feel the figure's presence radiating through the door, which was almost worse than actually seeing it. 6 sleepless hours later, I finally ventured into the living room. Crimson pools of blood covered the floorboards like little ink blots, all around a single Nerf dart. I scrubbed the floor with scalding water until my fingers were raw. The dart, like all the others, went in the trash. Not that it ever did any good. More would show up, and I knew why. It was a punishment, a way of reminding me the accident was all my fault. I told Dot Evans that Emily was the ultimate cool aunt, and how that coolness rubbed off on me. Take our Nerf war, for example. It started when I came home to an empty house one evening. Emily, who was supposed to be babysitting, wasn't answering her phone. After a few minutes of yelling the kids' names, I heard whispering from the bathroom. I already had 9/11 on hold, and I raced to the shower and ripped the curtain back. A hail of Nerf bullets hit me in the face, and I screamed so loud the old folks next door swore their ears were ringing for a week. There were the kids, on either side of Emily, doubled over with laughter, proud of their little prank. And 4 days later, after I finally stopped shaking, I had to admit they got me good. That kicked off the Nerf war. My sister and I ambushed each other at home, at the shops, even at pilots. Anywhere but work. Olivia and Ethan helped set up traps, switched sides, and even acted as human shields more than once. My best move was when Emily took Ethan to the playground one afternoon. After he jumped off the climbing frame, he told his aunt that a little girl had broken her arm inside the tube slide and needed help. Worried, she ran up the steps, crawled through the tube on her hands and knees, and found herself face to face with me. "You sneaky bitch," she laughed, as a Nerf bullet hit her right between the eyes. A tiny bit of that pent-up anxiety actually faded away while I was telling the story. Ben dropped the kids off on Sunday night. "How was it?" I asked Olivia as she walked into the kitchen. "Fine," she mumbled, making a cup of tea just for herself, not me. Before the accident, we used to take turns making tea and drink it together while watching Love Island or Bake Off. My blackouts put an end to that. After Ethan showered and got into his PJs, we reread an old Captain Underpants book, and then I went and knocked on Olivia's door, sitting on the edge of her bed. I told her I hated how distant we'd become. "Whose fault is that?" she snapped, turning away from me. I know I put you through hell, but I'm so much better now, I said, my voice cracking. Dad thinks you're drinking again. Says the neighbors do, too. What could I have said? Oh, your dad's not the superhero you think he is. During our whole relationship, if that master manipulator was happy, he let me be happy. But the second he stopped being happy, unfortunately, telling my daughter, that meant also convincing her she had a sociopath for a father. There was no low that man wouldn't stoop to if it made me look bad. I wallowed in bed, never managing to sleep for more than 20 minutes at a time. Those bottles and pills weren't mine. I think it's hard to tell when every day just blurs into the next. Plus, if I had taken them, it might have caused another blackout. Maybe my drugged up self tiptoed around the house, leaving those Nerf bullets as some kind of self-torture. Maybe the doc was right. Maybe I had come unhinged again. At our next session, Dr. Evans finally asked about the accident. I swallowed hard and told him Emily had come over earlier that day. She wanted a girls' night out, but just the thought of it made my stomach churn. I thought getting divorced meant you didn't have to worry about what that bastard thinks anymore. She said, "We're not divorced, we're separated. Same difference. Besides, isn't he in Portugal golfing with his buddies? He'd find out," I said grimly. "I'd bump into someone who knows us. So glad that prick's gone," she muttered. "You know who he reminded me of. Don't even say it." On the sofa, we danced around my current predicament. She filled me in on her new job, the Vegas trip with her friends, and a bunch of other awesome life stuff I'd missed out on because Ben had isolated me from everyone. Emily, bless her heart, really tried to pull me out of that funk, but a permanent storm cloud had been hanging over me since the split. We hugged goodbye at the door. Then, 5 minutes later, while I was upstairs in the lounge clearing away our empty plates and cheese board, I spotted a weird lump behind the curtain. Before I could react, Emily jumped out from her hiding spot by the window and fired a dart straight at my forehead. Gotcha. For the first time in weeks, I actually laughed. And I knew right then that I'd get through the separation, or divorce, or whatever lay ahead. All I needed was a little support from my big sis. It took everything in me to tell Dr. Evans how, later that night. 2 cops showed up at the door and said there'd been an accident. There was more blood in the pictures of the wreck than I thought a human body could even hold. At the hospital, Emily was lying there motionless, her face covered in bandages stained red around the eyes. For 20 minutes, I picked pieces of glass out of her blood, matted hair, and whispered that she had to hold on because her little sis needed her. Then a doctor came in, said we needed to have a very difficult conversation, and explained that Emily had less brain activity than a can of soup. Keeping her on the respirator was just delaying the inevitable. Through tears, I insisted he not pull the plug. Emily was a fighter, the strongest person I knew. If it had been anyone else in that twisted metal cage, they would have died instantly. But not her. She'd held on for me. She was my protector. And I knew she'd always be there through thick and thin. Until suddenly, she wasn't. I never looked at the body. That let my imagination run wild, filling in the gaps. Images of a figure with skin ripped off, and glass shards sticking out of a broken neck haunted me every waking moment. And those eyes, those awful, bleeding eyes. Dr. Evans's pen was scribbling away like crazy. The sound snapped me back to the present, and I stopped myself from telling him how. In the weeks after Emily died, life became a blur of blackouts mixed with pills and booze. I couldn't live with the guilt. If I hadn't called her that night, begging for a shoulder to cry on, she never would been driving on that exact stretch of highway when that damn 18-wheeler pulled out. The weeks went by in a whirlwind of missed school runs and forgotten lunches. Usually, my big sis would have swooped in to save the day during times like these. What was I supposed to do now that she was gone? One night, after I'd sobered up, Olivia started World War II by sneaking out late. 2 cops showed up in response to a domestic disturbance and declared me in a compromised state. Then came the investigations, the mandatory wellness checks. The court-ordered therapy. Ben worked overtime to paint me as the worst mother on the planet. A carefully placed comment to a teacher here. A chance meeting with Dr. Evans there. Keeping all this hidden became a full-time job. I couldn't let anyone find out that Emily was punishing me by creeping around and dropping Nerf bullets. Otherwise, they'd call it a coping mechanism, or an avoidance technique, or a hysterical mother who couldn't face reality. As I told Dr. Evans that the day Emily died, all the joy seeped out of the world. I couldn't help but wonder if the kids staying with me wasn't what was best for everyone. Could I really do this without my big sister watching over me? That feeling of despair lingered for the rest of the day. I sleepwalked through dinner and putting Ethan to bed. Images of the wreck haunted me as I lay there in bed. They brought along this feeling of coming untethered. I couldn't block them out. I physically needed, my big sister. I would have given anything to have her fingers running through my hair one last time. Just then, out in the hall, the floorboards creaked. Those creaks got louder, closer. Be careful what you wish for. I slipped under the blanket, squeezed my eyes shut, and told myself it was all in my head. All of a sudden, I couldn't breathe. The bedroom door creaked open while I lay there, paralyzed. The figure crawled across the floor and up onto my bed, the mattress springs groaning as the covers were pulled tight. Through the blanket, a forehead pressed against mine. Before the accident, this was the part where I called Emily. What was I supposed to do now that she'd come back from the dead to haunt me? Suddenly, the sheet was ripped away. I sat bolt upright, alone in the room. By the door, there sat a single Nerf bullet. Not again. This couldn't go on. Emily was gone, and she wasn't coming back. No matter how many bullets I stashed around the house. I threw on a robe and picked up the dart. 6 more were scattered across the landing like a trail. Clearly, I'd taken more pills and punished myself by setting up a scavenger hunt. Furious at myself, I crossed the hallway, picking them up as I went. From behind the living room door, there were more scrapes, bumps, bangs, but I couldn't hide forever. My kids needed me, which meant I had to face my problems, even if it meant facing them alone. I pushed open the living room door, and on the far side of the room, I saw a familiar face reflected in the glass. It was Emily, but she looked unhurt, the way I wished I could remember her. A warm feeling spread through my body. It was her. It was really, really her. The one who made the sadness go away with a joke or a well-timed hug. She'd come back. I ran across the room, shouting her name, telling her how much I missed her. As I pushed open the window, it hit something solid, and then a loud snap came from below. I leaned out. Down below, a shadowy figure was sprawled across the rose bushes, groaning. I thought it was a burglar, until I heard the intruder curse. I rushed downstairs, yelling at the kids to get back in their rooms as they leaned out their doors. Dashed around the side of the house, flipped on the porch light, and crossed the yard. Dressed all in black, my ex-husband was rolling around. His left shoulder popped out of its socket. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I shouted. "You stupid bitch," he hissed through clenched teeth. "Why are you opening a window in the middle of the fucking night?" A discarded backpack lay nearby. Ben tried to swat my arm away, but ended up clutching his shoulder and grimacing. Inside the pack were pills, empty wine bottles, and a bent, out-of-shape coat hanger. The bastard had been breaking in to frame me. The way the house was built, someone fit enough could climb up the ivy. Ben had clearly been using the hanger to unhook the window latch and force his way in. "You son of a bitch," I screamed, spit flying from my lips. "You've been making it look like I'm drinking again." He jumped up and threw himself at me hard. We both landed in the wet dirt, him on top. A gloved hand clamped around my throat. My vision started to fade as Ben screamed about what a terrible mother I was, and how he wished he'd killed me. How he was going to kill me. The garden and everything in it went black. The next thing I knew, I was staring up at Mr. Henderson, who was trying to wrestle Ben into a headlock. The world slowly came back into focus. On the other side of the hedge, a teary Mrs. Henderson was screaming into her phone, begging the police to hurry. For once, I was grateful we had the nosiest neighbors this side of the English Channel. If not for them, I might not have woken up. Drawn by the commotion, other neighbors came out of their houses while, above us, Olivia and Ethan leaned out of the living room window, their eyes wide with shock. My husband shoved Mr. Henderson off and turned on that phony charm. He'd only rushed over because I'd drunk, dialed him, you see. I'd told him I was going to kill the kids and then myself. He was just trying to protect his family. From the look on Olivia's face, I could tell she wasn't buying it. A few neighbors chased the bastard to his car, and then he almost ran over the whole crowd as he sped off. No doubt he'd try to twist the story later, but the kids saw what happened. That was enough. After 2 officers took a report from me and the Hendersons, I put a very upset Ethan to bed before turning in myself, my neck all tender and bruised. A few minutes later, Olivia came in carrying 2 cups of tea. "I thought this might help your throat," she said, holding up my favorite Spice Girls mug. "There's honey in it." She stood there, her lower lip trembling, until I pulled back the covers and motioned for her to hop in. We lay there in silence for a while, her head on my chest, my fingers running through her blonde hair. Then she looked up at me and said, "I'm sorry about all those things I said before." I told her none of that mattered now. I wouldn't have believed me either. Soon, Ethan knocked on the door and asked to come in, and then the three of us lay there all cozy and snug. And for the first time since the accident, it felt like things might actually be okay, that my family would survive this awful mess, and nothing could ever tear us apart. After all, we had my big sis looking out for us. All right, so 2 locals went missing last week. We found one of them a couple of days ago just off South Slope Road, messed up bad. So bad we couldn't even tell who it was out of the 2 that disappeared. The other guy, still missing. But with all the crazy howling and screaming coming from the edge of town lately, I'm betting we ain't gonna find him, at least not in one piece. Damien, Sinclair, and the rest of his little fan club seem to think it's some kind of werewolf or some messed up animal that's wandered out of the woods. Command's got us prepping for anything, though. We're heading out tomorrow, the whole shebang. Supposed to be back within a week. I'm leading the night crawlers. That's my squad up the west side of the valley. The guys in the headless squad will take the east, and the Ironsides are gonna push up the middle, try to drive whatever this thing is towards one of our groups. Orders are to try and take it alive, but if that's not gonna happen, we can put it down. I've hunted my share of monsters by now, but the night before you head out, man, it's always the worst. You just never know who's gonna make it back, or in what shape. Sin sent over a fancy dinner, and some wine from his own stash, though. I guess it's a nice gesture, but it kinda feels like the last meal before you're executed. The guys are pumped, and I guess I will be too once we're out there, and I've got that buzz going. It's gonna be the last night in a real bed for a while, though, or maybe forever. Can't say I'm looking forward to sleeping on the ground and waking up all stiff and cold with pine needles stuck everywhere. All right, enough of that, time for bed. We were up before the sun, geared up in an hour, and all 3 squads met in the yard. The head honcho, old man, Rourke, met us there and gave us the rundown one more time. All right, listen up. Ironsides, you're staying ahead of everyone, keep it loud. We want this thing flushed to the edges of the valley. Squad leaders, stay in contact. Don't break formation. If you can drive this thing across the gray, Jake, you and the night crawlers go on alone. The others will hold the riverbank in case it loops back. You all got that? Rourke barked. Got it, I called out, along with everyone else. Good. Now get the hell out of here. I want a report from each squad leader every night. We marched out of the yard, and it took us an hour to reach Ravenhead. We went right through town on the way to South Slope Road. A few of the townsfolk who were just waking up waved or yelled, "Good luck," from their windows. The headless squad broke off first to take the east side, and it was just us and the Ironsides for a few more hours until they split off too. Being the furthest out, we were the last ones to get into position. We spread out, forming a staggered line. This close to Ravenhead, the Passgate Forest has been cut way back. It's mostly just rolling hills and grass with a few clumps of trees and bushes here and there. But ahead of us, as we moved across the valley, those damn Passgate trees loomed, all tall and creepy. Those pines grow taller here than anywhere else in the world, but honestly, that's probably the least weird thing about this valley. Night crawlers in position, over, I said into my radio. Ironsides in position, over, crackled a voice back. Headless ready to roll, over, came another voice. Ironsides moving out. Give us an hour. Then start moving. I switched to the squad channel and told my guys we had an hour to kill, so hold tight and keep an eye on the tree lane. I set my pack down and leaned my rifle against it, pulled out a cigarette and lit it up, that iron-tasting smoke filling my lungs, waking me up properly. I looked down the line and saw a few other guys lighting up, too. I shook my legs out and sat down, leaning back against my pack. Even though I've been in them for years, these Passgate woods still give me the creeps. I mean, they're full of monsters, so I guess that's a dumb thing to say. But it's more than that. The trees, the ground, the bushes, everything just feels wrong, somehow. I'm not great with words, but I guess you could say the forest just gives off a bad vibe, huh? Anyway, this is supposed to be a ranger's log, not my diary. Who cares what I think? We sat there for an hour, smoking and checking our guns, when the Ironsides finally called and told us to start moving. The headless leader and I both confirmed we were on our way, and I signaled my guys forward. I was on the far right of the line, and we were spread out so I could just barely see the next guy over. Enough to cover ground, but not so far that we couldn't help each other if something went down. You gotta go slow when you're trying to flush something out, especially when it's the kind of thing that could rip your face off. So, yeah, we weren't exactly booking it. The whole first day was pretty much a bust. One of my guys, Ben, found a footprint, but it was just a regular old wolf. Over on the other side of the valley, one of the headless squad guys shot a deer by accident. Clowns. I could even hear the Ironsides way up ahead, yelling and banging around. They were really laying it on thick, trying to scare this monster right into our laps. We paired up with the guy next to us and lit fires, taking turns sleeping so we could keep watch. The line of fires running through the woods would hopefully keep our target to the north of us. You'd think after marching all day with a heavy pack, sleep would come easy. It does, but then it's a real bitch to wake up. I took the first watch, so at least I got to sleep until sunrise. My partner, a guy named Marcus, nudged me awake with his boot and handed me a tin of eggs, bread, and bacon. I scarfed it down and washed it down with some coffee that had been boiling over the fire. Feeling warm and awake, we kicked out our fire and covered our tracks, then spread back out into our line. The Ironsides leader's voice crackled over the radio, telling everyone to start moving. I passed the message down the line, and we started walking again. Even in the middle of the day, it's always kinda dark under those damn Passgate trees. We stopped around one for a quick lunch, then kept going. It had been a few hours when I noticed something was off. The forest had gone completely quiet. No more racket from the Ironsides. Before I could even wonder what was up, a voice came over the radio. All units halt. Ironsides has potential contact. Ready weapons. Over. Night crawlers read you, over, I said. Headless holding, over. The woods were dead silent except for the clicks of everyone chambering rounds. Even the birds and squirrels had shut up. "This is bad," I muttered to myself. The silence didn't last. A minute later, all hell broke loose up ahead. Gunfire, and lots of it. I immediately dropped behind a tree and peeked out towards the noise. Unlike us, the Ironsides carried full auto weapons and way more ammo. They were the heavy hitters, and you could tell. The shooting lasted for maybe a minute, then silence again. "Target is moving north towards the gray. Over," Captain Ford, the Ironsides leader, said over the radio. "Did you get a visual?" Over, Captain Hale of the Headless asked. "Barely. It's big, bipedal, looks humanoid, dark fur. Nothing more than that. It's fast as hell. Ironsides in pursuit. Both of you move your units up closer in case it doubles back." "Copy." "Over," I said. I radioed my team and told them to double time it. We took off at a jog, guns ready, packs feeling heavier with every step. It took 2 hours before we were in position to the left of the Ironsides, and the Headless guys got into place a few minutes after us. We stopped, and I radioed Captain Ford. "How's the tracking?" Over. "It's still heading north as far as we can tell. Too late to keep chasing it now. Let's get a line of fires going across the valley and make sure it stays north of us. Extra careful tonight, everyone." Over. I passed the word to my guys, and we built our fires extra big that night. I figured everyone would be as on edge as I was, but if they were, the guy I was camping with, a quiet fella named Silas, didn't show it. He fried up some dinner, and we ate in silence, ears straining to hear anything over the crackling of the fire. I slept first that night, rifle right next to me, knife clutched in my hand. Not that a knife does much good against the things we usually hunt, but it made me feel a little better. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by this insane howl. Sounded like a person trying to imitate a dog, only way louder and more messed up. It was far away, but it pierced right through you. Silas was already crouched, rifle up, aiming out into the darkness. He motioned for me to stay quiet and still. I slowly, carefully picked up my rifle and scanned our little perimeter. A moment later, the forest lit up with a roar, a scream, and a burst of gunfire. My heart was pounding out of my chest. Adrenaline was pumping. This was it, the thrill, the reason I was a ranger. Silas and I stayed frozen, guns pointed towards the noise, listening to everything. After the initial chaos, all we could hear was something big crashing through the underbrush, getting further away. Then, about half an hour later, another one of those deep howls. One of our fires got hit. No Kai, one injured. Target still heading north. Over, Captain Ford barked over the radio, sounding out of breath. "Jet a good look at it." Over, I asked. Injured ranger says 7 to 8 feet tall. Human-like, big teeth. Over. Nothing else. Over. He swears he emptied a clip into it. We should be able to follow the blood trail in the morning. Over. I read. Over. I set the radio down next to my blanket. Silas nodded at me slightly. "You got 2 more hours," he said, leaning back against a tree, rifle across his lap. I nodded and tried to go back to sleep. I had the last watch, so I sat there for 4 hours, staring out into the darkness, feeding the fire every now and then, just waiting for the sun to come up. I could see the other fires in the line, flickering through the trees like distant fireflies. For some reason, being out in the wilderness always makes me feel empty. Not in a bad way, though. It's more like all my emotions just flow in and then out again, like a stream, not leaving any trace. Was I scared? I don't know. Yeah, there's fear, sure, but it almost feels like it's not even mine. Like it's the fear of some ancient dude who lived and hunted in these woods centuries ago. An echo, you know. Like, it's there because I'm human, so fear is part of the package, but it's not my fear. Anyway, the lines started moving again right at sunrise. All three squads pushing forward, but slower than before. Captain Ford was right, the thing was bleeding. Not gushing, but enough to track it. It was moving fast towards the gray, and we reached the riverbank just before sunset. The gray, that's what divides Blackfeather Valley in half, more or less. It's a freezing cold river, well, more like a big stream, really, that comes tumbling down from the mountains. It cuts the Passgate Forest in the south from the Lake Wash Forest in the north. The Rangers have tried building bridges across the gray before, but every time we do, something smashes them to bits, and the guys sent to guard the bridges, they never come back. So we gave up on that a long time ago. Now we just wade across when we need to. Captain Ford, Captain Hale, and I met up at the center of the Ranger line for a pow. Whoa, before we went any further. We sat around a blazing fire, drinking the icy water from the gray out of our camp mugs. I'm saying dogman or werewolf, Ford said. Sounds about right, Hale shrugged. Your guy didn't get a good look. I asked Ford. Nah, but the description's close enough. Plus, that howling after the attack, that's enough for me, Ford replied. The night crawlers are good to go across, I assume. Hale asked me. Always, I nodded. The thing's wounded. I doubt it'll be that much trouble, Ford said confidently. I saw the blood trail. Looks pretty superficial to me. Still, we'll rest up and cross in the morning. Can you two split all the watches between yourselves? I asked, getting to my feet and holding my hands over the fire. The other two captains nodded. We move at dawn. I'll radio reports every hour, I said as I headed back to my squad. I filled them in, told them to get a good night's sleep and eat up. As I curled up on my blanket next to the fire, I watched through half-closed eyes as the Ironside and Headless sentries started patrolling up and down the south bank of the Gray. I fell into a restless sleep that night, dreaming of my arms and legs being ripped off by some giant, horrific beast. I woke up just before dawn, sweating like a pig. I splashed my face in the Gray and got my gear ready, then went around and woke up the other night crawlers. All 12 of us gathered where the blood trail entered the Gray. We checked our rifles, tightened our pack straps, and got ready to go. Captain Ford and Captain Hale wished us luck, and we splashed across the river, disappearing into the tree line of the Lake Wash. 3 of my guys, plus me, made up the main group. 2 guys, Noah and Finn, were our vanguard running ahead. Another 2, Liam and Mac, were the rear guard, in case this thing decided to follow us. And 2 pairs were way out on our flanks, Miles and Caleb on the left, and Mason and Ely on the right. We spent the whole day on this little game trail. The blood trail was starting to fade, but the beast's tracks were still easy to spot. Huge, long strides, and these massive paws with claws. Something that walked on 2 legs sometimes, and 4 legs other times. As the sun started going down, Noah and Finn radioed in. They said there was a ranger station not too far ahead, and we should be able to make it there just after sunset. We figured it'd be nice to sleep on bunks and under a roof for once, so we pushed on. They reported the station was fully stocked, and there were no signs of the beast. The 2 flanking pairs rejoined our main group, and the rearguard caught up too. So, 10 of us reached the station at the same time, about an hour after sunset. "Damn," said the guy next to me, a young ranger named Alex. "Yeah," I murmured. There, in front of us, were Noah and Finn. They were sprawled out on the ground in front of the station, in pools of their own blood. Guts and gore were everywhere. Finn was missing his head and one of his legs. They didn't even get a shot off or a radio call. Another ranger, a veteran named Cooper, said, his voice tight, "Secure the building. Nobody goes outside until sunrise. 2 guards on duty at all times. Figure out the shifts yourselves," I said, turning to the guys behind me. "We'll bury them in the morning." We filed inside. The station was untouched. It was a long log cabin, full of bunks and supplies, with a ladder leading up to an observation tower. We'd built a bunch of these stations all over the lake wash and the pass gate. They weren't permanently manned, just places for us to resupply and rest for a night when we were out ranging. Nobody said a word that night. The only sounds in the station were guys tossing and turning in their bunks, or the occasional snore. We got up at dawn, buried Noah and Finn, and radioed the report back across the river. We searched the camp in the daylight, but we could only find one set of the beast's tracks, still heading north. The tracks were caked with dried blood. How did one of these things, wounded, get the drop on 2 rangers? Alex asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. "I don't know," I replied. "But nobody separates from the main group now. We all stick together. Be ready to shoot, anytime." We took off our hats and saluted the 2 fresh graves, then started heading north again, following the beast's tracks. A knot of unease was growing in my stomach as the day wore on. The forest was still and silent. Still no sign of the beast, except for the trail we were following. We reached Blackwater Lake at nightfall, the lake wash is named after, and camped on its quiet shore. I could sense the guys were getting more and more nervous the further we got from the gray, but nobody dared complain. When we woke up the next morning, there were 9 of us left. One of the sentries, a guy named Ethan, had vanished during the night. There were a few footprints at the edge of the camp, but they led straight into Blackwater Lake and didn't come out. "Old lady of the lake got him," Cooper said, his voice flat, over breakfast. Nobody said anything back. We just kept eating. We packed up and moved on, shooting a few nervous glances at the glassy, still surface of Blackwater Lake. We kept following the trail north. About halfway through the day, we broke out of the northern tree line of the lake wash and were on the north slopes of the valley. The trail kept going, and it only took us another hour to find what we were looking for. "Well, he made it pretty damn easy for us to find him," said Alex from behind me. We were all staring at a gaping cave mouth in the side of the hill. You could feel the hot air coming out of it. Blood and bones were scattered all around the entrance, and the ground was covered in this layer of powdered bone, like some kind of messed up welcome mat. "All right, who's going in first?" I asked, and the guys behind me chuckled nervously. "Screw capturing that thing. There were explosives back at the station. I say we level the whole cave," Cooper said, and everyone else muttered their agreement. "For once, I agree with you all. I don't think we're capturing this thing." I shrugged. And Miles will go back for the explosives. The rest of you stay here and make sure it doesn't leave the cave." The guys shifted uneasily, looking at each other. Nobody was thrilled about staying behind. "There are 7 of you and 1 of it, and you know exactly where it is. Don't worry about it. It's like shooting fish in a barrel at this point," I said, trying to reassure them. I reshouldered my pack and motioned for Miles to follow me. "Double time. We should be back in a day." Miles and I took off, following our own trail back towards the station. We were back in the lake wash again, a few hours from the cave, when my blood turned to ice. I heard it shouting, shooting, and howling, all coming from far away, back where we'd left the others. Miles looked at me, and our eyes met. I stopped dead and raised my radio. "This is Jake. Does anyone read me? Status report. Over, ba." The radio crackled to life, a jumble of screaming, hissing static, and gunshots. The guy on the other end, it sounded like Alex, was yelling something I couldn't make out, except for one word. The one word I didn't want to hear. "Pack." Then the line went dead. I tried 2 more times to reach them, but nothing. Miles was staring at me, his face pale, gripping and re-gripping his rifle. "What do we do?" he asked. I stopped and thought for a minute, looking back the way we'd come, then back down the trail. Same orders. We get the explosives and we bury them. I told Miles to dump any extra weight from his pack, and I did the same, throwing out anything I didn't think we'd need. We took off at a jog, heading back down the trail, grateful for the lighter packs. We ran until it was well past sunset, legs burning, stomachs growling. "Can you keep going without sleeping?" I asked Miles, as I wolfed down some water and canned meat. "For a few hours at least," he replied. I nodded, and we picked up our rifles and started running again. It was close to 3 in the morning when we finally stopped, and only because the trail was getting too dangerous to run in the dark. We'd passed Blackwater, and I figured we'd reach the station by noon the next day, as long as we didn't sleep too long. 2 hours. "I'll take first watch," I said, catching my breath and pointing at the ground behind Miles. He didn't need to be told twice. He dropped to the ground and was out like a light. I struggled to stay awake, pacing around the small clearing we were in, chain smoking the few cigarettes I had left. I nudged Miles awake after 2 hours, and I lay down, falling asleep instantly. I woke up to the feeling of sun on my face. That's not good, I thought, bolting upright. Miles had fallen asleep, too, leaning against a tree. We'd slept way longer than we should have. I got up and splashed some water in Miles' face, waking him up with a start. "Get up," I yelled. He jumped to his feet, lifting his gun. He didn't say anything, but I could see the fear on his face. He knew he'd messed up. We started running again, but after 15 minutes, we heard a howl echo from the forest behind us. Way too close. The fear is not mine. The fear is not mine, I repeated to myself over and over as we ran. The howls were getting closer and more frequent. By noon, I figured we were almost back to the station. That's when the howling erupted from right nearby. I stopped, turned, and cocked my rifle. "What are you doing?" Miles yelled, spinning around to look at me. "They're too close and too fast. We won't outrun them," I said, breathing hard, raising my rifle to point into the woods. Miles stopped, looked at me for a second, then seemed to get it. He readied his own rifle. A light mist was clinging to the floor of the lake wash, and the forest was dead silent as we stood there, side by side. Guns trained on the trail we'd just come from. All we could hear was our own ragged breathing. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone quiet, the silence was shattered. A howling, snarling creature came sprinting out of the underbrush. It was huge, 8 feet tall, easy, even hunched over like it was, rippling with muscle. It had a head like some kind of messed up, rabid dog, and these red eyes that just screamed hunger. Way too many teeth, and its tongue was lolling out, all yellow and red and black with fat and blood and marrow. Miles got a shot off, hitting the thing in the shoulder. It staggered, but it didn't slow it down much. It was moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. It leaped the last 20 feet and landed right on top of Miles, sending him sprawling. It snarled at me, ready to pounce, but then it snapped its head back towards Miles when he plunged a knife into its side. That was all the time I needed. I raised my rifle and put a bullet right through the thing's head. It froze, tottered for a second, then collapsed on the ground next to Miles. I helped him to his feet, but he was in bad shape. The beast's claws had raked him all along his side, and the impact had clearly broken some of his ribs. I slung his rifle over my shoulder and draped his arm over mine, and we started staggering back towards the station. "Nice shot," Miles mumbled, weakly, trying to wipe the blood off his face. "Thanks." We listened, and we could still hear howling, but it sounded further away again. I hoped this one had been a lone hunter, and we'd have enough time to reach the station. We did. It took almost another 2 hours, stumbling along, but we finally made it to the station. I'd radioed back to the other ranger units on the Gray a few hours ago, told them our situation was FU bar. The Ironsides and Headless men were on their way north, full force, to help us. They said they'd meet us at the ranger station, but I knew that would take the better part of a day. Miles died. His breathing got all rapid and shallow, and I'm guessing he drowned on his own blood from the amount he eventually coughed up. Didn't have time to bury him. I found the explosives. The pack, it's real close now. I'm thinking they'll be here any minute. If I'm lucky. But I have the explosives. They won't know what hit them. For the first time in my life, though, I don't think the fear is primal or instinctual or whatever. I think the fear is mine. I've always hated the smell of gun oil. It sticks to everything. Your clothes, your backpack, even the hair on the back of your hands. It just soaks right in. But here I am on my knees in our crappy mudroom, a Remington, 308 across my lap, and that damned smell is all up in my face. The sun's barely up, just kinda scratching at the blinds, all gray and gross like a dead fish. My old man Jerry is in the kitchen, banging around with the coffee pot and grumbling. We're heading up north today, into the Michigan woods. Same as every year before Sarah, before we lost her. Those old scars start throbbing, right on cue, as I load bullets into the magazine. It's been 10 years since that goddamn hunting trip. The one that ripped my family into, before, and after. Before, Sarah's laugh was like the background music to our lives. After, every silence was just her not being there. We were just kids. I was 10, Sarah was 8. It was supposed to be one of those bonding trips Dad was always going on about. But shit went sideways. We got separated from Jerry somehow. One minute we were following him, the next we were lost, swallowed up by the woods. Jerry says when he found me, I was curled up under a fallen tree, eyes wide, frozen stiff. All I could get out, with my teeth chattering like crazy, was Dogman. Later, after the search parties had gone over every inch of those woods, they found her. What was left of Sarah anyway? It was obvious she'd been mauled. Bad. The cops said it was probably a beer, but Jerry, he never bought that. He'd seen the tracks, too big and weird for any beer he knew. As I load another bullet, the memory hits me. Bam. Big hairy hands reaching out, all claws and messed up. But the rest of the thing, it's like a shadow in my head. I can't see it. All I got are those messed up pieces and the sound of Sarah screaming. My brain blocked most of it out, I guess. Self-defense or something. For years, sleep was a freaking war zone. I'd wake up in weird places. The kitchen floor, the backyard, even down by the creek once. My therapist said it was my brain trying to work it out, to go back into those woods and find Sarah. But all I found in those sleepless nights was more emptiness. It took time, a lot of it, and therapy I didn't think I needed. But the sleepwalking did eventually stop. I guess I started to find some kind of peace. I've mostly moved on. Those messed up memories are still there, hiding in the dark corners of my mind, but they don't run the show anymore. I just finished my second year at Michigan State, studying environmental science. Jerry, though, losing Sarah broke him. He became a ghost. And it killed his marriage to Mom. He blamed himself for not keeping us close, for not protecting Sarah. His whole life turned into this one thing, finding whatever killed her. He read every book, every article on weird creatures and unexplained stuff. He mapped sightings, connected dots on blurry photos and shaky stories about the Dogman. But now, with the 10th anniversary of Sarah's death coming up, Jerry's obsession is like on steroids. He's up all night, staring at his maps and notes, muttering about patterns and cycles. He's sure the Dogman shows up every 10 years, and this is our chance to finally hunt the damn thing down. Me, I'm not so sure. The whole Dogman thing seems like a way for Jerry to deal with his guilt and grief. Turn it into something he can fight. But I decided to come along on this trip. Part of it's to keep an eye on him, but another part I don't know. Maybe we'll find something out there. Closure, maybe. I finish loading the rifle and set it aside, standing up to stretch. I wipe my greasy hands on a rag, trying to get rid of that smell. The light's starting to fill the room now, making long shadows on the floor. Jerry comes out with 2 thermoses of coffee. His eyes are all tired and bloodshot. "You ready, Alex?" he asks, handing me a thermos. His voice is rough, like he hasn't slept in days. "Yeah, I'm ready," I say, trying to sound more sure than I feel. We load our gear into the truck, and it's like the weight of it is the weight we're carrying inside. The drive from Lansing is long and quiet, the silence full of unspoken stuff. Memories, regrets, you name it. The drive north is just a blur of highway and the drone of the engine. I doze off, and the landscape outside turns into a haze. In my sleep, pieces of that day with Sarah play like a broken record. I see her smile, the way she tugged on my sleeve, all excited to explore. Sunlight comes through the trees in sharp, jagged streaks. Then it gets dark, all messed up. Sarah's voice echoes, her laugh turning into a scream. I hear leaves crunching under something heavy moving around us. I see a shadow huge and looming, not like any animal I know. Then something darker creeps in, something I've never let myself remember clearly. Before I can see what it is, I jolt awake as the truck hits a rough patch. Jerry glances over. "Bad dream?" he asks. I nod, rubbing my eyes, the dream still clinging to me like the cold. "Yeah, just thinking about Sarah," I manage to say. As we drive, Jerry tries to fill the silence with small talk. He asks about my finals, my plans for the summer. Anything to keep the conversation going. He sounds forced, like he's trying too hard to be cheerful. It's obvious his heart isn't in it. I answer when I have to, keeping it short, my eyes on the passing scenery. The landscape changes as we go further north, from flat and boring to rolling hills with thick patches of forest. It's pretty country, the kind that reminds you how huge and wild Michigan can be. But today it just feels like it's closing in on us. We finally get to the cabin. It's tucked way back in the woods, all old and weathered, like it's part of the trees. The place hasn't changed much, from another time, full of our past. I can still see Sarah running around the porch, her laughter ringing out. Jerry parks the truck, and we get out, the air sharp and cold. It smells like pine and wet dirt. We start unloading, the tension between us thick enough to cut with a knife. "Let's get this inside," Jerry says, his voice gruff as he hefts a duffel bag onto his shoulder. I nod, grab my own bag, and follow him to the cabin. Inside, it's a mix of old and new. The same beat-up furniture, but with new hunting gear and maps all over the table. Jerry's obsession is everywhere, a constant reminder of why we're here. As we unpack, we try to act normal. He talks about the latest cryptid sightings he's read about, his eyes lighting up in a way that both worries and saddens me. "Did you hear about the sighting up near Alpana?" he asks, spreading out his maps. "Yeah, you mentioned it," I reply, trying to sound interested. "Do you really think there's something to it?" Jerry's eyes meet mine, and for a second, I see doubt. But it's gone fast, replaced by that grim determination. "I have to believe it, Alex. It's the only thing that makes sense." We finish unpacking, the silence between us getting heavier. I step outside to clear my head, the cool air a relief. The sun's starting to set, making long shadows across the clearing. I can't shake this feeling of unease. "You can take the upstairs room," Jerry mutters. His voice is strained, trying to sound normal, but it's clear he's carrying a ton of bricks. I nod, hauling my backpack up the creaky stairs to the small bedroom that I used to share with Sarah. The room feels smaller now, or maybe I've just grown too much. I unpack silently, setting my things aside. The bed is stiff and cold. As I settle in, I can't help but glance at the corner where Sarah and I would huddle together, whispering secrets and making plans for adventures that would never happen. I push the thoughts away, focusing on unpacking. After settling in, I go back downstairs to find Jerry loading up a backpack with supplies for our hunt. The intensity in his eyes is obvious, his hands moving with practiced precision. I know this routine. It's one he's done a million times on his solo trips since that day. "We'll head out early," he says, not looking up. "Gotta make the most of the daylight." I nod, unease curling in my stomach. I'm not just worried about what we might find, or not find, out there. I'm worried about him. Each year, the obsession seems to eat away at him a bit more, leaving less of the dad I knew. The morning air is sharp enough to cut you, full of that pine smell and wet earth. We head deeper into the woods, and yeah, it's rugged and all that, but the tension between me and Jerry, that's what makes it feel off. Jerry's moving like a man on a mission, his eyes scanning the woods like he's expecting something to jump out. Every little snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves has him on edge, and it's putting me on edge too. As we walk, my mind wanders back to that day 10 years ago. I can almost hear Sarah's voice, high and clear, calling out as she ran ahead, "Catch me, Alex." I remember the sunlight filtering through the leaves, making those dancing shadows on the ground. Those memories are so damn vivid, it feels like I could just turn a corner and see her there, waiting for us. Jerry stops suddenly and kneels, looking at the ground. He points out some tracks that are way too big for a deer, with a weird gait. "It's been here, Al. I'm telling you, it's close," he whispers, a mix of excitement and something darker in his voice. I nod, but I'm not sure what to believe. Part of me wants to write it all off as grief making him crazy, but another part, the part that heard Sarah scream and saw something huge in the woods that day, isn't so sure. As we keep going, Jerry's comments get more out there. "You know, they say the dogman moves in cycles, drawn to certain places, certain times, like it's tied to the land itself," he says, more to himself than to me. He's always been hung up on this creature, but now it's like he's gone full on fanatic. We set up a makeshift blind near a clearing where Jerry insists the creature will pass. Hours crawl by. Nothing but the occasional bird or a deer way off in the distance. The sun gets higher, casting these long, thin shadows through the trees. I shift around, trying to get comfortable, but the forest floor is hard as a rock. My eyes dart between the trees, hoping to catch a glimpse of something, anything, to break the monotony. Jerry, though, he's like a statue, his gaze fixed on the tree line like he can make the dogman appear just by staring hard enough. A bird chirps nearby, making me jump. I sigh and adjust my grip on the rifle. I glance over at Jerry. "Anything?" I ask, more out of boredom than anything else. Not yet, he says, his voice tight. But it's out there, I know it. I nod, even though I'm not so sure. The forest seems too quiet, too still. Maybe we're just chasing ghosts. As the sun starts to go down, the forest gets all bathed in this warm, golden light. The air cools, and a breeze rustles the leaves. I shiver, but it's not just from the cold. The long hours of sitting and waiting are starting to wear me down. Let's call it a day for now, Jerry finally says, his voice heavy with disappointment. We'll head back to the cabin, get some rest, and try again tomorrow. I stand up and stretch, feeling stiff all over. We pack up our gear in silence and start the long walk back to the cabin. The only sounds are the crunch of leaves under our feet and the birds settling in for the night. Dinner is quiet, both of us lost in our own heads. I try to make small talk, asking Jerry about his plans for tomorrow, but it feels forced. We clean up in silence. After dinner, I go up to the bedroom. I'm beat, but sleep feels miles away. I lie down, staring at the ceiling. The room's dark except for a bit of moonlight coming through the window. Downstairs, I hear Jerry moving around, probably not able to sleep either. I drift off, but it's not peaceful. My dreams pull me back to that day in the woods. Sarah's voice is clear and vibrant, her laughter echoing through the trees. She looks just like she did then, bright-eyed and full of life, her blonde hair catching the sunlight as she runs ahead. "Come on, Alex. You can't catch me," she teases, her voice playful. I chase after her, but then the dream shifts. The sky darkens, the woods around us get thick and scary. Sarah's laughter fades, replaced by this heavy silence. I see her ahead, standing still, her back to me. "Sarah," I call out, my voice shaky. She turns slowly, her eyes wide and scared. "Alex, you have to remember," she says, her voice barely a whisper. "It wasn't what you think. You need to know the truth." Sarah's words hang in the air, all cryptic and unsettling. Before I can say anything, she turns and starts running again, disappearing into the trees like a ghost. Panic floods me, and I sprint after her, my feet pounding the ground. "Sarah, wait," I shout, but it's no use. The forest seems to close in, the trees all tall and twisted, shadows dancing like they're alive. I push forward, trying to keep her in sight, but she's too fast, slipping away like smoke. Suddenly, there's a rustle, a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. Sarah screams, a sound that cuts right through me. It happens so fast, I can't see what it is, just a dark blur that snatches her up. "Sarah," I scream, my voice cracking. I stumble, falling to my knees as the forest spins around me. My heart's racing, and the terror is so real, so intense, it yanks me back to that awful day. The one that changed everything. I jolt awake, gasping for air. I sit up, wiping sweat off my forehead, trying to calm down. The room is still dark, the shadows from the moonlight flickering on the walls. My heart is still pounding from the nightmare, the echo of Sarah's scream ringing in my ears. As I'm trying to get a grip, the floorboards outside my room creak. The door opens slowly, and there's Jerry standing in the doorway with a huge Bowie knife in his hand, looking tense as hell. "Dad, what the hell are you doing?" I whisper, my voice shaking. "Shh," he hisses, holding up a hand. I heard something. Something moving around in the cabin. Stay quiet. I swallow hard, my mouth dry. I glance at the clock. It's just past 3 in the morning. The cabin is silent, the kind of deep silence that makes every little sound seem louder. I can't hear anything weird, but Jerry's face is dead serious. He motions for me to get up, and I do, moving as quietly as I can. My heart's racing, a mix of the leftover fear from the dream and the sudden, sharp anxiety of now. Jerry leads the way, stepping carefully out of the bedroom and into the hallway, the knife held out in front of him like he's ready to fight. We creep through the cabin, checking each room. The living room is empty, the furniture casting long shadows in the dim moonlight. The kitchen is just as we left it, the plates from dinner still drying on the counter. Everything seems normal, untouched. We finish our sweep, and there's nothing. The silence is heavy, broken only by our soft footsteps. I can see the tension in Jerry's body, his grip on the knife like a lifeline. After checking the last room, we stop in the hallway, the air thick with unspoken questions. "There's nothing here," I say, keeping my voice low. "Are you sure you heard something?" He looks at me, his eyes searching. I heard growling, deep and close. It was right outside the window, Da. Maybe it was just an animal, a raccoon or something. I suggest, but the certainty in his voice makes me doubt my own words. No, it wasn't like that. It was different. He insists, his voice tight. I nod, not wanting to argue, but I'm starting to get seriously worried. The look in his eyes sends a chill down my spine. It's not just fear, it's desperation. The kind that comes from years of chasing shadows and finding nothing. I can see how this hunt has worn him down, turned him into someone I barely know. We head back to our rooms. As I lie down, my mind's racing. I can't help but wonder if Jerry's losing it, if the grief and guilt have finally pushed him over the edge. Jerry wasn't always like this. Before Sarah died, he was the kind of dad who took us fishing, helped with homework, and told bad jokes that made us laugh and groan at the same time. He was solid, dependable. But losing Sarah changed him. The guilt twisted him into someone else, someone driven by a need for answers that might never come. I try to sleep, but my thoughts keep me awake. I can hear Jerry moving around downstairs, probably pacing or checking the locks again. His paranoia has become a constant thing, and I don't know how to help him. I don't even know if I can help him. The next morning, the sunlight is weak, doing nothing to lift the heavy mood in the cabin. I drag myself out of bed, feeling like I haven't slept at all. Jerry's already up, hunched over his maps at the kitchen table, his eyes bloodshot. "Morning," I mumble, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes as I pour myself some coffee. "Did you sleep at all?" He shakes his head, not looking up from his notes. "Not much. Couldn't stop thinking about what I heard last night." I sip my coffee, trying to shake off the nightmare. Maybe it was just an animal, Dad. We're in the middle of nowhere, after all. He finally looks up, his eyes intense. "Ilex, I know what I heard. It wasn't just an animal, it was something else." I sigh, not wanting to get into it. "Okay, fine, Dad. What's the plan for today?" "We're going back out. I found some tracks yesterday, and I want to follow them. See where they lead." I nod. feeling a mix of apprehension and resignation. I can see how much this means to him, how desperate he is for any kind of lead. All right, let's get packed and head out. We spend the morning getting ready, loading up our gear and double-checking everything. Jerry is meticulous, going over every detail like it's life or death. I try to match his focus, but my mind keeps drifting back to Sarah and the dream. Her words echo in my head. You need to know the truth. We set off into the woods, the air crisp and cool. The forest is alive with sounds. Birds, rustling leaves. But it all feels distant, like background noise to the tension between us. Jerry leads the way, his eyes scanning the ground for any sign of those tracks. As we walk, I can't help but notice how jumpy he is. He mutters to himself, his eyes darting around like he's expecting something to jump out at any second. His grip on his rifle is tight, his knuckles white. Dad, are you okay? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. He glances at me, his expression unreadable. I'm fine, just focused. He stops a lot to examine the ground or the bark of trees, pointing out marks and signs that mean nothing to me. Look at this, he says, crouching down to look at a broken branch. See how it's snapped. That's not a deer or a bear. That's something bigger, stronger. I crouch next to him, squinting at the branch. To me, it just looks like a regular broken branch, the kind you see all over the forest. I don't know, Dad. It just looks like a branch to me, I say, trying to keep my voice neutral. Jerry's eyes flicker with frustration. You're not looking close enough. It's the way it's snapped. Too clean, too deliberate. Something did this. I nod, not wanting to argue. Okay, sure. But even if you're right, it could be anything. A storm, another hunter. His expression hardens. I know what I'm looking for. This is different. I sigh, feeling the weight of the past and the tension between us pressing down. Dad, I had a dream last night. About Sarah. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken stuff. Jerry's eyes widen and he straightens up, his whole demeanor changing. What kind of dream? What did you see? His voice is urgent, almost desperate. It was weird. We were in the woods like now, but everything felt different. Sarah was there, running ahead, laughing. Then she stopped and told me I needed to know the truth, that it wasn't what I thought. Jerry grabs my shoulders, his grip tight. What else did she say? Did she tell you anything specific? Anything about the creature? I shake my head, feeling a chill. No, that was it. She just said I needed to know the truth, and then she was gone. Jerry's grip tightens, his eyes boring into mine with a mix of desperation and hope. Alex, you have to try to remember. Think hard. What did the creature look like? Did you see anything else? I pull back a little, uneasy with how intense he's being. Dad, I told you. I don't remember. It was just a dream. A nightmare, really. My mind's probably just mixing things up. He lets go and runs a hand through his hair, looking frustrated and lost. Dreams can be important. They can hold memories we've buried. Please try to remember. This could be a sign, a clue. I rub my temples, feeling a headache coming on. I've tried, okay? I've tried for years to piece together what happened. But it's all just fragments, like a puzzle that doesn't fit. The dream, it felt real, but I don't think it's telling me anything new. Jerry's face falls. and he looks older than I've ever seen him. He turns away, staring into the forest like it holds all the answers. Yuroli Tentian Drochin Trachoshalujin Chao Jun Twoler Jbander. As we head back to the cabin, the sun starts to set, casting long shadows. The air gets colder, and I pull my jacket tighter. Jerry is silent, lost in his thoughts, his face drawn and haggard. Back at the cabin, we unload our gear in silence. Jerry disappears into his room, muttering about going over his notes. I decide to explore the cabin, hoping to find something that might help me understand what's going on with him. In the attic, I find a box of old family photos and papers. As I sift through it, I find a worn journal with Jerry's handwriting on the cover. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I open it, flipping through the pages. The journal is full of notes and sketches about the dogman. But there's other stuff too. Entries about Sarah, about that day in the woods. His handwriting gets more erratic, harder to read. One entry stands out, dated a few days after Sarah's death. June 15, 2013. It was supposed to be a normal trip. Keep them close, Jerry, I kept telling myself. But I failed. Sarah is gone, and it's my fault. I heard her scream, saw the shadows. I tried to get to her, but the thing, it was there. Too fast. Too strong. My hands blood everywhere. No one will believe me. I can't even believe myself. I have to find it. I have to protect Alex. I have to make it right. God, what have I done? Before I can read more, the attic door creaks open, and Jerry's voice cuts through the silence. What are you doing up here? His tone is sharp, almost panicked. I turn to see him in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes wide with something between anger and fear. I clutch the journal to my chest, my mind racing. I found this, I was just trying to understand. In an instant, he crosses the room and snatches the journal from my hands. His grip is tight, his knuckles white. You had no right, he growls, his voice trembling. Dad, I just wanted to know the truth. I shout, frustration boiling over. What really happened to Sarah? His eyes flash with rage and anguish, and before I can react, he slaps me across the face. The force of it knocks me off balance, and I stumble backward, my cheek stinging. For a moment there's stunned silence. We both stand there, breathing hard, the air thick with tension. I'm sorry, Jerry says finally, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't mean to, I just, He trails off, clutching the journal like a lifeline. I touch my cheek, feeling the heat from the slap, and take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Dad, what aren't you telling me? What really happened that day? Stay out of it, Alex. Jerry growls, his eyes dark with anger. You don't know what you're messing with. He turns and storms out of the attic. I'm left standing there, my cheek throbbing, my mind racing. What the fuck is going on? What really happened to Sarah? And what is Jerry so afraid of? That night, I sleep with my rifle within arm's reach, more afraid of my dad than any dogman. The slap still burns on my cheek, and the look in his eyes, rage, fear, something darker, haunts me. I lie awake, listening to the creaks and groans of the old cabin, every sound amplified in the stillness. Eventually, exhaustion pulls me under, and I fall into a restless sleep. The dream returns, vivid and unsettling. I'm back in the woods, chasing after Sarah. Her laughter echoes through the trees, a haunting reminder of happier times. This time, though, I push myself harder, refusing to let her slip away. Alex, catch my. She calls, her voice playful. I'm coming, Sarah. I shout, my legs pumping, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest around us is a twisted, shadowy maze, the trees seeming to close in. Sarah's figure becomes clearer, her blonde hair catching the dim light filtering through the canopy. She stops suddenly, turning to face me, her eyes wide with fear. Sarah, what is it? I ask, my voice trembling. Look behind you. She whispers, her voice barely audible. I turn slowly, dread creeping up my spine. In the shadows, I see a figure, its form indistinct and shifting. It's not quite animal, not quite human, something in between. The sight of it sends a jolt of terror through me, and I wake up with a start, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I'm not in my bed. The ground beneath me is cold and hard, the smell of damp earth filling my nostrils. Panic rises as I realize I've sleepwalked into the woods. I scramble to my feet, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The moon casts a pale glow over the surroundings, revealing what looks like a long, abandoned animal lair. The walls are covered in giant claw marks, deep gouges in the wood and earth. The air is heavy with the scent of decay, and a chill runs through me. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Carefully, I start to move, my eyes scanning the ground, desperate for a familiar landmark. That's when I see them. Faded scraps of fabric caught on the jagged edges of the underbrush. My steps falter, a sense of dread washing over me as I bend down to examine them. The fabric is torn, weathered by time and the elements, but unmistakably familiar. It's part of Sarah's jacket, the bright pink one she wore on the day she disappeared. As I strain to make sense of it all, a rustling sound behind me snaps my focus. My heart leaps into my throat. I spin around, my hand instinctively reaching for the rifle I don't have. Because, of course, I didn't bring it in my unconscious state. The shadowy figure that emerges from the trees is unsettlingly familiar, mirroring the menacing forms of my nightmares. But as it steps into the moonlight, I recognize the worn jacket, the weary posture. It's Jerry. Alex. He calls out, his voice a mix of relief and stern concern. I've been looking everywhere for you. What the hell are you doing out here? I exhale slowly, the terror ebbing away as reality sets back in. I don't know, Dad. I must have sleepwalked again. My voice is shaky, my earlier dream still clinging to the edges of my consciousness. Jerry stares at me in disbelief. You haven't sleepwalked since you were a kid, Al. This isn't just a coincidence. His eyes dart around, taking in the surroundings. The eerie, claw-marked den, the unsettling quiet of the woods. How did you even find this place? I shake my head, struggling to find an answer. I don't know, Dad. I woke up here. The uncertainty in my voice does nothing to ease the tension. His eyes lock onto the tattered remains of Sarah's jacket in my hands, and something inside him snaps. The color drains from his face as he stumbles a few steps backward. This is where it happened, he murmurs, his voice barely a whisper. This is where we found Sarah. I thought you said you don't remember anything from that night. He says accusingly. I swear, Dad, I don't know anything about this place. I insist, my own heart pounding. It was you, wasn't it? You've been hiding this from me. His voice is frantic. You, last night, the growling, it was you. His voice rises, tinged with hysteria. I step back, my pulse racing, feeling the chill of the night and the weight of his accusation. Dad, I don't know what you're talking ab. No. He interrupts, his voice breaking as he points a trembling finger at me. You knew, you always knew. It was you, Alex. All these years, the evidence was right there, but I refused to see it. You were the dogman. You killed Sarah. His words hit me like a physical blow, absurd and horrifying in their implications. Dad, you're not making any sense. You're talking crazy. I was just a little kid. How could I protest, my voice shaky. He steps closer, his presence looming over me, the outline of his figure distorted by the shadows of the trees. Think about it. It all makes sense now. You led us here to this place because you remember. Because you did it. Dayad. Stop it. I shout, my heart pounding in my chest. You are scaring me. You need help, professional help. This isn't you. But he's beyond reason, his eyes wild with a haunted grief. I have to end this. He mutters, more to himself than to me, his hand tightening around his rifle. His finger hovers dangerously over the trigger of his rifle. My instincts kick in, and I know I have to act fast. I lunge toward him, trying to knock the weapon away, but he's quicker than I expected. We struggle, our breaths heavy in the cold night air, the sounds of our scuffle the only noise in the otherwise silent woods. His strength surprises me, fueled by his frantic emotions. He shoves me back, and I stumble over a root, my balance lost for a crucial second. That's all he needs. He raises his rifle, his intentions clear in his wild, pained eyes. I dive to the ground just as the shot rings out, a deafening blast that echoes ominously through the trees. The bullet whizzes past, narrowly missing me, embedding itself in the bark of an old pine. I scramble to my feet, my heart pounding in my ears, and I start running. The underbrush claws at my clothes and skin, but I push through, driven by a primal urge to survive. Dad, stop. It's me, Alex. I shout back as I dodge between the trees. Another shout breaks the silence, closer this time, sending splinters of wood flying from a nearby tree trunk. It's surreal, being hunted by my own father, a man tormented by grief and lost in his delusions. I don't stop to look back. I can hear him crashing through the forest behind me, his heavy breaths and muttered curses carried on the wind. The terrain is rough, and I'm fueled by adrenaline, but exhaustion is setting in. I need a plan. Ahead, I see a rocky outcrop and make a split-second decision to head for it. It offers a chance to hide, to catch my breath and maybe reason with him if he catches up. As I reach the rocks, I slip behind the largest one, my body pressed tight against the cold, damp surface. I hear his footsteps approaching, slow and cautious now. As I press against the rock, trying to calm my racing heart, I can hear Dad's footsteps drawing closer, each step crunching ominously on the forest floor. He's methodical, deliberate, like a hunter stalking his prey. Come out, Alex. Dad's voice is ragged, filled with a blend of fury and pain. My heart pounds against my chest, the cold sweat on my back making me shiver against the rough surface of the rock. I know I can't just sit here. It's only a matter of time before he finds me. Taking a deep breath, I peek around the edge of the rock, trying to gauge his position. I see him, rifle raised, scanning the area slowly. This might be my only chance to end this madness without further violence. I need to disarm him, to talk some sense into him if I can. As quietly as I can, I move out from behind the rock, my steps careful to avoid any twigs or leaves that might betray my position. I am almost upon him when a branch snaps under my foot, a sound so trivial yet so alarmingly loud in the quiet of the woods. Dad whirls around, looking completely unhinged. "Alex," he exclaims, his rifle swinging in my direction. Panic overtakes me, and I lunge forward, my hands reaching for the gun. We struggle, the rifle between us, our breaths heavy and erratic. "Dad, please stop," I pled, trying to wrestle the gun away. But he's strong, stronger than I expected. In the chaos, the rifle goes off. The sound is deafening, a sharp echo that seems to reverberate off every tree around us. Pain explodes in my abdomen, sharp and burning, like nothing I've ever felt before. I stagger back, my hands instinctively going to the wound. The warmth of my own blood coats my fingers, stark and terrifying. Dad drops the rifle, his eyes wide with horror. "Oh my God, what have I done?" he gasps, rushing to my side as I collapse onto the forest floor. As the pain sears through me, a strange, overpowering energy surges within. It's wild, primal, unlike anything I've ever experienced. Looking down in horror, my hands are no longer hands but large, hairy, clawed appendages. The transformation is rapid, consuming. My vision blurs, senses heighten, and a raw, guttural growl builds in my throat. In that moment, a flood of understanding washes over me, mingling with the horror of realization. These are the hands of the creature from my nightmares, the creature whose face I can never fully recall because, as I now understand, it is me. What happens next feels detached, as if I'm no longer in control of my own actions, watching from a distance as my body moves on its own. I turn towards my dad, his face a mask of terror. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with the dawning realization of what his son has become. The forest around us seems to fall silent, holding its breath as the nightmarish scene unfolds. I can hear my own growls, guttural and deep, filling the air with a sound that's both foreign and intimately familiar. The pain in my abdomen fuels a dark, violent urge, an urge that's too strong to resist. With a ferocity that feels both alien and intrinsic, I move towards him. My dad, paralyzed by fear and shock, doesn't run. Maybe he can't. Maybe he doesn't want to. The encounter is brutal and swift, a blur of motion and violence. My dad barely puts up a struggle, as though resigned to his fate. Not that there is anything he can do. The creature that I've become is too powerful, too consumed by the wild instincts surging through me. I tear him apart, limb from bloody limb, my hands. No, my claws, rending through fabric and flesh with disgusting ease. The sound of my dad's screams, of tearing fabric and flesh, is drowned out by the animalistic growls that echo through the trees. When it's all over, the red mist that had clouded my vision begins to fade, and the fierce, uncontrollable rage that drove my actions subsides. I'm left standing, my breaths heavy and erratic, in the eerie stillness of the forest. The transformation reverses as quickly as it came on, and I find myself back in my human form. My clothes are ripped to shreds, hanging off my frame in tattered remnants. At my feet lies what's left of my dad, his body torn and unrecognizable. I glance down at my abdomen, expecting agony, but instead find my wound miraculously healed. No sign of the gunshot remains, just a faint scar where I expected a bloody mess. Shock sets in, a numbing disbelief mixed with a gut-wrenching realization of what I've become and what I've done. My hands, now human again, tremble as I look at them, half expecting to see the claws that had so effortlessly ripped through flesh and bone. But there's only blood, my father's blood against my skin. I stand there for what feels like an eternity, trapped in a nightmare of my own making. Eventually, the shock wears thin, and a cold practicality takes hold. I need to get out of here. I need to cover my tracks to disappear. Because who would believe this? Who would understand that I didn't choose this? That I'm not a monster by choice? With trembling hands, I do what's necessary. I bury my dad in a shallow grave, the physical act of digging strangely grounding. I cover him with leaves and branches, a pitiful attempt to hide the brutality of his end. I take a moment, whispering apologies into the wind, knowing full well that nothing I say can change what happened. I leave the forest behind, my mind a whirl of dark thoughts. As I walk, the first hints of dawn brush against the horizon, the sky bleeding a soft pink. It's hauntingly beautiful. I make my way back to civilization, to the life I once knew, but everything is different now. I'm a fugitive, not just from the law, but from myself. The creature within me is a terrifying reality, a part of me that I can no longer deny. The years that follow are a blur of running and hiding, of trying to outpace the darkness that lurks within. I take on odd jobs, always moving, never staying in one place for too long. The fear of discovery is a constant companion, a shadow that stretches long and menacing over every aspect of my life. But amidst the fear and the running, there's also a strange sense of acceptance that begins to grow. I start to understand that the creature, the dogman, is not just a monster that killed Sarah and my father. It's a part of me, a dark and primal force that's intertwined with my very being. I'll never be able to escape what happened in those woods, the truth of that night. But maybe, just maybe, I can learn to live with it, to control the beast within, to keep it caged. The journey is far from over, and the road ahead is uncertain. But as I walk on, under the vast and indifferent sky, I know one thing for sure: I am Alex, and I am the dogman. And this is my story. I was only 6 years old when I first saw the dogman of Blackwood Creek. And let me tell you, that's something you never, ever forget. It was a chilly Thursday night in May 2002. Mom had already tucked me in, but I was still wide awake. I'd managed to sneak my Game Boy under the covers, playing Super Mario Land with the volume muted, thinking I was the king of stealth. Mom was likely already asleep, and Dad was pulling a late shift, so he wouldn't be checking on me. I figured I was golden, free to play to my heart's content. And that's exactly what I planned to do. My little fingers fumbled over the buttons, sending Mario to his doom over and over again. I wasn't exactly a pro at the game, but who cares? I loved it all the same. I didn't even look up from the screen until I heard this distant pop, that sounded a lot like fireworks. I remember peeking out from the covers, curious. There wasn't any flash of light outside my window, and although it was a nice night, there wasn't any reason to be setting off fireworks. But I could still hear those pops rapid fire, one after the other. Bang, bang, bang. I'd never heard a real gun go off before. Sure, in movies and on TV, but never in real life. I never imagined it would sound so much like fireworks. I set my Game Boy down, my interest piqued, and went to the window, half expecting to see some kind of show. But when I looked out into the darkness, there was nothing. Those fireworks had been close, real close. I knew that much, but I couldn't see anyone who could have set them off. Our house was in a quiet little suburb that backed onto the woods, and my window faced the next door neighbor's yard. Their lights were on, but that was it. No one was in the yard. Then I noticed that their back porch door was open. No, not just open, shattered. Like something had busted its way in. I didn't connect the dots at the time, though. Then I heard a scream. It was the kind of scream that makes your blood run cold. A woman's terrified shriek that was cut off way too soon. That, too, was close, and I could tell exactly where it had come from. It was the neighbor's house, no doubt. I stared at their house, my little 6-year-old brain trying to make sense of what was happening. But there were no more sounds, no more screams, just a heavy, unsettling silence. Outside my room, I could hear Mom moving around. She must have heard the same things I did, and I could hear her rushing downstairs to check out the commotion. She hadn't even made it to the front door when I saw something come out from the back of the neighbor's house. It loped through the busted porch door, a skinny, hairy thing that didn't look like any animal I'd ever seen. I could see its pointy ears twitching on its head and its long, wolfish snout. Its limbs seemed too long, gangly. It was limping like it was hurt, probably from the gunshots. Then its head turned, and it looked right at me. Two golden eyes glowing in the dark. They looked up, straight into my window, where I was staring right back. Whatever that creature was, it saw me. It really saw me. For a moment, we were locked in a stare down. Time seemed to just stop. Even from that distance, I know I saw something in its eyes, in its face. But at the time, I couldn't figure out what it was. The creature was the one that broke eye contact first. It shook its head and shuffled away, heading towards the woods. The darkness among the trees swallowed it up quick, and I lost sight of it. 1 second it was there, the next, it was gone into the night. What happened after that is all a blur. I don't have any other clear memories from that night, and I don't remember much about what followed. I'm sure Mom did her best to shield me from it all. But I found out the details anyway. That's how it is in small towns. People talk, and kids listen. I might not remember exactly what happened after Mom found the bodies of our neighbors, Ethan and Sarah Walker, but it was the talk of the town, and every now and then, people still whisper about it. Blackwood Creek, British Columbia, is a small place, barely over 3,000 people. Gruesome murders don't exactly happen every day here, so when they do, you better believe people are going to remember. The rumors said some kind of animal broke into the Walker house that night. Most people claimed it was a bear, but I heard some say it was a mountain lion. Either way, it woke up Ethan, and he grabbed his hunting rifle. He found it in the kitchen and shot it about 6 times before it attacked him, nearly ripping him in half. Sarah was found upstairs. The creature had gone after her next, ripped her head clean off and crushed it. Not long after, it ran off. Supposedly, the commotion from concerned neighbors checking out the gunshots and Sarah's last scream spooked it, and it took off into the woods. Nobody really got a good look at it, nobody but me. Over time, I started calling the creature the Dogman of Blackwood Creek. Of course, nobody in town ever believed I really saw what I saw. They all figured it was a bear, and as I got older, I learned it was best not to talk about it. It's easy to forgive a kid for saying he saw something strange, but when you're older, that becomes a lot harder to let slide. But I never once believed it was a bear that night. Like I said, I remember what I saw, clear as day. I've seen it in my nightmares for 25 years now, and it sure as hell wasn't a bear. But like I said, I keep that to myself. I'm a grown man now, with real life stuff to worry about. Rent, my job at the local auto shop, and taking care of Mom. A few months after the Walker incident, Dad's car broke down on the side of the highway on his way home from work. He must have been trying to flag down help, but the poor guy who finally noticed him didn't see him until he felt the sickening thud of his body under the tires. Dad died instantly, and Mom was never the same after that. Grief leaves scars that never really heal, and I had to grow up fast, become the man of the house. I haven't talked to Mom about the Dogman of Blackwood Creek in a long time. She's got enough on her plate without hearing about my little side project. As she's gotten older, her health has started to fail. I haven't felt comfortable leaving her alone. She's too sick to work, so I handle the bills. She does some cooking, but that's about it. I hate to push her, especially when she's so frail. A few months back, she had her second stroke, and it's been a slow recovery. I do what I can, I really do. But I can't fix her. I can't take away the things that are eating at her. And bringing up my research into a local cryptid that I know was tied to a traumatic event for her wouldn't do her any good. It's best left alone with her. But just because I don't talk about it doesn't mean I haven't been putting in the work. I know what I saw that night, and I've been trying to prove it for years. Over the years, I started digging into other attacks in the area. Blackwood Creek only had the one, but I found reports of similar incidents in the nearby towns. There were a few in the late 80s and early 90s. The attacks all played out pretty much the same way. Some unknown animal, usually suspected to be a bear or a cougar, broke into a house and just slaughtered the people inside. Tragic stuff, but everyone just chalked it up to a regular animal attack and moved on. Thing is, you don't often hear about animals just busting into houses. Sure, you can find those funny videos online of bears breaking into cabins, poking around for food. But those cabins are usually empty, and I've seen my share of bears around here. They're not exactly fans of people, and they usually avoid us when they can. Blackwood Creek is pretty remote, but it's still too populated for most bears to want to get too close. Sometimes you hear about them rummaging through trash, or poking around yards. I'm sure there have even been a few times when a curious bear broke into a house, looking for a snack. But attacks, those are rare, and when they do happen, they usually involve cubs, a mother protecting her young. But people don't care about all that. They see bears as these monsters of the forest, these violent killers that love nothing more than to rip into anything that moves. They figure that just bears can easily kill a person. They're just itching to do it. Supposedly, 3 bears were killed in response to the attacks back in the day. One in '88, another in '92, and one in 96. The one in '96 was a big female grizzly that had attacked a couple of hikers over in the next county. Since the attacks seemed to stop after that, everyone figured that was the end of it. And I gotta admit, part of me wondered if they were right, if it really was just a bear all along. But then the attacks started up again. I saw it on the local news. Same story as before. Something broke into a house, and everyone inside ended up dead. I knew it was that same creature. I could feel it in my gut, and I knew this was my chance to finally prove what I'd seen all those years ago. I wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. The most recent attack happened in a town called Kingston Falls, a few kilometers north of Blackwood Creek. I'd read about it in the paper, and the next day, I figured I might as well head up there and check it out. Worst case scenario, I waste a day in another town. Best case, maybe I find something, some clue that could bring me closer to understanding what I saw that night. What I knew going in was that there were 2 sisters, Olivia and Rachel Hayes. Rachel was blind and Olivia took care of her. One night, something attacked Olivia while she was in her backyard. Rachel had heard the attack, along with the neighbors, and had gone to the door to call out for her sister. Instead, she'd attracted the attention of whatever had killed Olivia, and it had dragged her off into the woods. The cops found most of her body the next day. Most of it. The Hayes house was in a quiet neighborhood, just like mine. I could see the forest behind the houses, though. The map said it wasn't a huge stretch of woods, just a ravine with a little creek separating the houses from a nearby park. But it connected to a larger wooded area, making it the perfect spot for nature and people to collide. The house itself was still roped off with police tape. I didn't see anyone around to stop me from going in, but I didn't want to push my luck. No point, right? I parked my car across the street and got out. Even if I wasn't going inside, maybe there were still clues out here. The houses in that area didn't have fences. Kingston Falls was still pretty rural, all things considered. I could get into the backyard easy enough. The trees started right at the edge of the yard, stretching deep into the forest. As I walked past them, I was quickly swallowed up by the darkness under the canopy. What was I expecting to find? I really don't know. I kept my eyes on the ground in front of me as I circled around to the backyard. Through the trees, I could see the yellow police tape, marking off the crime scene that used to be the Hayes backyard. I didn't go too far into the woods. No point in getting lost. I'd probably have trouble finding my way back. The area around me was strangely quiet. I could hear a few birds in the distance and the faint trickling of water, but not much else. Slowly, I made my way to the water, a little creek running over some smooth rocks. I didn't cross it, no need to go that far. But I stayed on the edge, looking around at the space around me. If the dogman was really responsible for this, it would be long gone by now. I guess that was a good thing. I had zero interest in meeting that thing face to face. As I stood there by the creek, my eyes drifted down. I'd been half hoping to find something. A footprint, maybe, a tuft of fur. Hell, maybe even some sign that Rachel Hayes had been dragged this way. I guess it was my lucky day. It was faint, easy to miss or mistake for something else. What I saw was barely evidence, and yet I saw it all the same. The ground around the creek was wet and muddy. There was a small section with grooves in it, like something heavy had been dragged through. A few stones were overturned, pulled out of the creek bed. I paused when I saw them, and that's when I noticed what was right next to those drag marks. A paw print. There was only one. It had landed in just the right spot, sinking deep into the drying mud. It wasn't even a full print, just a few canine-looking pads, a little bigger than my hand. But looking at it gave me chills. I crouched down by the stream, my eyes wide as I studied the impression in the mud. This was the closest thing I'd had to proof since that night 25 years ago, and I immediately pulled out my phone to snap a picture. "You lost, son," a voice said from behind me just as the camera shutter clicked, and I whipped around. A man was standing a few feet away, somewhere in his 50s, dressed in a flannel shirt. "No," I said quickly, standing up. "Sorry, I was just looking at some tracks." He studied me for a second before nodding. "You with the police?" he asked. "Not exactly," I replied. "Just doing some research. It's kind of a hobby. What happened to the Hayes girls, it's awful. But it reminds me a bit of some attacks that happened around here 25 years ago. I was just wondering if maybe there was a connection, you know?" "A connection?" the man asked, then scoffed. "That your car out on the street, by the way? The red Corolla?" "Yeah, that's mine," I said. "You must be new in town then. You live around here. Excuse me. I saw your car the other day. It was yours, right?" His brow furrowed. "I don't think so," I said. "I've never been out here before. I'm just here about the killings." The man raised an eyebrow. "That's all, huh? My mistake then. You said you found tracks." I nodded and stepped aside to show him. He kept his distance as he came closer and looked down at the prints in the mud. He studied them for a moment before looking back at me. "Well, that's something. I don't suppose you heard what the police had to say about what happened here, did you? Beer attack, right?" I asked. He nodded. "That they did. You mentioned other attacks around here 20, 30 years back, didn't you?" "I remember those. I guess this does fit the pattern. You ever hear of a guy named Arthur Jenkins?" The name didn't ring a bell. "No, sir," I replied. "Well, I was barely even your age when those attacks happened last, so my memory isn't the best. If I recall, folks chalked those up to a beer, too. But Jenkins had some other ideas. I remember he was working with the police, taking pictures of prints. If I remember right, those prints looked a lot like this one. If you took any pictures, you might want to bring them to him. He might know something." I looked down at the paw prints again, then back at the man. Arthur Jenkins, you said. I felt something bubbling up in my chest. Hope, maybe. Excitement. If there was evidence from the attacks all those years ago, maybe it could tell me more about what was out there back then. Maybe it could tell me more about what was out there now. Where would I find him? I asked, barely able to hide the excitement in my voice. The neighbor gave me an address about 15 minutes away and a phone number. I called, and when I told Arthur Jenkins I'd found some footprints, he seemed pretty eager to meet. Arthur Jenkins's chosen meeting place was a small diner on the edge of town, the kind of grazy spoon you find just about anywhere that either serves the worst food in the world or the best. No in between. Jenkins himself was a man on the verge of 60, with a head of frazzled gray hair and serious eyes behind thick, studious glasses. He was already waiting for me when I arrived, and I could see his impatience in the way he was anxiously tapping his fingers on the table. Mr. Jenkins, I asked tentatively. His gaze snapped to me so fast I thought he was about to pounce. Yes, that's me, he said quickly. You're the one who called about paw prints, right? Out behind the Hayes house. West, sir. I found them just this morning. Well, sit down, sit down. Let me buy you a drink. I assume you've got the pictures. Right here, sir. I offered him my phone, and he snatched it out of my hand. His eyes glued to the screen. He was silent for a few moments, studying the picture intently. A waitress came by to take our drink orders. Jenkins got a beer, and I opted for a soda. A man I spoke to, one of the Hayes sisters' neighbors, mentioned you'd looked into the attacks a few years back. I said once the waitress was out of earshot. You had some theories about what might be causing them. I did, Jenkins said, his voice distant. He was barely listening to me, still focused on the photo. After a moment, he set my phone down on the table and pushed it back towards me. The cops back then were quick to blame a bear. Could be they were right, but I always thought the tracks looked off. Well, those tracks in the picture. I'm no expert, but I don't think those were bear tracks. Could be, he said. The two main theories I heard tossed around back then were either bears or wolves. Bears have 5 digits on their paws, just like the tracks you showed me, and the size looks about right. But if that is a bear, I'll be very surprised. Why is that? I asked. The palm of the print. It's got the right number of digits, but the palm is too wide, like a man's palm. He raised his own hand and curled his fingers inward a bit, making a claw-like shape. Only much bigger. You say you found this out behind the Hayes house, right? You're sure? Yeah. I swear, I said. Jenkins let out a huff. I couldn't tell if he believed me or not. These look exactly like the tracks I found all those years ago. Exactly. Off the top of my head, I'd say this is the same animal. As for what that animal is, well, hell if I know. I take it you're looking into all this if you were poking around the Hayes house. I hesitated for a second before nodding. That's right. Well, good luck to you. I dug through all this crap years ago. Never did figure out what was really behind those attacks. If you're serious about this, I can send you some of my old photographs and whatnot. I'm a little too old to be traipsing around the woods these days, but maybe there's something in there that can help you. Please, I said. I could pick them up today if you're offering, Eager, huh? If you insist. Can't say I have much better to do, Jenkins said with a shrug. He took a long sip of his beer. I'll buy you lunch first, though. Hell, it's the least I can do for the kid who's taking up the torch, right? I'd appreciate that, Mr. Jenkins. Yeah, you better. He chuckled humorlessly, taking another swig of his beer. What do you think it is? I asked. I know you said you don't know for sure, but I dunno. What do you think is out there? Like I said, hell if I know, he repeated. If I had to guess, some subspecies. Bear wolf, I don't know. The woods out here are thick and deep. I've heard people talk about Sasquatch, monsters, demons, all sorts of crazy things. I never really bought into all that. I always figured there was a rational explanation, and that's honestly the best I can come up with. He shrugged. For all I know, it really is Bigfoot out there. Either way, it's killing people, and clearly, it's back. The waitress who'd brought our drinks returned with a friendly smile and a charming, "Have you boys decided what you'd like to eat?" Yeah, I'll go with the Salisbury steak, Jenkins said without even looking at the menu. The waitress then turned to me expectantly. I hadn't had a chance to look at the menu either, and with the way her eyes lit up with recognition, I didn't get one either. "Oh, it's you," she said, sounding both surprised and relieved. She said it like we'd met before, but I was sure I'd never seen her in my life. "You're looking a lot better today, aren't you?" "Excuse me?" I asked, completely bewildered. "Oh, don't you remember you were pretty out of it? It was, a few days ago. You were on the side of the road. We gave you a ride." I stared at her, totally confused, not knowing what the hell she was talking about. But her smile was so sincere, it was hard to argue with her. "You don't remember," she repeated. "Sorry, Mom. I'm afraid you've got the wrong person," I said quietly. Jenkins was looking at me now, one eyebrow raised, and I saw a dejected look cross the waitress's face. She was probably wondering if she'd really gotten it wrong, or if I was trying to save face and she'd embarrassed me. Oh, well, maybe I do," she said softly. "I'm sorry, that must have been my mistake. Sorry about that." "No worries," I assured her, forcing an awkward smile. "I guess I've just got one of those faces." "I guess you do," she repeated, her voice trailing off slightly. She took a step back, offered a sheepish smile, and left without even taking my order. Another waitress conveniently came along to take it after I'd finally had a chance to look at the menu. Jenkins never asked me about what she'd said. I guess he just took it at face value and decided to stay out of it. I was grateful for that. When I left Kingston Falls that day, I had an old box filled with old photographs of paw prints in the mud. Jenkins had been generous with what he'd given me, and I couldn't wait to get home and pore over it all. I'd stumbled upon the motherlode of dogman evidence. Not enough to really convince anyone, no. It would take a hell of a lot more than this to convince most people. But it was enough for me. I faked sick and took the next day off work just to go through all the photographs and files. Jenkins had just about everything. including detailed reports of every suspected encounter with whatever creature he thought was behind this. In a 100-kilometer radius of Blackwood Creek, I counted about 12 different supposed attacks from 1990 to 1996, including the Walker family. There were photographs and even 1 or 2 plaster casts of footprints taken from the scenes, but not much in terms of eyewitnesses. Nobody had gotten a clear look at what had attacked those people. The best info I could find was people describing an animal fleeing the scene. It was more information than I'd ever had before, but still nothing definitive. At least the pictures of the prints were enough for me to compare to the one I'd taken. Jenkins had been right when he said they were similar, but looking at them side by side, I couldn't shake the feeling that the one I'd found was smaller than the ones Jenkins had photographed. I guess it made sense. After all, after so many years, it probably wasn't the exact same creature, right? This one could be a juvenile, maybe even the offspring of whatever started the attacks, which raised a whole bunch of questions. What had triggered the attacks this time? Why had they stopped before? Why were they starting again? I didn't have any answers, nothing to explain why any of this was happening, and those questions hung over me like a dark cloud. It was only a few days later that I heard about another attack. My deep dive into Jenkins's files hadn't led to any shocking new revelations, but I knew I couldn't pass up the chance to investigate a fresh attack, so recent, too. I remember waking up that morning and coming downstairs to see the news on TV. Mom was watching it intently, completely silent. I remember her eyes fixing on me for a moment, studying me more closely than usual. I offered her a reassuring smile as I went over to join her. "Did you eat yet?" I asked. "I can make some breakfast if you haven't." No, I'm fine," she rasped, then looked back at the TV. She didn't comment on what she was watching, but she didn't need to. I could see the recognition in her eyes as the news anchor recounted the same story I'd heard so many times before. Something had broken into someone's house, this time in Blackwood Creek. There were no survivors. Once I was sure Mom would be okay on her own for a few hours, I headed out to the neighborhood where the attack had happened. I kept my distance, of course. Parking my car down the street, I could see the flashing police lights and yellow tape blocking off the area. There was no way I was getting close, and I wasn't about to try. I saw a few neighbors talking to the officers, and I figured I'd let myself creep a little closer. Maybe if I couldn't go in, I could at least ask some questions. One of the cops looked up as I got nearer. He'd been talking to one of the neighbors, a middle-aged guy I'd seen around town a few times. The neighbor was staring at me like I was a ghost. I just figured he was in shock. "Morning, officer," I said, trying to sound as casual as possible. "What happened here?" "I'm not at liberty to discuss that," the officer said, his tone firm. He looked me up and down, his brow furrowing. "I've been asked not to let people linger around the crime scene. Best you go home. Let us do our work." Of course. "Sorry," I said, faking a smile. I could see the neighbor he'd been talking to was still staring at me, his brow furrowed in what looked like anger now. The man looked at the officer, then back at me. Our eyes met for a second before he spoke. You, I saw you last night. The officer paused and looked over at the man. The neighbor took a step closer to me. I remember the car. I remember you. You're the one I saw heading into their backyard. Excuse me? I asked. Going into these people's backyard. Was this guy nuts? No, no. It was you. The man insisted. He looked at the officer now. That's the guy I was talking about. That's the guy I saw going into the backyard. He started raising his voice, and the commotion attracted another officer. I took a step back, and as the man kept shouting, time seemed to blur. Okay, sir. Were you present here last night? I remember the officer asking. No, I said. No. I don't usually go down this street. I was home all last night. You can ask my mom. I saw you, asshole. Don't you dare fucking lie. The neighbor spat. I saw your shit-ass car on the street, and I saw you going into their backyard. I saw it, and I've got it on my porch camera. It wasn't me. I cried. I wasn't here last night. I can prove it, asshole. The man was in my face then, his eyes locked on mine, screaming. I remember the officer stepping between us. But the way he was standing, it looked like he was protecting the neighbor from me, not the other way around. In my peripheral vision, I saw two other officers watching me. They seemed way too close for comfort. Sir, would you mind coming down to the station? The officer asked. His voice made it clear I didn't really have a choice. We just want to ask you a few questions. My mouth suddenly felt dry. I could feel my heart pounding, but I still forced myself to say yes. I'd been at home all night. There was no way it was me that man had seen last night, was there? At the station, I watched the footage of my own car, parking on the street outside, what I now knew to be the home of Mark and Lisa Jenkins, along with their two young sons. I could see myself clearly on that footage, walking into their backyard. Not a guy who looked like me. Me. And I couldn't come up with a single reason why I was on that film to the stony-faced detective in the interrogation room. All I could do was sputter and stammer like an idiot as he sighed and placed me under arrest. As I was led to a holding cell, I felt like I was in some kind of dream, like I was about to wake up any second. None of this felt real anymore. I felt like I was drifting through something strange and messed up, something I couldn't understand. As I lay down on the cot in the cell, listening to the drunks in the next tank over, my heart was still pounding. My blood was rushing so loud I could hear it in my ears. I don't remember falling asleep. I'm not sure if I really did fall asleep. I woke up at home about an hour ago. I don't know how much time I've got. I've seen the news about the police station. Apparently, someone recently escaped from one of the holding cells and left 8 officers dead. They didn't name the someone, but the way Mom looked at me when I came downstairs said it all. Her lips were pressed tight, and silent tears were streaming down her cheeks as I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring at the TV. I looked over at her, and she just kept crying. "I'm sorry," was all she managed to say. "I thought you'd be different from your father. I thought that when he died, this would all be over. I know you didn't mean to do any of it. I know that. He didn't either. It's just that work could be so stressful for him. And when the stress came, it came out, I stared at her silently, watching her bury her head in her hands. My whole body was trembling. I asked her, "The wolf in him, it's in you too. He never could control it. Oh God, God, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to tell you. I didn't think you'd believe it was you. I, I didn't know what to do. I," her words were cut off by sobs, and I quietly went back upstairs. I don't know if I fully understand what's been happening to me. I realize now that there are gaps in my memory, big chunks of time I can't account for. Things I did that I can't remember. Things I don't think I want to remember. I can hear the police sirens getting closer. I know I don't have much time. I'll try to go peacefully. But I don't know if whatever is inside me, whatever was in control during those hours I can't remember, will go without a fight. I think I'm going to die soon. I don't know. I don't know much anymore. But there's one thing I'm sure of. I think I've finally found the dogman of Blackwood Creek. And it was me all along. My name is Ben, and I'm kind of a late bloomer when it comes to hobbies. See, my wife, Sarah, passed away about 1.5 years ago, leaving me and our 7-year-old son Alex to figure things out on our own. Sarah was the glue, the heart, the everything, really. With her gone, I was just drifting. Work, home, making sure Alex was okay, repeat. I needed something more. Then I stumbled onto this NPR phase. You know, those storytelling segments they do. This American Life. The Muth. All that stuff. I was hooked. It hit me, maybe I could do something like that. Capture stories, real stories from people I know. So, I went a little overboard. Bought some decent recording gear, mics, a mixer, the whole shebang. Turned a corner of our living room into a makeshift studio. Cozy, you know. Just a couple of chairs, a small table, and the mics. The idea was to get people comfortable, create an intimate space where they'd really open up. Boy, did they open up. My first subject was my old friend, Emily. We'd dated briefly in college, a little blip we now joked was from a parallel universe. It was never serious, more like a cosmic hiccup. We figured out pretty fast we were meant to be friends, not partners. She ended up marrying a guy named Mark, and the three of us have been tight ever since. Emily and Mark knew each other since high school, but I never really knew the details of their early days. Not until my little recording project, that is, I interviewed Emily first. Mark was scheduled for the next day. Both asked me not to share their stories with the other. No problem, I said. I wasn't planning on it. Little did I know that keeping that promise would become the least of my worries. I hit record, and Emily started talking. Here's how it went, Emily's story, the beginning. So, how did you and Mark meet? I asked, trying to sound like a real interviewer. We went to the same schools, all the way through, Emily said, leaning back in the chair. But we weren't really friends or anything. You know how it is. You recognize faces, but most people are just kind of in the background. Mark was like that. Always there, but not really. So you can't pinpoint the exact moment you first met. Nah, she chuckled. But I remember the first time we actually, talked. I was writing for the school paper God. I was a terrible writer, just awful, and I was researching a story. A local legend, One of those things every kid in town talked about but no one could prove. Oh yeah, I said. We had those too. What was yours? It was this place called Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm, she said, a little laugh escaping her lips. Just saying it out loud sounds ridiculous, right? Like something someone made up. And most of us, when we got older, figured it was made up. It was just too silly. What was the legend? I asked, genuinely curious. Okay, so, it's been a while, she said, her voice dropping a little. But from what I remember, it was this kid's place, like a play zone thing that supposedly existed back in the 70s or 80s. No one could ever agree on the dates. But the story was this guy, McGregor, I guess inherited some land out in the woods from his grandfather. He supposedly took all his savings and turned it into the fun farm. Slides, games, trampolines, you name it. But it was all barnyard themed. The building looked like a big red and white barn with a silo, but inside it was all this kid stuff. He built this in the woods. That's what everyone said, Emily confirmed. But here's the messed up part. Apparently, like 30-something years ago, a little kid went down one of the slides and disappeared into the ball pit. Vanished. Oof. I think he was only 4 or 5. They emptied the whole ball pit, every single ball. The only thing at the bottom was a trap door and a crawl space that led to nowhere. It was a dead end. No one knew what it was for. Wait, seriously? I asked. That's the legend, she said. Every kid in town believed it. The story was that the place was some kind of, I don't know, hellmouth or something, that it needed to be fed. Like, it swallowed that kid, and if anyone went near it, it would swallow them too. Don't wander too far from home, or you'll stumble upon Farmer McGregor's. But you get past middle school, and you just think it's all a bunch of BS. So, was it all a bunch of BS? I asked her. That's what I was trying to find out for my article. That's how Mark got involved. Emily answered. So, Mark got involved because of your article? I asked, trying to keep Emily on track. Yeah, she said, a slight smile playing on her lips. He heard I was writing about Farmer McGregor's, and he suddenly joined the newspaper club. He wanted to help me with my research. She made air quotes with her fingers. I think he just wanted to hang out with me. But he did help. We talked to people, dug through old newspapers, spent a lot of time in those creepy library archives. That's where Mark held my hand for the first time. We were so young. Did you find anything? Any evidence of the place? Nothing, Emily said, shaking her head. Not a single record. We even went to the police station. They had nothing. Did they at least know what you were talking about? Oh yeah, she said. Everyone had heard of Farmer McGregor's, and everyone was really nice about helping us, but there was nothing concrete. My article was going nowhere. It was all dead ends. Was that what you expected? I asked. I don't know what I expected, she admitted. I just thought it would be a cool story. I had all these interviews of people telling the legend, and I was going to write this oral history kind of piece. But then, God, I haven't thought about this in years. Mark came to me. He said he knew where the fun farm was. He said he had directions to a place that supposedly didn't exist. I asked, my eyebrows shooting up. Mark swore it was real, Emily said, her voice getting quieter again. He said it was out in the woods, down some roads that weren't even on the maps. How did he get those directions? Honestly, I can't remember. Did they fall out of some ancient book at the library? I think that's what he said. But he had them. Did you go there? I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. This was getting weird. Emily paused for a long moment, her gaze drifting towards the window. I've never told anyone this, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Not a single soul. I can't believe I'm telling you now. Mark and I haven't talked about it since it happened. Wow, really? I said, leaning forward. It's okay. We don't have to keep going if you don't want to. No, it's fine, she said, waving her hand dismissively. It's just... Seriously, Emily, I said. I'm not trying to, dredge up trauma or ruin your marriage with painful memories. That's not what I'm trying to do here. It's okay, she repeated, taking a deep breath. I want you to know. She paused again. I want you to know. It wasn't supposed to be there. It just wasn't. What happened was, Mark was going to go there first to make sure it was safe, and I was supposed to meet him there later. And I did. I followed the directions perfectly, down all these forgotten dirt roads that probably hadn't been used in decades. Right turn at a rock the size of a car, go 3/4 of a mile, and take a left at the pine tree with the broken branch, stuff like that. All landmark stuff, but the directions were perfect. I drove for what felt like forever down this bumpy road, and it just ended. Nowhere else to go. And there was Mark standing by his car, hands shoved in his pockets. And he had this look in his eyes. He just looked different. Emily stopped talking and stared blankly ahead, lost in the memory. Different how? I prodded gently. It's hard to explain, she said, shaking her head. It was almost like, after that night, there were two Marks. The first Mark, the one who helped me with the research, who held my hand in the library. He was so sweet, shy, innocent even. But after that night, he changed. He never looked at me the same way again. And we've been married for 9 years, together since junior year of college. So, 13 years. And he's never looked at me the way he looked at me in the library that day. It was that night at the Fun Farm. I know it. That's what changed him. I started, not sure what to say. She suddenly turned to me, her eyes intense. Have you ever thought about us, what if our parallel universe had actually merged with this one, and we ended up together? I haven't, I admitted, feeling a wave unease. Look, maybe we should stop recording. No, please don't, she pleaded. It's just me and Mark, 9 years, no kids. He just doesn't look at me like he's supposed to. He's supposed to want to have a baby with me. We're supposed to be living this love story, but something went wrong. And it all started that night. What happened that night? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. At the Fun Farm. I pulled off to the side of the road. Emily began, her voice trembling slightly. And, like I said, Mark just seemed different. I asked him if he'd found it, and he just nodded. He said it was there. Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm was real. Mark grabbed 2 flashlights from his car. Emily continued, her voice tight with the memory. And we followed this overgrown path through some bushes. And then there it was. The Fun Farm just kind of appeared out of the trees. The barn, the silo, Everything. It was so strange, like it had just materialized or something. It was dark out, so maybe that's why, I offered, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe, she conceded, but it was more than that. There was this picket fence around the place, painted yellow, green, and light purple, and it was in way better shape than it should have been. The paint should have been chipped and peeling. The whole thing should have been falling apart, but it was fine. Did you go inside? I asked, already knowing the answer. Of course, Emily said. We'd come all that way. The main entrance was this huge wooden double door, had to be 15 feet high, and above it was the sign, Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm, with this cartoon picture of a farmer with a piece of straw hanging out of his mouth. But the sign had been vandalized. Someone had painted X over the farmer's eyes, and most of the letters were scribbled out. Except for fun, they'd changed the F to an R and added an exclamation point. So it just said, "Run." That's unsettling, I said, stating the obvious. Yeah, Emily agreed. So we weren't the first ones there. And I remember thinking, I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Ho went in first. Mark did, she said. He pushed open the door, and it creaked like something out of a horror movie. I was terrified someone would hear it, even though we were in the middle of nowhere. Dumb, I know. Mark raised his flashlight, and then he jumped back, bumping into me. We were staring at this giant goat statue, made out of fiberglass, I think. Had to be 7 feet tall. It was standing on its hind legs, with its front legs reaching out, like it was hugging something that wasn't there. I guess it was supposed to be a photo op. You know, stand inside it, take your picture. And you said they were everywhere. The animals. Yeah, Emily confirmed. Fiberglass farm animals. Goats, sheep, cows, pigs, all standing on 2 legs, all with their front legs reaching out. They were scattered all over the place, like soldiers or something. Most of them were covered in this black, sooty stuff. I ran my hand across one of the sheep. The soot was like half an inch thick. I can still remember it trickling through my fingers. It was wet, almost gooey. I have no idea what it was. What else was inside? I asked, picturing the scene with growing dread. Slides, she said. Slides everywhere. Jungle gyms, rope bridges, a basketball court. We crept around for I don't know how long, just not believing this place was real. And it was so dark and so quiet. We got turned around so many times. It was like we were going deeper and deeper, and I know this doesn't make sense, but it felt like the place was bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. At one point, I remember looking back at Mark and saying, "It's like a maze in here." And right then, we almost walked right into a sign that said, "A Farmer McGregor's Amazing Cornstalk Maze." We were at the entrance to a maze, but it wasn't made of corn. The walls were wood, with cornstalks painted on them. And there was no way in hell we were going in there. Did you find the ball pit? I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. We did, Emily said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. It was at the bottom of the tallest, widest slide in the whole place, right in the center of the barn, and the pit was huge, had to be 40 feet across, maybe 6 feet deep. But it was empty. No plastic balls, just a big, empty pit. and there was a ladder going down into it, and from where we were standing we could see the hatch. Mark looked at me, and he just shrugged, and he said, "This is why we're here, right?" "You guys actually went down there?" I asked, incredulous. "I guess it was the adrenaline," she said. "Our flashlights were right on the hatch. It had one of those round metal rings. No lock. We just stared at it for a while, not saying anything. Almost like we were waiting for it to start glowing or to pop open on its own. But we had to know. We had to know what was inside. So we decided to do it together. We each grabbed the ring with both hands and pulled it up. I thought for sure I'd see the bones of that missing kid, but all that came out was this smell. It was really cold and kind of crisp, with this faint whiff of sulfur. Mark hopped right in, and I followed him. The stories were true. It was a crawl space to nowhere. We crouched down and crawled about 20 feet, and it just ended. Nothing but a smooth metal wall. We ran our hands along it, looking for a hidden latch or a button or something, but there was nothing. And then we heard the noises from above. "Oh my God," I breathed. Something had jumped into the pit. Emily said, her voice shaking, because the first thing we heard was this single, echoing thud. It was unmistakable. And then, footsteps right above us, walking towards the hatch. We shut off our flashlights and pressed our backs against the metal wall. Mark put his arm around me and covered my mouth, and I did the same to him. My legs started shaking, bouncing on the floor of the crawl space, and Mark grabbed it, holding it still. We listened as the footsteps got closer to the hatch, and then they just stopped. And I wanted to look, I really did. But I didn't want whatever was there to see the whites of my eyes. I was terrified it would give us away, but I could feel it. Across the tunnel, I knew it was there. I could feel it leaning down, staring at us. I'm sure of it. I could even hear it breathing, real soft. "Did it say anything?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "No," Emily whispered. "It just watched us for a while, and I never opened my eyes. And the next thing I remember is the hatch slamming shut, and both Mark and I jumping and hitting our heads on the roof of the crawl space. We stayed there, silent for... It had to have been an hour. We finally worked up the courage to crawl to the other end in the pitch black. And I was praying, just praying that this thing, or person, or whatever it was, wasn't in the crawl space with us. We were too scared to even turn on our flashlights. Every inch we crawled, I thought, this is it. I'm going to reach out and feel something warm and snarling. But we made it to the end. We slowly lifted the hatch. Thank God it hadn't locked us in. We climbed out and we ran. We just ran. I don't even remember my legs moving. 1 minute I was in the crawl space, the next I was outside, then I was at the car. Just like that. We were safe. Did you tell anyone about this? I asked Emily, still trying to process everything she'd told me. Did you ever write that article? Mark followed me back to my house, she said, ignoring my questions for a moment. We promised each other, right then and there, that we would never talk about it again. We were done. No article, nothing. Why not? I pressed. After all that, why wouldn't you write about it? I think, Emily said slowly, choosing her words carefully. We stumbled across something we weren't meant to see, and something knew we were there. I think it let us off with a warning. We didn't want to make it mad. We were given a second chance. You keep calling it, I pointed out. Is there a reason for that? Just a hunch, she said with a shrug. The way it moved, the sounds it made. It didn't feel human. I can't believe you haven't talked about this since high school, I said, shaking my head. Neither you nor Mark has brought it up. Not once. I love Mark, Emily said, but her voice lacked conviction. But that night, it changed him. It changed me. She paused, then asked, how long has it been since Sarah died? 15 months, I replied, a familiar pang of sadness hitting me. And you two didn't have secrets, things you didn't talk about. We talked about everything, I said, my voice thick with emotion. At least I did. And I'm pretty sure she wasn't keeping anything from me. What's that like? She asked, her eyes searching mine. To have a marriage like that, and a child to love. I think what we had was rare, I said honestly. And Alex, he's my world. He's everything to me. Do you ever think? She started, then stopped herself. I turned off the recorder. Emily was heading down a path I didn't want to follow. She left shortly after, making me swear I wouldn't share anything with Mark. I gave her my word. I even dragged the digital recording of her interview to the trash icon on my computer and hovered over the empty button. But I couldn't do it. I moved it back to a folder on my desktop. Mark came by the next day for his interview. It started innocently enough. The first 20 minutes were all about his childhood, his baseball days in college, his love of 80s action movies. Nothing groundbreaking. Then, things took a turn. We started talking about love and marriage. I tried to steer the conversation away, but it came up organically. Mark hesitated, thinking. I was hoping he'd just skirt around it, but then he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Have you ever heard of Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm?" I lied. I told him I hadn't. He grabbed a sheet of paper from my desk and started to draw. A near-perfect replica of those old Uncle Sam Army recruitment posters, except not quite. The suit was there, the bow tie check, but instead of Uncle Sam's head, there was the head of a goat. The goat man flashed a toothy, unsettling grin. One hoof pointed directly at me, almost popping off the page. But it didn't want me to join the army. This thing had something else in mind. I want your kids. Underneath, in smaller letters, it read at Farmer McGregor's Family Fun Zone. Opening soon. That's where this part of Mark's interview picks up. Mark's story, a different take. I was sitting in class. Mark began holding up the drawing. Spanish, I think. And I looked over, and this girl, this beautiful girl, in the row next to me is furiously scribbling in her notebook. And she's drawing this. He tapped the paper with his finger. I can't explain it, but I was drawn to it. There was something about it. So, I stopped her after class and asked her, "What's Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm?" Because I'd never heard of the damn place. "Well, is it a place in town?" I asked, playing along. "That's the thing," Mark said, leaning forward. "It was supposedly this kid's place, back in the 70s. Some little kid supposedly drowned in a ball pit. Emily told me the whole story, said it was the most famous legend in our town, and she was writing a newspaper article about it. But I'd never heard of it. I asked all my friends, my parents, teachers. And I always got the same answer. What are you talking about? And that just made me more curious. Was this girl messing with me? Or did she just have a wild imagination? Because according to Emily, this legend was as famous as Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. Are you sure you just weren't asking the right people? Google it. Mark challenged me. You won't find a single thing about Farmer McGregor's Fun Farm. And if a legend is that well known, wouldn't there be something about it online nowadays? Anything at all? Zero. That's pretty incredible. And back then, it wasn't just the people I knew. I joined the newspaper club, mostly because I was fascinated by this girl and why she was so obsessed with this legend that, as far as I could tell, didn't exist. And we interviewed dozens of people, historians, cops, librarians. We got a lot of strange looks. No one had ever heard of Farmer McGregor's, which, of course, made me even more determined to find out what was going on, Bon. Did you guys start dating then? I asked. I knew you got together in college, but I didn't realize there was a history before that. Not really, Mark said, a shadow crossing his face. I mean, almost. Emily had this pull on me. It was hard to explain. We were spending a lot of time together. She was gorgeous, funny, and driven, man. Was just driven to find out more about this fun farm thing. And I liked that. Even when I thought she might be a little crazy, I liked it. But she wasn't crazy. So it was real. I asked, feeling a chill run down my spine. Here's the thing, Mark said, his voice low and serious. We had no clues, no leads. I was starting to hope she'd just give up, you know. Drop the whole thing, and we could start dating for real. Do normal teenage stuff. But then, one night, and shit, I haven't thought about this in forever. I was up late, cramming for a test, and I see this old guy, bundled up in a coat, walking down my street. Just shuffling along, looking like he's 200 years old. And he stops at the end of my driveway, reaches into his coat, pulls something out, and slips it into my mailbox. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I stand up, and he snaps his head up and looks right at me. It was freaky. I ducked down, didn't have the guts to look outside for another 10 minutes. By then, he was gone. What did he leave in the mailbox? I asked, my heart pounding. I found out in the morning, Mark said. It was directions, scribbled on a napkin. Weird-ass directions, like drive down this dirt road and look for the tallest tree, then turn right. I just knew. It had something to do with Farmer McGregor's. Did you tell Emily about the directions? I asked Mark, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. Here's the thing, Mark began, then hesitated. And this is going to sound terrible, and I can't believe I'm actually telling anyone this, but here's what happened. This whole fun farm thing had been going on for weeks, and I know I said I liked that Emily was so driven, but things started to get weird. She kept coming over to my house, but she didn't seem that interested in me. She was more interested in my little brother, who was 2 at the time. And God, it's hard to explain, but it wasn't like a normal I like playing with your little brother kind of thing. It was creepy. The way she looked at him, it was almost like she needed him for something, like she was going to snatch him. Like one day we'd come home and my brother, David, would just be gone, and it would be because Emily took him. Wow, I said, genuinely shocked. I don't expect you to understand, Mark said, shaking his head. It doesn't make any sense. But I felt it. I'm telling you, it was real. In my gut. I had this awful feeling that it was all connected to this fun farm obsession. I thought Emily was looking for this place, and she was going to offer up my brother as some kind of sacrifice. I know, just saying it out loud makes me sound insane. I mean, this is my wife we're talking about. This is Emily. So I said, though I wasn't sure if it was. You don't sound like you're lying. I wouldn't, he said firmly. Not about this. Did you tell anyone? Your parents, maybe. No way, Mark said. They'd think I was the crazy one. The whole thing was insane, but I had to know what she was up to. So here's what I did. I told Emily I'd found directions to Farmer McGregor's. Told her they were tucked inside some old book at the library, something about the town's history. I gave her directions to the place, and I told her I'd go check it out first, make sure it was safe. But here's the thing, I gave her the wrong directions. What do you mean? I asked, confused. I made them up, Mark admitted. Wrote down a bunch of gibberish. They led miles out of town in the opposite direction, and then I followed my directions, the ones the old man left me, and they led me right to it. Point 1, the fun farm. It was real. This whole time, this place was real. It didn't make any sense. And then, Emily showed up. With the wrong directions, I asked, a sense of dread washing over me. I'll never forget it, Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. Seeing her car pull up. She should have been 40 miles away, but there she was. And that's when I knew. There was something wrong with her, something wrong with that old man, something wrong with that place. It was like Emily was magnetically drawn to it. Like Farmer McGregor's fun farm existed because she believed it existed. I realized then that there were things in this world, evil things, that I would never understand. Never. And Emily was mixed up in it. How was the place real? I asked, trying to wrap my head around it. Like I said, he repeated. It didn't make sense. Nothing about it made sense. We even went inside, explored the place for a while, and it was... Christ, it feels like I'm right back there now. And I never wanted to go back, never. That musty smell, those giant animal things towering over us like monsters. It's just... Mark, maybe we should stop, I said, feeling genuinely worried about him. I can know, he insisted. Just a little more. There are some things you need to know. I've never told anyone this, but someone needs to know. I'm glad it's you. Okay, I said reluctantly. Your Emily was so excited. Mark continued, his eyes glazed over as he relived the memory. I've never seen her like that, before or since. She was practically bouncing around the place. Wanted to see everything. She even dragged me into that damn corn maze. I thought we'd never find our way out. And then we found it. The ball pit. The place where that kid disappeared. Emily pulled open the hatch, and we crawled through this crawl space that just ended. And then we heard something. Someone else was inside. We heard footsteps above us, stomping around. I thought maybe it was the old man. Who else would even know we were there? Was it the old man? I asked, my voice trembling. No, Mark said, shaking his head. No way. We were huddled at the end of the crawl space, and my legs were shaking so bad. I thought they were going to give out. Emily was holding them, trying to keep them still. She was so calm, too calm. The hatch opened, and in the dark, I saw this figure lean down. It definitely wasn't the old man. It was too skinny. It couldn't have been a person. It just couldn't. We stared at it from across the crawl space, and at one point, I turned to look at Emily. And she was watching this thing with this little smile on her face. And that thing just kept looking and breathing. And then, all of a sudden, it sniffed the air, like it was smelling us, and then it spoke. God, I'll never forget that voice. It was deep and raspy and terrifying all at the same time. It said, "Not young enough." Then it slammed the hatch shut, and it was gone. We waited for a long time. When we thought it was safe, we ran back to our cars. "Mark," I said softly, "if I'd known this is where this was going, I wouldn't have asked you to do this. I mean it. I never wanted any of this." "It's fine," he said. "It's just, someone needed to know. I'm just glad it's you." "If you don't mind me asking," I said, hesitantly, "and you don't have to answer this, but why are you with her? Why are you married to Emily?" "Because someone had to marry her," Mark said, his voice flat, "and it had to be me. Does that make sense? I know what happened at that place. I know there's something dark, something evil, that's got a hold of her. But she's better now. She never wrote that article, never talked about Farmer McGregor's fun farm again. I'm not even sure if she remembers it. Maybe the evil is gone. Maybe it's gone for good. But I'm always waiting for it to come back. And that's why, I'll tell you this, but it goes to the grave, okay?" "Okay," I agreed. "She wants to have kids," Mark said, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. Emily wants a baby, but it won't be with me. I had a vasectomy years ago back in college. I won't give her a baby, not after everything I know. But now she wants one, more than anything. She'll find out," I said. "If you guys try to have kids, the doctors will find out." "I know," Mark said. "What will you do then?" "I don't know," he admitted, his voice breaking. "I don't know." The lingering fear, that was it. That was the end of Mark's interview. I felt sick to my stomach. My little storytelling project had unearthed something truly horrifying. I wanted to erase the whole thing, pretend it never happened. Even having the audio files felt wrong, like I was harboring some kind of evil. But then I remembered what Mark said. Someone needs to know. So, I transcribed their interviews, word for word. I put the text file on a USB drive and tossed it into a box in my closet. I deleted the audio files from my computer, then put all my recording equipment out on the curb. It just wasn't worth it. But getting rid of the equipment didn't make the feeling go away. I was haunted by Emily and Mark's stories. And it wasn't just the horror of what they'd experienced as teenagers. It was the secrets, the lies they were living with now. A few weeks after the interviews, Emily and Mark came over for dinner. It was like nothing was wrong. We drank, we laughed. I saw Mark put his hand on the small of Emily's back, saw Emily gently touch Mark's elbow. It all seemed so normal. But I knew what they were hiding, and it terrified me. The next day, the doorbell rang. It was Emily. She said she'd left her sweater at my place the night before. It was the first time I'd been alone with her since the interview. I was worried she'd bring up Farmer McGregor's. or wanting a baby, or that she'd mentioned that parallel universe thing again. I just didn't know what to expect. I found her sweater in the kitchen and walked her to the front door. I tried to read her expression, tried to see if there was any trace of that evil Mark had talked about. But I didn't see it. I just saw a lonely, sad woman who wanted more from life. We got to the door, and Emily looked over at my living room. Alex was curled up on the couch, lost in a book. Emily smiled at him, a strange, longing sort of smile, and then she said more to herself than to me, "Not young enough." I gotta say this, I'm not some cop, not a park ranger, and definitely not one of those Bigfoot, obsessed weirdos who just bolt into the woods chasing shadows. And nope, I don't live in some creepy farmhouse with a shotgun chilling under my bed, ready to blast anything that goes bump in the night, or any coyote some people swear up and down is a skinwalker. My name's Ethan, and I've been hiking since I could practically crawl. My dad, he taught me all about birds. First, what they looked like, then what they sounded like. Even now, my living room's got this massive bookshelf, like 5 feet tall, crammed with nature books. I could tell you the difference between a downy woodpecker and a hairy woodpecker before I even hit 8 years old. For the past 7-ish years, I've been working as a wildlife researcher out here in Wyoming. Yeah, I know, I'm a young guy. Got that baby face that makes people do a double take when they see me lugging around all my gear. This place is rural, you know. Mostly just cows and sheep. Super quiet, except for that one time a year everyone and their grandma drives up to Cheyenne for the rodeo. I can't even go to that anymore. Saw a horse snap its leg during the wild horse race a few years back, and yeah, that messed me up. Look, I'm all over the place, I know. The other day I was filling up these jerry cans for my truck, and I was so spaced out that even the cashier, this guy named Rick, noticed. It feels like a lifetime ago. What happened? But it was only 5 days. 5 days ago, I went into this private chunk of forest by a lake. It's all owned by this group of big, shot millionaires who want to build those fancy ass cabins you see on TV, you know, the ones with the marble countertops. Even though they're pretending to be all rustic. Crap. I'm doing it again. Anyway, I was out there because they found 6 dead elk in, like 1 week. 1 week. This property is big, but it ain't that big. We got wolves up in Yellowstone, but not here. And obviously, these rich folks were freaking out, wondering if some monster bear had decided to start killing for kicks. Plus, you know, hunting season. These guys pay big bucks to come out here, track elk on their trail cams, and if those bulls get turned into bear chow before they can be mounted on a wall, well, let's just say there'd be some unhappy campers. The first carcass they flagged was about 3/4 of a mile in. I'm a decent navigator. I mean, sometimes I have trouble finding places, but I'm really good at following markers on my way out. I'm a visual guy. It was late morning, maybe 10. I wasn't gonna be an idiot and let it get dark on me out there. That first body, that's when I knew it wasn't a beer. I didn't know what to think, honestly. I don't know if you've ever seen a dead elk, or even a picture of a hunter posing with one, but these things are huge. This one, a cow, was lying on her side. It looked like she'd been slammed into the ground, like hard. There was this almost cartoon-like impression in the pine needles, like those craters you see in movies about asteroids. And she was split. From the bottom of her jaw, all the way down her neck, between her front legs, down her belly, stopping after her back legs. I put on my gloves, the usual routine examine, poke it with a stick, standard stuff. That's when I saw that whatever did this had almost cut her clean in half. Maybe 6 inches to spare. And the cut was sharp. I've never seen anything like it. Right through her sternum, smoother than anything. I put on these shoulder-high gloves and checked her out internally, propping up her front leg. Her heart and her liver were just gone. It freaked me out, man. I tried to rationalize it, I got there and saw her, no blood on the ground, with 2 organs missing, and her guts all neatly in place like someone had put them back. Yeah, I told myself it was poachers. But then I got to the second carcass, a bull elk, and that's when I really started to doubt myself. Okay, this is gross, but you know how when something's decaying, it stinks, right? Even a dead mouse in your wall can make your whole house smell like death. It doesn't take much. Neither of these elk stunk at all, and with the bull, I noticed something else. No flies. His liver was gone, same as the cow. I had a hell of a time lifting his leg, got pretty frustrated, but I finally saw that his heart was missing too. Same injuries as the cow. Stone cold dead. I've been around a lot of dead animals, but nothing, and I mean nothing, has ever chilled me to the bone like this did. I was on my way to the 3rd one when it happened. I never made it to the 3rd one, or the other 3, because I ended up having to drive myself to the clinic. I'm gonna try to remember every single detail, because I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Okay, picture this: 2 big rocks, with a hiking trail running between them. The path was worn down from both animals and people. The rocks were maybe 10 feet high on either side, each about as wide as my truck is long, with a couple of feet between them and the path. I remember thinking I needed to get some spikes for my boots, because the pine needles get super slippery this time of year. Then, it happened. I didn't hear anything weird. I crushed a pine cone under my boot, and then it was just there. It looked like something straight out of a nightmare, like something that would crawl out of a cave. Slim walked on 2 legs, but its back legs were all bent like a dog's. It came out of nowhere, and it was so quiet. You're probably wondering how I even saw all that. And it's because it jumped down from the rocks, right in front of me. I was almost out of that narrow part, and there was a lot of ground behind me to cover. I took 1 step back, and it just reached out with its back foot. Not fast, not like it was trying to kick me, just like someone offering a handshake. It had hooves, and I smelled this weird smell, like burnt hair. You know those videos of that martial art, where they do those cone inch punches? That's what it felt like. Like a damn car had hit me in the chest. Like getting rammed by a bighorn sheep. Knocked the wind right out of me. I went flying back, landed hard on the forest floor. By the time I could breathe again, it was staring right at me, right in my eyes. Its skin wasn't white. Not exactly. It was more like see-through. I could see its veins and arteries, all pulsing like a heart beating way too fast. It was probably shock, maybe fear, that kept me frozen there, with it crouched down on all fours like that. I don't think it was even breathing. We were so close I could see the blood vessels in its eyes. This thing was huge, bigger than me, bigger than an elk. Moose-sized easy, as big as a damn full-size van. Its head was at least a foot wide, maybe more, all bony and shaped kind of like a bison skull, but longer. The skin was stretched so tight over the bones, it looked like it was gonna rip. Its nostrils were these long slits that went, like halfway up its head, and the eyes, those eyes just stared into mine. They were huge, with no real eyelids, and when it finally blinked, these two clear lids slid in from the sides. Its eyeballs, other than the blood vessels, which were red, like ours, were the whitest white I'd ever seen. No color at all. And there was no iris, just this clear pupil. Like when they take a picture of the back of your eye at the eye doctor. It felt like I was looking straight into its skull, and it was. Fuck. Sorry. I'm trying to keep it together, you know. Not get all freaked out and supernatural. It just stared. Back when I first started working with animals, I worked with dogs for a while. It was probably instinct, maybe some part of me just wanting it to be over quick. Or maybe I was trying to calm it down, like I used to do with the dogs, using my body language. I tilted my head up and to the side, went totally limp, and closed my eyes. It felt like 2 hours before it moved. Probably more, like 5 minutes. I cracked my eyes open when I heard it shift, but I didn't move. It lifted its front foot, arm, I guess, stood up a little straighter, and that's when I saw them. Claws, like these things looked like fucking scythes. Its hand was shaped like ours, with one finger joint. But then these claws, a foot long easy, 3 of them, and a thumb with no claw at all. I thought for sure it was gonna cut me in half, and that would be it. But it moved so slow. It lifted that hand, took one of its 4 fingers, and dragged that claw down, starting at my collarbone. I was wearing a canvas coat, a sweatshirt, and thermals underneath. It just sliced through all of it. I moved my head, like watching a car crash in slow motion, as it cut through my clothes and into my skin like it was nothing. Not like butter, like air. It cut maybe half an inch into me. Adrenaline is a hell of a drug, I'll tell you that. It stopped 2 inches below my belly button, and then it just turned and started walking away, like it was just out for a stroll. Just moseying off, while I sat up, finally feeling the pain. It had turned away from me, standing up tall now. The horns on its head reminded me of, like 5-prong horns fused together, not quite antlers. And now I saw it had these floppy, bald ears like a pig's. I could see every bump of its spine, the definition of every muscle, like a shaved horse that was on every steroid known to man. With that clear skin, it almost blended in, reflecting the colors around it. I just lay there and watched it go until I couldn't see it anymore, heading toward the lake. I think I heard a boat motor in the distance. I didn't even care. When I finally managed to get to my feet, I fucking ran. There was some paracord in my truck, and I put my jacket on backwards, tied it around me to put some kind of pressure on the wound. and drove to the tiny medical clinic in town. My brain gets a little fuzzy around this part. It's a quiet town. Nobody got kicked by a horse that day, so I got in right away. The doctor, her name's Sarah, I've known her since I moved here. Older lady, really nice. She got to me immediately. I remember she took off my jacket and went kind of pale, looking at. There was no blood. I could see my flesh. Just split open, perfectly down the middle. In the mirror on the wall above the sink, I saw how clean the cut was, right between the bumps of my collarbones. She told me they'd bandage it up, and I just sat there, kind of numb, letting them move me around. I don't even remember the drive there, or the drive back home. The cut, it reminded me of those autopsy cuts you see on TV shows, except there were 2 less lines and much higher. Sarah's an old soul. Her family's been in this state for, like, ever. She's only, I don't know, 30-something, but she's got these streaks of gray in her hair. Down to earth. She's sweet and super logical, and is tired as hell of telling people Bigfoot doesn't live out here when they find out she's a local and ask. That's why it scared the shit out of me when, in that empty waiting room, as she was walking me out, she leaned in and whispered, "You better go out and see the Millers. Their livestock guardian dog died." She had this look on her face when she said it, and just patted my back, saying, "A beer." It was that tone, you know, that tone someone uses when they don't believe a word you're saying. Like, "Oh, it was a beer." Sure, just like that. I wanted to throw up. I stared at the closed door for a long time after she left, her words hanging in the air like a shroud. The Millers. Why them? What did their dog have to do with what happened to me? A million questions swirled in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. I felt like I was being pulled into something, some dark, terrifying current, and I didn't know how to swim. Escape was all I could think about. Get out of Wyoming. Go somewhere far away, somewhere safe. Portland. Yeah, Portland sounded good. I started looking up apartments online, the glow of my phone screen illuminating the fear in my eyes. But even as I scrolled through listings, Sarah's face, etched with concern, kept flashing in my mind. She was trying to tell me something, I was sure of it. And the way she said, "beer," it was like she knew more than she was letting on. I tried to focus on drawing, like I always did when I needed to calm down. I tried to capture the image of that creature, to get it down on paper, but I just couldn't get it right. The harder I tried, the more frustrated I became. It was like trying to draw a nightmare. I barely know Sarah, but in that moment, looking at me in the waiting room, she looked like she knew me better than I knew myself. And that scared me more than anything. What do I do? Do I run? Do I stay? Do I try to find answers? The decision to stay, to face whatever was lurking in the shadows, didn't come easy. It fought against every instinct for self-preservation I had. But Sarah's words, her cryptic warning about the Millers, echoed in my mind, a persistent, unsettling hum. Sleep offered no escape, only a swirling vortex of claws, teeth, and those chillingly blank eyes. By morning, exhaustion and a strange sense of obligation had worn me down. I had to know more. The drive out to the Miller's place was a blur. My head was pounding, a dull counterpoint to the sharp, stinging pain of the gash down my chest. Even through the bandages, it felt like it was burning a hole straight through me. Every mile that passed felt like a step further into the unknown, a surrender to the current that had pulled me in since that encounter in the woods. Sarah's words played on repeat in my mind. A beer. Sure. The skepticism in her voice was more telling than any outright declaration. It was clear she knew it was bullshit, and that certainty, that shared disbelief, solidified my resolve. I had to know what she knew, what the Millers knew. The Millers have this sprawling ranch, tucked away in a valley about an hour outside of town. Old Man Miller, he's been around forever, just like Sarah's family. He's one of those guys who looks like he was carved out of the same rock as the mountains around here. His wife, Martha, is a tiny woman with a spine of steel and eyes that could spot a hawk a mile away. I found them out by the barn, both of them looking grim. Their dog, a huge Great Pyrenees named Beer, was lying under a tarp. It was obvious, even from a distance, that he was gone. Ethan, Old Man Miller said, his voice rough, heard about what happened to you. Sarah called. Yeah, I said, feeling awkward. I heard about Beer. I'm so sorry. Martha just nodded, her eyes red-rimmed. Sarah said it was a bear that got him. I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice probably cracked or something, betraying how much this was freaking me out. Old Man Miller snorted, a harsh, humorless sound. That's what they're calling it. But I found him like this, Ethan. He pulled back the tarp, and I had to force myself to look. It was bad. Worse than the elk, in a way. Bear had been torn apart. But it was the same kind of wounds. Those clean, sharp cuts. Like something had sliced through him with surgical precision. And just like the elk, there was no blood. Not really. Just a faint, coppery smell in the air. Same as those elk you were looking at, Miller said, his voice low. Same damn thing. No blood, no tracks, nothing. Just Gonda. Did you see anything? I asked, my heart pounding. Hear anything? Miller shook his head. Heard him bark once in the middle of the night. Went out to check, but he was gone. Found him like this at dawn. We've lost other animals, too. Martha added, her voice trembling. Sheep, mostly. Just vanished. No trace. I spent another hour with the Millers, asking questions, trying to piece it all together. They told me stories, old legends they'd heard from their grandparents, about creatures that lived in the mountains, things that hunted in the shadows. They didn't call it a skinwalker outright, but the implication was there, hanging heavy in the air. This land, Old Man Miller said, his eyes fixed on the distant peaks, it's got secrets, old secrets, things best left undisturbed. Driving back home, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. The Millers' stories, the look in Sarah's eyes, the sheer impossibility of those wounds. It all pointed to something beyond anything I'd ever encountered, anything I could explain. I started digging. I spent hours at the local library, poring over old newspapers, historical records, anything I could find. I found stories of missing livestock, unsolved disappearances, strange sightings in the woods. Nothing concrete, nothing that directly connected to what I'd seen, but enough to make the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I even started talking to some of the older folks in town. People who'd lived here their whole lives. I had to be careful, though. I couldn't just come right out and ask about monsters. I'd just ask about local legends, old stories, that kind of thing. Most people just dismissed it all as folklore, old wives' tales. But a very few, gave me these knowing looks, like they understood what I was really asking. They'd tell me stories, whispered tales of things that moved in the dark, things that hunted by scent and sound, things that could tear a man apart and leave no trace behind. One old-timer, a guy named George, who ran the bait shop down by the lake, told me about something called the Silent Hunter. He said it was a creature that had lived in these mountains for centuries, a predator that was perfectly adapted to its environment. They say it can see in the dark, George had whispered, leaning in close, his breath smelling of stale coffee and something else, something wild and untamed. They say it can move without making a sound, and they say it can tear you open with claws sharper than any knife. He'd looked me straight in the eye then, his gaze piercing. "You be careful out there, son," he'd said. "Some things are best left alone." His words, along with everything else I'd seen and heard, solidified my decision. I was getting the hell out of Wyoming. The apartment in Portland was looking better and better every day. But I knew, deep down, that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. That thing was still out there, somewhere in the shadows hunting, and I had a feeling, a terrible, gnawing feeling, that our paths would cross again. The wound on my chest throbbed, a constant, painful reminder of the creature that had left its mark on me, a creature I still couldn't get right in my drawings, no matter how hard I tried. Okay, here's part 4, the final part of Ethan's terrifying encounter. Part 4. The reflection in the water, packing up my life in Wyoming, felt surreal. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind outside my window, sent shivers down my spine. I half expected to see that thing staring back at me from the darkness. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford anymore. When I did drift off, it was into a restless sea of nightmares, filled with flashing claws and those blank, empty eyes. I sold most of my furniture, packed the essentials into my truck, and left the rest behind. It felt like I was abandoning a part of myself, a part that had been irrevocably changed by what I'd seen. The drive to Portland was a long, tense blur. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that creature loping along behind me, its impossible gait eating up the miles. Portland was a shock to the system. After the quiet solitude of Wyoming, the city felt overwhelming, a cacophony of noise and light, but it also felt safe in a way. Surrounded by people, by concrete and steel, I felt a little less exposed, a little less vulnerable. I found a small apartment downtown, a shoebox with a view of a brick wall, but it was a roof over my head. I started going to therapy, trying to process the trauma, the sheer terror of that encounter. My therapist, a kind woman named Dr. Ania Sharma, listened patiently as I recounted my story, the skepticism evident in her eyes. She suggested it was PTSD, a manifestation of my anxieties about working in the wilderness. I didn't argue. What was the point? But even in the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows that seemed to linger a little too long, I'd hear whispers in the crowds, snatches of conversation that sounded eerily similar to the stories I'd heard back in Wyoming. One evening, I found myself down by the waterfront, watching the city lights reflect on the Willamette River. It was a beautiful sight, but it did little to calm the unease that gnawed at me. As I stared into the water, I saw it, a flicker of movement in my reflection, a fleeting glimpse of something behind me. I whipped around, my heart hammering in my chest, but there was nothing there. Just the usual assortment of tourists and locals going about their evening. But I knew what I'd seen. That same impossible silhouette, the gaunt head, the long sloping limbs. It was there, for a split second, reflected in the water. That was the moment I knew I could never truly escape. It wasn't just about Wyoming, or the woods, or the elk. That thing, whatever it was connected to me now, linked by that invisible thread of the wound on my chest. It had followed me. Or maybe, a more terrifying thought, it had always been there, everywhere, hidden in the shadows, waiting. I started carrying a small, high-powered flashlight with me everywhere I went, its beam a meager defense against the darkness that seemed to press in around me. I avoided going out at night, and when I did, I stuck to well-lit streets, my senses on high alert. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if I'll ever truly understand what I encountered in those woods. But I know this: I'll never forget those eyes, that feeling of absolute dread, the chilling certainty that I was face to face with something ancient, something primal, something that shouldn't exist. Now, more than ever, I find myself drawn to those old nature books that I brought with me from Wyoming. I flip through the pages, studying the illustrations of wolves and bears and elk, creatures I once understood, creatures that now seem tame and ordinary compared to the horror I encountered. And sometimes, when I look closely, I think I see a flicker of something else in those drawings, something hidden in the ink, a hint of the creature that haunts my waking thoughts and my nightmares. It's still out there. I know it is, waiting, watching, and I'm left with this gnawing fear, this terrible certainty that our paths will cross again. The city offers no refuge, not really, because the real wilderness, the true darkness, isn't out there in the mountains or the forests. It's inside us. It's in the shadows of our own minds, in the primal fears that we try so hard to ignore. And sometimes when we least expect it, it reaches out and takes hold. The wound on my chest, now a faint, silvery scar, still aches from time to time, a constant reminder. And I know now the meaning behind old George's words, those whispered warnings about the silent hunter, about things best left alone. He was right. Some things are not meant to be seen. Some doors are not meant to be opened. And some mysteries are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be feared. Should I press it? Ethan asked, his finger hovering an inch away from the button. Dude, I don't know. Yes. No. Maybe. I was shivering so hard I could barely think straight. My name is Noah, by the way. I mean, what choice do we have? It's freaking freezing out here. Fine, do it, I said, CLIFK, before totally losing it. But what if it doesn't work? DING. It works, Ethan said, grinning. Suddenly, The elevator doors creaked open. I took a step back to check out the rusty old thing. It looked like it had been through a war or two, totally beat up by the weather, like I knew anything about elevators, or like we had any other choice but to get in. I stepped inside. "Going up?" Ethan asked, doing his best doorman impression. "Slime." As the doors slammed shut behind us, I was way too cold to even crack a smile at Ethan's lame joke, but then it hit me he wasn't joking. "Wait, you're not actually thinking of taking this thing all the way up, are you? I thought we were just gonna crash here for the night." I looked over at the panel inside. There was an open button, a close button, and just two others, base, where we were now, and summit, where I was afraid we were headed. CLVK, of course. Dude, what the hell? We didn't agree to go up there. I started, but Ethan cut me off. "I'm not sleeping in the cold again," he said, all stubborn. "It'll be warm up there. And if we're lucky, we'll find help." I couldn't really argue with that. It had been almost 2 whole days since we somehow managed to wander off the trail and end up lost in the foothills. The first night was, well, let's just say I've never been so cold in my life. As the elevator slowly creaked its way up, my mind was going a mile a minute. Idiot. How did you manage to follow the signage and still get us lost? And what were you even thinking, suggesting a hike in the first place? Ethan doesn't even like nature. I was kicking myself for the whole thing. Ethan had been my best friend since, like, forever, and I had surprised him with this trip, hoping it would be a break from all the crap he was dealing with. Looking back, it was probably more of a break for me, if I'm being honest. But then I remembered I was the one who suggested climbing higher to get a better view. And because of that, I was the one who spotted the elevator. I remember seeing it for the first time, lit up by the sunset, and not believing my eyes. It was like a mirage, an elevator built into the side of a mountain. Seriously, who does that? Of course, I was glad we found it, but the whole thing was just weird. Why was it here? And where did it go? DNG. The elevator shuddered to a stop, jolting me back to reality. The doors opened into pitch blackness. Ethan just looked at me, put a finger to his lips, and whispered, "Shesh." Before stepping out, I followed him. Slam. The doors shut behind us. We stood there in the dark for a second, our eyes slowly getting used to the gloom. Until I saw something. "There's a light up ahead," I whispered, pointing down a rocky tunnel. It looked like an old mine shaft or something. We followed the light for a while, and it got brighter and brighter until we came to a big room lit by torches. Looking around, I saw 4 other tunnels leading out of the room, besides the one we came through. "What do you think this place is?" Ethan asked. "Maybe," but before I could finish, I saw something in the shadows. I tiptoed over to check it out, while Ethan just stared at me like I was crazy. There, on the ground, was a guy in a raggedy brown robe, clutching his leg and moaning in pain. He saw me right away and started mumbling, reaching out for help. He was clearly exhausted. I caught a few words, but after listening for a minute, I realized he wasn't speaking English. It was some weird dialect, like English, but totally twisted and messed up. "Let's just leave him and keep moving," Ethan said. "He's not our problem." Or are you kidding me? I snapped back. We're literally here looking for help, and you're not going to help this guy. He looks like he broke his leg. We gotta take him to wherever he's from. Finally, my best friend reluctantly agreed. So, Ethan and I bent down, picked up the injured guy, and carried him into one of the dark tunnels. We had no idea where we were going. We must have been walking in the dark for at least 10 minutes, stopping every few steps to readjust the guy's weight. He was heavier than he looked. Finally, we reached the end of the tunnel, and, wow, my jaw dropped. Before us was this gigantic cave, like seriously huge with stalactites and everything. It was so massive we could barely see the other side. What we could see was a platform in the middle, connected to us by this rickety old wooden bridge that looked like it was about to collapse. And on that platform were at least 100 people, all wearing the same brown robes as the guy we were carrying. They were gathered around a table, a really, really long table. Ethan looked at me and grinned, like he was thinking, we're saved. But that's when things started to get weird. A couple of the robed figures spotted us carrying one of their own, and they came running across the bridge. When they saw the guy's injury, they bowed to us, which I guess was their way of saying thanks. Then they mumbled a few words in that same crazy language, picked up the injured guy, and scurried back across the bridge. When they got to the other side, they waved us over like they wanted us to join them for dinner. We could see plates and silverware all set up on the table. We hadn't eaten in 2 days, so, yeah, we weren't gonna say no to that. We started across the bridge, which creaked and swayed with every step. When we got to the platform, we were greeted by 100 bows from our new friends. They started chanting, and the sound echoed all through the cave. The chanting turned into chaos, though, as each one of them tried to shout out a welcome in that bizarre language. Then, a voice cut through the noise. Silence, a man yelled from the other end of the platform. The cave went dead quiet. You'll have to excuse them, he called out to us. They haven't seen an outsider in months, and get excited easily. Oh, and as you may have noticed, they speak a different tongue. The guy who spoke, our host, I guess, was kinda short and had this neatly trimmed mustache that curled up almost to his glasses. He was wearing a vest and a sweatshirt that looked brand new, like he'd just bought them or something. Now, come, please join us for dinner. From the way he was dressed and the way he talked, I figured he must have been an outsider, like us, once upon a time. Ethan just looked at me, clueless about what to say. Thank you, I yelled back to the guy from the foot of the bridge, as one of the robed figures motioned for us to sit next to our host. We did as they asked. George, the man said with a smile, holding out his hand. Ethan replied, shaking his hand. Noah, I added, doing the same. Pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. Now, before we begin, any allergies or dietary restrictions? He was completely serious. No, Ethan said. Not that I know of, I added. Splendid, he said, before yelling something towards the bridge. May the feast begin. Under the table, I gripped my dirty jeans, scared out of my mind, bracing for the worst. Ethan turned and looked at me, his hands shaking. But then, Dozens of robed men came running across the bridge, each one carrying a basket of food. They started dumping the food onto the plates that were already set out. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was an actual feast, not some weird, creepy ritual. I looked over at one of the guys sitting across from me, most of his face hidden by his hood. He was tearing into a chicken leg. Then I looked at Ethan, who was already demolishing one of his own. When in Rome, right? I grabbed an apple from a basket of fruit and took a huge bite. I gotta say, there are no words to describe that first bite of food after you've been starving in the wilderness for 2 days. I would ask what brings you here, but I have a feeling I know the answer, George continued. Lost in the mountains. But look at you now. Ethan and I both forced smiles, too busy stuffing our faces. Thank you. I mumbled mouth. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ethan added, before putting his now clean chicken bone on his plate and casually asking, if you don't mind, sir, what is it exactly that you guys do down here? Our host paused for a moment, then smiled again. Why, I thought you'd never ask, he said, pointing at the robed men. Well, you see, they live here, and I'm but a frequent visitor of sorts. To what end? I asked, totally serious. He just looked at me and burst out laughing. To what end? To what end? That's a good one. That's a really good one. To what end? Ethan and I looked at each other, confused. What was so funny? Well, I'll show you, he said, before yelling something in that weird language. Suddenly, the injured guy we saved, who was sitting at the other end of the table, stopped eating, stood up, and limped over to us. Kill them, George said calmly, pointing at Ethan and me. He took a bite of chicken, not even looking at the guy he'd just ordered to kill us. We both laughed nervously, thinking he had to be kidding. George stopped eating. I said, kill them. He yelled, raising his voice. He wasn't kidding. Our host hopped up from his chair and walked over to the injured guy, who was just standing there, staring at us. He looked totally conflicted, which, yeah, made sense. We had found him in the dark and carried him all the way here. The cave went silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Seriously, George yelled, pacing around the platform like a caged animal. I feed you. I build the trap for you. I bring them here after months of hard work, rearranging the signposts. And you hesitate. You dare defy me. You ungrateful idiots. When I first found you, you had only 2 of the 10 needed to complete your journey. And now, the last 2 sit before you, and you hesitate. We had a deal. Now, I'm not going to ask you again. Kill them, and give me the items as we agreed, or else, wait, what the actual Fethin? My brain was struggling to keep up with all the crazy he was spewing. 10 items. What deal? Everyone was staring at the injured guy, who was looking at George, his eyes wide with fear. He turned back to Ethan and me, then back to the host, then back to us again, before. Suddenly, Ethan jumped up from his seat and grabbed me by the collar. Run, he screamed, and took off towards the nearest tunnel. Best idea ever. We made it to the bridge, and no one was chasing us yet. The robed figures were just sitting there, silent. Then, all at once, like 100 of them jumped up and started chasing after us, screaming and wailing. Go ahead, I'll catch up, Ethan yelled, letting me pass him. I ran into one of the tunnels, but I soon realized he had no intention of catching up. He ran into a different tunnel, leading the robed figures away from me. "Ethan," I called out. "Save yourself," he yelled back, and then he was gone. A few minutes later, I came to a room, and there wasn't a single robed figure in sight. I stopped to catch my breath, hunched over, hyperventilating. He saved me, I thought. I gotta get out of here and bring help. I have to save Ethan. When I finally stood up, I couldn't believe my eyes. Just a few steps away was this huge pit, with a ton of spears at the bottom, and on the other side of it, piled up on what looked like some kind of shrine, was a mound of old stuff, like watches and jewelry. The items, I thought. Those must be the items he's after. But I didn't have time to gawk at the treasure. I took off down another tunnel. Eventually, I found myself in another chamber, this one flooded with light. Light that was pouring down from the ceiling. That's no torchlight, I realized. I spotted a ladder bolted to the wall on the far side of the room. I scrambled onto the rusty old thing and started climbing, the light getting brighter and brighter with every rung. When I reached the top, I pulled myself up through a hole in the ceiling, feeling around for solid ground. I hopped onto what felt like a rocky ledge. That's when I realized for sure that the light that had been blinding me was daylight. Squinting, I scanned the area, only to find that I was standing on top of the freaking mountain itself. The summit stretched out in every direction, flat as a pancake. From up there, I could see the whole area where Ethan and I had gotten lost, the very land that had led us here. I could even see where we started our hike, a tiny speck of hope in a sea of wilderness. And that's when my eyes finally adjusted, and I saw it. An object so out of place, so bizarre, and so unbelievable that it made an elevator in the mountains look normal. There, on the summit, its pieces scattered across the rocks, was the wrecked remains of an old airplane, like early 1900s old. It had clearly crashed a long, long time ago, and in the distance, on the other side of the peak, was the cabin part of the plane, mostly intact except for a missing wall that made it look like a dollhouse, its seats exposed to the elements. I walked over to get a closer look, and was immediately met with a gruesome sight. Sitting upright in all but 2 of the 10 seats were the rotted remains of 8 people. But it was obvious from the way they looked that these weren't the plane's original passengers. No, these people had died much more recently. They were clearly victims of the mountain people, sacrificed for some messed up reason and laid to rest in the plane forever. And as for the 2 empty seats, or should I say graves, it hit me like a ton of bricks. That's where Ethan and I would have ended up if those robed freaks had caught us. Ethan. My mind went back to my friend, wondering what had happened to him, and fearing the worst. I thought about going back to find him, but I knew there were way too many of them. I wouldn't stand a chance. I decided to take my chances in the wilderness and get help, rather than go back to that cave. As I climbed down the side of the mountain, I lost my footing and twisted my ankle. The pain was excruciating, but I quickly regained my grip and kept going. I was sure that, if the mountain people caught me, I'd end up in that plane. After reaching the bottom, I spent the whole day hobbling through the foothills, heading in the direction we had come from. I was too traumatized, too determined to find help, to even think about celebrating my escape. And eventually, I passed out from exhaustion. The next day, my prayers were answered. BEP. Headquarters, you there? By Eep, I woke up to the sound of a walkie-talkie. I opened my eyes and saw a park ranger looking down at me, smiling. BEP. I found one, he yelled into his radio. I repeat, I found one. BEP. I just mumbled, Ethan, before passing out again. A few days later, after I recovered in the hospital and told the cops everything, I led them back to the mountain. Back through the elevator, down the passage, over the bridge, and to the platform where the feast had been held. But this time, no one was there. The cave was just empty. I remember thinking, this is what arriving at Roanoke must have felt like. I then led the cops down the passage that Ethan had taken. But again we found nothing, just a dead end. A solid rock wall. So, finally, I took them back to the cave and down the passage I had taken, to the room with the giant pit. Well, fuck me, one of the officers said, staring down into it. I walked up beside him and looked down. Sure enough, there they were, all 100 or so of those robed figures, lying at the bottom, impaled on spikes. The antique items were scattered all around them. Kid wasn't lying, the officer continued, as another cop pooped his guts out all over the floor. But little did they know, they hadn't seen the worst of it yet. It wasn't until I took them up the ladder, onto the mountain's summit, and over to the ancient plain, that they saw the most messed up sight of all. A cabin full of dead people, all the seats now full. The last two were now occupied by my best friend Ethan and a guy who, I later learned, was a wealthy archaeologist named George Henderson. He had been betrayed and left treasureless in the plain by the very people he once led. I'd later find out that the people in the mountain were actually descendants of the survivors of that very plane crash. After making a life for themselves in the caves below, they created their own language, their own messed up beliefs, a mythology that required the sacrifice of 10 people before they could be reunited with their ancestors in the afterlife. It's still hard to believe that all of that happened, that a simple hike turned into a fight for survival against a secret society living in a mountain, that I lost my best friend to a bunch of robed fanatics. Sometimes when I'm alone, I think about Ethan, about the sacrifice he made. I think about the look on his face when he told me to run. I think about how different things could have been if we had just stayed on the trail. But then I remember the plane, the bodies, the pit, and I know that Ethan did what he had to do. He saved my life. And even though it cost him his own, I'll never forget his bravery. He was the best friend a guy could ask for, and I'll always remember him as a hero. And me, I'm just a guy who got lost in the mountains and lived to tell the tale. A tale about an elevator, a crazy cult, and a friendship that went beyond life and death. A tale that, even now, I can hardly believe myself, but it's a tale I'll never, ever forget. I'm about to tell you is just one of many messed up things that have happened in my life. I know now they're all connected, but there's a lot I've forgotten or blocked out over the years. But when I'm done, you'll get the picture. Just thinking about typing this out makes my mouth taste like garbage. It's like everything I saw can just be boiled down to a bunch of words. Anyway, I'm ready to get into it, and I hope this finds the right people. Sorry in advance, I know my writing sucks, and I'm not the best at details. Like I said, it's been years, but I hope I can write this well enough to help me remember, and also in memory of Ethan. So, here we go. My family used to go camping all the time when me and my brother, Ethan, were growing up. I can remember countless days of gathering sticks to build a fort and playing hide and seek. See, even though Ethan and I were brothers, we actually got along most of the time. He was born 3 years after me, so we weren't too far apart in age. That meant we liked most of the same stuff. Mom and Dad always tried to keep us outside for hours on end. They'd always say, "Nothing is more valuable than the time spent with each other." Ethan and I would always look at each other with this disgusted look before running off to catch more bugs for our collection. On this one week, we went out to the campgrounds that were like 5 miles from our house. Mom said she didn't get the point, but Dad insisted it would still be fun. We were told to pack enough clothes for 2 nights, and that we'd stop by the grocery store on the way to pick up the food we'd need. Ethan was 5 at the time, and he decided to sneak his stuffed Superman doll, even though Mom and Dad specifically said not to bring any toys. We both walked out the back door to find Dad loading up the carrier that sat on top of his 2004 Toyota Sequoia. We chuckled as we watched him struggle to get it on for a good 5 minutes. It didn't help that the carrier was this weird bean shape. Ethan always said it looked like a giant kidney bean. Mom came out shortly after with Daisy, our Boston Terrier, on a leash. We all loved going on trips, but having Daisy with us made it even better. Especially for Ethan. He and Daisy had this bond that me and my parents could never understand. They did everything together, spending hours finding sticks or just running in circles. By the time we all loaded up into the car, it took us like 7 minutes to get to the campground. On the way, Mom joked with Dad, asking to stop at a bathroom. He gave her this side eye, followed by a small chuckle. Once we got to the campground, Dad pulled up to this building that looked like it was about to collapse. The big, faded sign once read, "SGL BalYVLESTA Parque." Ethan and I laughed because the faded paint made it look like it said, "HELSTE Parque." Mom and Dad asked what was so funny, but we just kept quiet, still giggling. We pulled into a small spot that was further back than all the others. There was this little wooden post with a broken plastic sign that faintly had the number 22 on it. Dad immediately started setting up the tents while Mom worked on some sandwiches for us. Ethan, Daisy, and I started wandering around the woods. We liked to play this game where we threw a stick as far as we could, and while Daisy went to fetch it, we'd find hiding spots. Ethan started by throwing a small stick that went about 20 feet away. As Daisy ran towards the stick, we ran the other way. We found this huge log lying in a small clearing and decided to duck behind it. We could hear Daisy's footsteps crunching on the leaves, and she was heading straight for us. We both tried to hold back our laughter by covering our mouths, but as soon as Daisy came around the log, tripping over her own feet, we just lost it. Our laughs filled those woods. I bet the whole campground could hear us. After a few more times of Ethan throwing the stick and Daisy finding us in seconds, we decided I should try to see if I could get the stick further to buy us more time. I found a good medium-sized stick and looked down to see Daisy wagging her tail, just waiting to take off. I chucked the stick, and it went flying. She ran faster than I'd ever seen her before. I looked back to see Ethan already running to this rundown shack that was barely standing. I followed him and looked back, but there was no sign of Daisy. I was proud that I'd bought us some time with that throw. We walked through the missing door of the shack and ducked down beside an old table. Ethan pointed out the piles of trash lying around, and we also noticed an old sleeping bag that looked like it had seen better days. Ethan tried asking me if someone lived there, but I just told him to be quiet, or Daisy would find us. We sat there for 10 minutes, waiting, but we never heard or saw any sign of Daisy. We slowly got back on our feet and made our way back to where I threw the stick. We walked in circles, calling for Daisy over and over. I noticed a really worried look on Ethan's face. He loved that dog. We'd had her since he was a baby, and they'd been inseparable ever since. I told him that we should head back to our campsite and leave some food out. Surely that would bring her back. Once we got to the campsite, Ethan immediately started telling Mom everything. She didn't seem too worried and was sure Daisy would be back before the trip was over. We all sat around the rundown picnic table, which was guaranteed to give us splinters, to eat the sandwiches Mom made. Down beside the table was a tiny yellow bowl that read, Daisy, which was filled with dog food and a couple pieces of lunch meat that Ethan had put in there to really tempt her. We spent another hour that day looking around for her, but no luck. I could see that even our parents were starting to get worried. I couldn't tell if it was because Daisy was missing, or if they were thinking about what it would do to Ethan if she wasn't found. That night, we got into our tents, all missing Daisy, but knowing we needed rest to keep looking tomorrow. Our parents had their tent set up on one side of the campsite, and ours was on the other side of the picnic table. I remember waking up a bunch of times to Ethan just sitting up, holding a flashlight in one hand and his Superman in the other. Eventually, I sat up and told him that she would come back. She was an adventurous dog and probably found a squirrel to chase while she was fetching the stick. He just stared at me with these red, puffy eyes. Ethan told me that if she didn't come back, it was my fault, and that I didn't have to throw the stick so far. I sat there in silence, thinking about that. I understood he was upset, and part of me felt like he was right. It's crazy how a game we played 1,000,000 times could make my brother feel like I'd betrayed him. I started pulling a bunch of nonsense out of my mouth, trying to comfort him. I told him that Daisy was a good dog, and that dogs have the best instincts for finding their way home. Mid-sentence, we heard rustling in the leaves right outside the tent. It was too dark to see any shadows, but a smile grew across mine and Ethan's faces at the same time. I looked behind me to where the noise was coming from, and then back at Ethan. I told him, all confident, after all, they are man's best friend. We both started moving fast, putting on our shoes so we could go greet Daisy. The sound of the tent swaying, the zipper going up super fast, and us falling out onto the grass should have been enough to wake up the whole campground. We lay there for a good 30 seconds, just to make sure Mom and Dad weren't gonna come stumbling out of their tent because of all the noise. When they didn't, we stood up and started heading towards the rustling. Ethan had brought his dollar store flashlight that could barely light up 4 feet in front of us. As we headed into the dark woods, I looked back and saw our tent about 30 feet away. We stopped when we heard more leaves crunching to our left. Ethan softly called for Daisy, followed by a whistle. We stood there for another minute, but still nothing. I couldn't understand why she wouldn't just come to us. It was dark, but couldn't she recognize the voice of the kid she'd been so close to all these years? We'd taken a couple more steps when Ethan just stopped moving completely. He stood in front of me, frozen, his flashlight fixed on something on the ground. I moved closer to the pile and was hit with a smell so bad I had to hold my nose to keep from throwing up. I grabbed a stick from the ground nearby and used it to poke at the mystery pile. As I moved it around, I realized it was a stack of clothes, a torn gray shirt, a ripped pair of jeans, and a pair of boots, all covered in mud. Ethan stuttered from a few feet back, "Ndomdobu, what is it?" I turned to him with this confused look, not even getting a chance to answer before we heard the rustling again. This time it was a lot closer, and from the sound of it, we were being circled by what we first thought was Daisy, but now I was worried it was something else. Ethan tried his best to follow the rustling with his flashlight, but he could never keep up. Whatever was running around us was way too fast. I looked at Ethan and mouthed, "Follow my lead." As I was getting ready to run, the rustling stopped. I stood there, frozen, not sure if I had a clear shot to run back to the campsite without running into whatever was making the noise. Ethan and I were standing back to back, with about 2 feet between us. After a minute or so, we heard the rustling coming from my right. Ethan shined his flashlight in that direction as an object came flying towards us. We both moved forward to avoid getting hit, and when I turned around, I saw Ethan shining his light on the ground between us. The hair on my neck stood straight up when I realized what was lying there. It was a stick. My face was filled with fear, but when I looked at Ethan, he had a smile on his face. He thought it was for sure Daisy at this point, but I knew there was no way she could have thrown a stick, especially not that far. I quickly grabbed Ethan's hand and ran towards the campsite as fast as I could. I was probably dragging him on the ground with how fast I was moving. I could hear Ethan yelling, "Stop. Daisy is back there, and she wants to play." I was so focused on getting back that I couldn't even tell him that it wasn't Daisy. Through his crying and screams to let him go back, I could hear the rustling again. It started faint behind us, but with every step, it got louder. Whatever this thing was, it was gaining on us fast. The noise was coming from behind us and quickly shifted to our side. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins as I sped up and made it to the campsite. I quickly threw Ethan towards the tent and turned around, hoping whatever was following us had gone the other way. But when I looked back, I saw nothing in the dark except two small circles that seemed to be glowing. The circles had a yellow tint and looked like they were just hovering above the ground. I squinted, trying to focus on them, and that's when they disappeared for a second and then came right back. I realized then that I was staring into the eyes of the thing that was chasing us. I unintentionally let out a gasp and watched as the eyes turned away and disappeared into the night. All I could hear was rustling fading away, followed by a noise I couldn't even begin to understand. It sounded like barking, but not quite like a dog. It was like this thing was trying to imitate a dog. I wondered that night if it was trying to lure us back into the woods with the barking. Ethan was crying by the time I made my way over to him. He asked, "Why did you run away from Daisy? She's out there alone again 'cause you ran. Why did you run?" I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I really thought, worried it would scare him. I led him back to the tent and said, We both just need to get some sleep. We'll have to spend the whole day looking for Daisy." Ethan said nothing and lay down, facing away from me. I could hear him sniffing and wiping tears from his cheeks for a good hour after we got back into the tent. I lay there, thinking about everything that happened, wondering if there was any chance it was actually Daisy chasing us and trying to play. Then the images of the stick being thrown at us and the eyes I saw that were a good 3 feet off the ground. I knew it was impossible. Daisy had never thrown a stick to us. She would always bring it up to our feet and drop it off. And she's a small dog, too. There's no way her eyes could have been that far off the ground. The images kept playing in my head, and as the adrenaline wore off, I got to the point where I just couldn't keep my eyes open. I woke up to the sun shining bright through the tent. My skin felt like I'd been sleeping on a grill. I could feel a pool of sweat in my sleeping bag. I looked over to where Ethan was to either wake him up or say hi if he was already awake. But when I looked at his side of the tent, I realized he wasn't there. I turned to the long zipper at the front of the tent and saw that it was all the way open. At this point, I figured he'd woken up early and was bothering my parents, probably telling them all about what happened last night. I was sure that as soon as I walked out of the tent, I'd be greeted by my parents, ready to chew me out for not only going out exploring at night, but also for bringing Ethan along. I jumped up and started throwing my clothes on, ready to just get it over with. I took a deep breath, let out a big sigh, and stepped out of our tent. Dad was making pancakes and bacon on a griddle that sat over the campfire. Mom was sitting in the shade in her lawn chair, reading one of her books. Ethan and I had opened one of her books before, and I was disgusted by what I read. Ethan had tried to get me to tell him what it said, since he couldn't read at the time. To sum it up, we just ended up calling her books sex novels. We both always followed it up with laughter and sometimes disgust, remembering that our mom was reading that kind of stuff. The more stories I remember of Ethan, the more I miss him. I never realized how close we were until I lost him. Sorry to get sidetracked. Writing all this down is just flooding me with emotions I worked hard to bury. I'll try to stay on track from now on. I looked around, confused, noticing I didn't see Ethan anywhere around the campsite. Mom looked up from her sex novel and asked, "What's wrong, sweetie? Did you wake up with your back hurting too?" She chuckled as Dad rolled his eyes and continued cooking. "What time did Ethan wake up and come outside?" I asked nervously, hoping they had an answer. Dad looked over at me and said, "What are you talking about? I've been up since 5 this morning. Ethan's still in the tent." I kept looking around, hoping to see Ethan walking around the trees from a bathroom break. He wasn't in there when I woke up. Mom made her way over to the tent, not believing a word I said. After checking the tent, she looked back at Dad and said, "He's not in here. Where did he go?" Dad looked in disbelief. He knew that nobody had walked out of the tent since he'd been up. "Was the tent open when you got up?" I asked Dad nervously. "Yes, it was, but I figured y'all had gotten hot during the night and wanted some fresh air." I could see fear in both of my parents' eyes. My mom started frantically digging through the tent, and then suddenly stopped. She walked out of the tent, holding something in each hand. It was Ethan's shoes. After 3 more days of staying there, Dad decided to take Mom and me home. Dad would continue to go out there for 2 weeks following Ethan's disappearance. Mom would beg to go, but Dad would just leave, not giving her an option. I think Dad felt responsible since he planned the trip. He thought it was his fault his youngest son had gone missing. Deep down, I felt like it was my fault, though. It was my fault Daisy ran away and couldn't find her way back. It was my fault that Dad was never home and always spending his free time at the campsite. It was my fault that Mom was locking herself in her room to cry and drink. It was my fault that Ethan wasn't home with us, running around with Daisy or playing any of our silly games. It was my fault that Ethan was possibly dead. 6 days after Ethan disappeared, Dad was out walking the woods with one of the park rangers. I could barely hear the whole story as he explained it to Mom, but I think I got the gist of it. They were walking around in the dark for about an hour and a half when Dad came across a pile of some fabric. Dad said there was white cotton scattered everywhere, along with mostly blue fabric. At first, they couldn't make out what it was until the park ranger picked up a red and yellow S. It was Ethan's Superman stuffed animal. Dad told Mom that as they were looking at the remains of Superman, they heard a rustling noise in the distance. They followed the noise, hoping to find Ethan. From the way Dad was talking, he was sure that it was Ethan out there, and that maybe they had scared him further into the woods. He talked about how he'd be going back out the next night to keep looking with the ranger and a couple of work buddies. I couldn't see Mom's expression. All I could hear was sniffling, followed by another glass being poured. I ran to my room so my parents wouldn't know I was listening in. As I was lying in bed, I hoped that Dad was right, that Ethan was still out in those woods, running around, and that nothing bad had happened to him. Maybe he just refused to come back until Daisy was found. As the days went by, I found myself with nothing to do. With Dad going from work to the campground every day, and Mom never leaving her room, I was lost. I didn't have Ethan to keep me company. I sat at the kitchen table alone one morning, eating my cereal. While eating, I looked up to see the mailman parked at the end of the driveway, putting a stack of white papers in our mailbox. I quickly scarfed down the rest of my food and slid on my shoes. The sun was beaming down this day. As soon as I stepped outside, I could feel my face and neck burning from the heat. In the driveway sat the Toyota Sequoia that had been parked since Dad brought us back from the trip. The empty space beside it was usually where Dad's Ford F-150 would be. I wondered what time he would be getting home tonight, and if he would have any more updates. I ran to the mailbox, waving goodbye to the mailman as he drove off to the next house. I opened the mailbox and grabbed a stack of papers big enough to write a dictionary. As I walked back up the driveway, I was flipping through the mail, trying to be nosy, when a rancid smell hit me. I could feel my stomach clenching up as I gagged. I looked around, pinching my nose, trying to find where the smell was coming from, but I had no luck. I wondered if maybe something in the mail was causing it, but going through it all proved to be a dead end. I went back inside, glad to get away from the smell, and slid the mail under my parents' door. I knew that Mom would flip through it at some point and decide what was important. I continued this routine for the next couple of days, just being bored. But I noticed that with each passing day, the smell got worse. I thoroughly searched inside the mailbox to make sure nothing had died in there. But there was nothing. There were no animals of any kind lying out on our lawn or driveway that could have caused the smell. 14 days after Ethan disappeared, Dad came in late while I was watching cartoons before bed. Mom had occasionally walked out to grab a bite to eat or more wine, but she was still in her room at the time. Dad stood in the corner of the living room, just staring at me without me realizing. I looked over and saw how deep his eyes had sunk into his sockets. He looked terrible. How could he not, after working for 10 hours a day? Searching for Ethan for 5 to 8 hours and sleeping for 5, just to wake up and do it all again. He sat beside me on the couch and tilted his head as far back as it could go. I nudged my bowl of goldfish into his side to see if he wanted one, but he just looked down at the bowl, shook his head no, and threw his neck right back to where it was. I set my bowl on the arm of the couch and looked up at him. "Any luck out there today?" I said in a low tone. Nah, nothing yet, but you don't worry about that. I'll find Ethan, I promise, bud," he said in a reassuring but drained voice. I sat there quietly for a few minutes, knowing that he couldn't keep that promise. If there was no sign of Ethan at this point, then I didn't see how it would be possible to find him. We continued to sit in silence as the sounds of cartoons filled the room. Not sure what else to say, I looked back up at him and said, "Hey Dad, wide." "Yeah. What's up?" he quickly responded. "There's something outside that's been stinking up the whole yard. I think it's coming from the mailbox, but I can't find anything," I said, partly to start another conversation, but also to see if he had noticed the smell too. "Oh yeah, I noticed it when I was coming inside. I'm sure it's a skunk or a possum." The vultures usually clean them up in a day or two, he replied confidently. I sat on this thought for a minute, thinking he was probably right. But I'd noticed the smell for almost 6 days at this point. I searched the whole yard, and haven't been able to find anything, I said. All right, tell you what. You go grab 2 flashlights from the closet. Give me 20 minutes of shut-eye, and we'll go exploring to find it. Okay, bud, he said calmly. I ran to get the flashlights ready. Part of me felt bad for getting my dad back outside, searching for something that couldn't be found. But I'd been so bored lately that I selfishly disregarded any other thoughts. After the 20 minutes had passed, I nudged Dad to wake him up. I stood in front of him with a flashlight in each hand. All right, let's get this show on the road, he said as he made his way to the front door. As soon as we stepped off the front porch, the smell hit us both. We both simultaneously reached to cover our noses with one hand as we held the flashlights in the other. We wandered around the yard, searching, swaying our lights back and forth, looking everywhere. I started to make my way to the right side of the yard as Dad searched the left. After a couple of false alarms with some pine cones, I made my way back over to Dad. By the time my light landed on his back, he stood facing the Toyota Sequoia. Did you find something, Dad? I asked, wondering why he was so still. As I got closer, I realized he was looking at the side of the car. The purely white paint was interrupted with a solid red line. I followed the red line up from the bottom of the car up to the carrier. Dad quickly unbuckled the carrier and set it calmly on the ground. I could see his hands trembling as he prepared to unzip it. I'll never forget the sound of that zipper coming undone. That moment seemed to last forever. I fixed my flashlight on the weird, shaped carrier as the zipper was opened a fourth of the way. By the time it was halfway unzipped, I could feel myself shaking in rhythm with my dad's. He slowly swung open the top of the carrier, and we were both met with an ungodly sight. It was Ethan. His body was lying in the case, twisted in ways I couldn't even understand. His throat was sunken in and covered in blood. Tears began to fill my eyes as I tried to process what was in front of me. I could see my dad's mouth moving, as if he was screaming, but there was no sound. As I stared at my little brother, I was flooded with memories of times I would never get back. At least before, I didn't know he was dead. At least before, there was still a chance. As grief and guilt consumed me, I couldn't help but notice a weird material lying between his broken legs. It was fur. It was Daisy. Whoever or whatever had done this had killed them both and shoved them in the carrier. At this point, I noticed Dad had pulled out his phone and was calling the cops. While my dad was doing what he needed to do, I just stood there, frozen, observing what was left. I noticed something white sitting in Ethan's hand. I managed to grab it from between his broken fingers. It was a piece of paper. I sat there, staring at it in complete confusion as I read it. Man's best friend. I dropped to the ground, too weak to keep standing. The letter and flashlight went in separate directions as I made contact. In the background, I could see my dad facing away, still on the phone. I continued to lay there as everything started to fade to black. I caught one last glimpse of Ethan, and could only muster up the strength to say, I'm sorry. As the darkness continued to grow, I noticed one more detail about the carrier. The address tag. It had been ripped off. I've been a park ranger since I was 18, and after 5 years in these woods, I can't picture myself doing anything else. Used to be a Boy Scout back in the day, and I've always been a hiker, a real outdoorsy type. For me, time spent in the woods is time well spent, so getting to work out here every day, it's a freaking dream come true. But being a ranger, especially in a place like this, you see some things. You see your share of, well, bodies. People come out here thinking they're invincible, ready to hike and swim and take on nature. They forget that nature can bite back. They run into trouble with animals, get swept away in the rapids, forget enough food or water, or just wander off the trail and get lost. Sometimes it takes days, even weeks, before someone stumbles on them. But the spring of 2023, that was the year the butterflies started helping, I guess you could say. It all started with a woman named Bethany Price. But trust me, it didn't end there. Bethany was what you'd call a minimalist camper, the kind who'd show up with just the bare essentials and a ratty old blanket. She'd set up camp wherever she felt like it, just drop and sleep, no tent, no nothing. She knew her plants, which ones would keep you alive, which ones would kill you. That was good. She also knew which ones would get you higher than a kite, which was not so good. We'd had to call the cops on Bethany more than a few times, but they always let her go after a couple of months. And the higher ups at the park wouldn't ban her for life, so she just kept coming back. Then, one day, a couple of hikers come to us, saying they found a body out in a place we call the meadow. Right then, we figured this would probably be the last time we'd have to call the cops on Bethany. She was naked, which, unfortunately, wasn't that unusual for her. It's not like she was bad to look at, but finding someone butt naked out in the elements was always a little weird. This time, though, she was splayed out, arms and legs spread wide, right in the middle of the wildflowers. Her eyes and tongue were gone. That wasn't all that uncommon either. Not with all the critters running around the park. But those little black spikes all over her skin. That was definitely something new. Something I'd never seen before. They were in perfect rows, 3 rows of them, each spike about 3 inches long, maybe 9 spikes in each line. Aside from the spikes, the weirdest part was the butterflies. I'd never seen this kind before. They were this pale, almost bone, white color, with these delicate black patterns on their wings. There were a ton of them all over the body, and I figured that's what caught the hikers' attention. They were swirling around in a thick cloud, those white wings easy to spot against all the green of the trees. Honestly, I was as freaked out by the butterflies as I was by those weird spikes on her skin. What the hell are these things? I asked, reaching out a finger to touch one of the spikes, expecting it to be sharp, but it was all squishy and full of this nasty green liquid. Polydamores, said Alex, one of the other rangers. Come again. In English, for those of us who didn't take Latin in high school, I said. Pale death, he said, nodding towards the butterflies. They're pretty rare. I don't think I've ever actually seen one in real life. They're supposed to live way out in the deep woods, and they only come out every few years to lay their eggs. I pointed at the row of black spikes running up Bethany's thigh. Undead bodies. Alex nodded. That's why they call them Paletomores. They lay their eggs on corpses, usually animals. I've heard stories about them using human bodies, but it's rare. Guess they found her before we did. The hikers told us pretty much the same thing. They were heading to the meadow, his girlfriend wanting to see it in the spring, and as they got to the end of the trail, she spotted the swarm of pale butterflies and wanted a closer look. She thought they were beautiful, but as they got closer, they saw the body and realized what the butterflies were all over. We called it in, and a couple of guys from the coroner's office came out to collect her. Part of me hoped that would be the last body we found that spring. But deep down, I think I knew. I knew this wasn't going to be the last time I saw a body being taken out of the park that year. Not by a long shot. The next one we found was a hiker named Marcus Bell, and the way he went was just terrible. It gives me chills just thinking about it. See, we've got this river that runs through the park, the Conestoga River. It's a beauty, popular with the fishermen, especially during trout season. Well, a family was out there, fishing, trying to catch some trout as they were heading upstream to their spawning grounds. One of their kids, a little boy, he wanders off a bit like kids do. He comes running back to his mom, all freaked out, saying he saw a monster in the river. He said it looked like a giant, scaled claw sticking out of the water. Naturally, the mom figures it's just a weird rock, or maybe a log with some moss on it, right? Kids have wild imaginations, but she goes to check it out anyway, and what they find? Well, it wasn't a rock. It was an arm, a human arm, sticking straight up out of the water, and it was covered in those same black, spiky pods that we found on Bethany. They looked just like scales. The mom told me later, still shaken up. I could see why he thought it was a monster's hand. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized it was an arm, sticking up out of the foam. At first, we figured the guy had just fallen into the river, gotten himself wedged between some rocks and drowned. A tragic accident, it happens. But when we finally managed to pull him out, that's when we saw the full extent of it. It was way worse than we thought. Something had shoved him into that tight space between the rocks, and it hadn't been gentle. His shoulders were snapped, completely broken in half and folded up. He was crumpled up in that hole like a discarded suit jacket. And that wasn't even the worst part. Something had eaten his face off. Not like Bethany, where it was just her eyes and tongue. This was gone. His entire face, all the way down to the bone. Just ragged flesh and this gleaming white skull. If it hadn't been for that arm sticking up, we probably wouldn't have found him until some poor soul panning for minerals found a finger bone or a piece of his skull. And hovering over the whole scene, like they were running the show, were those damn butterflies, the pale death. After that, things got really bad, really fast. We found 4 more bodies in just 1 month. One was a guy up on the mountainside, his hands missing, his nose and lips chewed clean off. He'd been climbing one of the smaller mountains we have in the park. And when he didn't come back, we initially thought maybe a small avalanche from the snow melt. But then a fisherman found him, laid out on the lowest peak, and we knew it was something much more sinister. The second one was a woman. She'd gone into the woods to take a leak during a picnic, and they found her, well, half of her, in the low branches of a tree. The other half was way up high in the same tree, and something had eaten her legs. Her husband had to be hospitalized after he identified what was left of his wife. I felt awful for her kids. They came out here for a nice family picnic, and something took that away from them, took their mom away. The third one was, unfortunately, a little girl. Her name was Haley Miller. She would have turned 6 in July, but she never got the chance. Haley's case was the strangest, and also the easiest to identify. It looked like she'd wandered off from her parents' campsite in the middle of the night. But the thing is, whatever found her, it seemed to have taken an interest in her, like it had been taking care of her. There was evidence that something had been feeding her. Something had changed her clothes. Something had made sure she was drinking clean water. But then, whatever it was, it slipped up. Haley hadn't died because her face was eaten off. She died because she fell hard. Her skull was cracked. It was pretty clear she'd fallen out of a tree, but the coroner said she would have had to fall from a pretty serious height. She was stretched out, too, like someone had made her comfortable as she lay there, dying. The fourth one, though, that was the worst. That was the one that changed everything. The fourth one was one of our own, Ranger Frank Kowalski. He'd gone out to check on one of the pump stations. We had 6 of them, scattered around the park, used to bring fresh water to the campgrounds. He was responding to a call about a malfunction at Station 4. He headed out before lunch, and we found what was left of him the next day when he never came back. If he hadn't been wearing his name tag, we wouldn't have known who it was. His arms and legs were gone, probably eaten. His face was gone, so was the top of his skull, and everything that used to be inside. Something had gnawed at his chest, eaten his backside, and chewed his genitals clean off. He was just a torso and a piece of a head when we found him at the edge of the woods. A lot of us were pretty shaken up after that, losing one of our own like that. And over all of these bodies, those damn butterflies were there, like they were presiding over some kind of ritual. And those black, spiky eggs were always there, too. We all knew something was seriously wrong. We were expecting a visit from the head ranger, but when he showed up the next day with a guy in a dark suit, we knew things were about to get real. So, the head ranger, Mr. Henderson, shows up, and he's not alone. He's got this guy with him, dressed in a dark suit, looking like he's more at home in a boardroom than out in the woods. He had a few other guys with him, all in similar suits, and I saw Alex lift an eyebrow. These guys looked like they haven't walked on anything rougher than a sidewalk, but it was clear that they have some plans for us. "This is Agent Miller, Monsieur," Henderson says, introducing the main suit guy. "He's here to help us with our situation. We're going to be splitting all of you into groups to canvass the woods. We need to find whatever's doing this, and we need to find it before the summer season really kicks off, especially now that one of our own is a victim. We've got a lot of ground to cover, so each group of rangers will be paired with two of Agent Miller's men. They'll be there to guide you, show you what to look for, and help bring this whole thing to an end. So that's how I ended up out in the woods with Agents Thompson and Davis. Agent Miller might have looked like a banker, but these two had traded their fancy suits for camo gear and some serious firepower. They were carrying assault rifles, which was a little intense. We grabbed our shotguns, the ones we usually use to scare off bears or the occasional aggressive moose, just to add to the arsenal. And the three of us headed out into the woods. Agent Thompson was the quiet type, didn't say much. But Agent Davis, he made up for it. He was full of questions, wanted to know everything about what we'd seen, the bodies, the mutilations, those damn butterflies. Butterflies. Agent Thompson finally spoke up, the first words I'd heard him say in the hour we'd been walking. "Yeah," I said. "Alex calls them something in Latin. Basically means pale death. They show up around the bodies, like they're marking them or something." Thompson and Davis exchanged this look, like they knew something we didn't. "Have you seen anything else near the sites? Footprints, maybe. Scales, anything that looks like insect skin?" Davis asked. I shook my head. "No, mostly just, dead people." I was about to ask them what the hell they thought we were looking for, since they clearly knew more than they were letting on when we came to this clearing. It wasn't exactly a clearing, though. It was more like infested. It was swarming with those pale butterflies, more than I'd ever seen in one place. As we walked in, they fluttered around us, almost like they were happy to see us, if butterflies can be happy. The two agents took it as a good sign, but me, I wasn't so sure. These things had been nothing but bad news since they showed up. Finding a whole bunch of them now didn't exactly fill me with confidence. As we moved deeper into the cloud of butterflies, I started to get this really uneasy feeling, like we were being watched. And then I saw it. Through the swirling mass of insects, there was this shadow stalking us. At first, it looked almost human-sized, but the longer I watched it flit through the swarm, the bigger it seemed to get. I couldn't tell how many arms it had. Could have been 2, could have been 8, for all I knew. But the wings, those I could see, and they were huge and white, just like the smaller butterflies. It was using them like a blind, like it was trying to lure us in deeper. "It's close," Davis whispered, his voice tight. "Steady," Thompson said, his hand on his weapon. "If we spook it, it might get away before we can take it down." "What?" I half whispered, probably too loud, but I was too scared to care. Thompson looked at Davis, and I saw something in his face. I guess it was resignation. "You ever hear of the Mothman?" Thompson asked me. "Well, there are others, different kinds. Folks in Joplin, they talk about how their kids were saved from a tornado by these butterfly people. They think the ones who died were taken by the storm, but we know better. We call them Lycanidae bipedus, and they're extremely..." But he never got to finish his sentence. Suddenly, the butterflies were all over us, a solid wall of them. We couldn't see a thing. They were hitting us, clinging to us. I heard the roar of one of the agent's automatic weapons, and I just hit the ground and started crawling. I had to get out of that swarm, away from the gunfire. I could hear yelling, then this wet, tearing sound that cut off one of the screams, but the gunfire kept going. I just kept crawling, low to the ground, trying to get out of that cloud of insects. I crawled until I was clear of the clearing, and once the butterflies weren't all over me, I got up and started running. I could still hear the gunfire behind me, but all I could think about was getting away, about staying alive. I knew that if I stayed, I was dead, and I really wanted to live. I ran until someone yelled at me to stop and shoved a gun in my face. It was another one of the agents, and as more of them showed up, they ordered me to take them back to where I'd left Agent Thompson. As much as I didn't want to go back there, I knew I didn't have a choice. By the time we found the clearing again, Agent Thompson was sitting on something he'd covered with a tarp. His left arm was hanging limp at his side. His clothes were shredded, but he was grinning like he'd just bagged a prize-winning buck. "Jet it to the truck," he said, his voice rough. "Tell the boys back at base I had no choice. It wouldn't come peacefully." It forced my hand. Agent Davis was dead. They had him covered with a tarp too, but I saw him before they did. Something had torn his throat out. I figured it was whatever was under the tarp that Thompson was guarding. They took both the tarp bodies away, and when Thompson came towards me, I thought maybe he'd be angry that I ran. Instead, he just put a hand on my shoulder and nodded, like he understood. "Don't beat yourself up, kid," he said. "I'd have run, too, if I'd had the option. Agent Davis and I, we knew what we were getting into. You got us here. That's what counts. They took it away, whatever was. And after that, the killing stopped. We lost 2 more hikers that year, but they died from exposure, just the usual hazards of the wilderness. The butterflies, they all disappeared that same day. And I hope to God they never come back. But every now and then, especially when winter starts to fade and the weather gets warmer, I can't help but think about that spring. And I'll tell you one thing, I'm always keeping an eye out for butterflies now. You never know when those damn things might show up again." "Another round, barkeep," I slurred, leaning heavily on the sticky counter of the Blue Flame. My buddy, Alex, beside me, echoed the demand with a clumsy cheer. We were several beers deep, feeling the warm buzz that only a Thursday night at our favorite dive could deliver. But the bartender, a guy with a mustache that could rival a walrus, wasn't having it. He just shook his head. His eyes narrowed in a way that suggested he was seriously rethinking his career choices. "You boys have had enough," he grunted, his voice rough as sandpaper. "Enough." I scoffed. "You call this enough? You greedy bastard. You're probably hiding the good stuff for yourself." "Yeah, maybe not my finest moment." Walrus. Statue didn't appreciate it either. He gave me a look that could curdle milk, then jerked his head towards a dark corner of the club. 2 hulking shadows detached themselves from the pulsing mass of bodies on the dance floor, moving towards us with the grace of particularly menacing refrigerators. My brain, albeit a little fuzzy, recognized a losing battle when it saw one. This was my last chance. I grabbed the nearest beer pitcher, thankfully empty, even I wasn't that far gone, and aimed it at the bartender's face, specifically that ridiculous mustache. He ducked, quick as a weasel, and the pitcher smashed against the wall behind him, right into the neon sign that ironically read, "Drink responsibly." After that, things get hazy. I remember shouting something, probably something heroic and witty. I remember taking a swing at one of the refrigerator men, and I definitely remember a fist connecting with my jaw, sending a shockwave of pain through my skull. Then blackness. When I came to, I was being dragged. My head felt like it was filled with cotton balls and angry bees. I managed to pry my eyelids open, and the world swam into a blurry, colorful mess. My peripheral vision was shot, but I hoped it was just Alex and maybe another friend dragging me out of the bar. My eyelids fluttered closed again as a gust of fresh, cold air hit my face. Then I was airborne. For a brief, terrifying moment, I was weightless. Then thud. Reality came crashing back, literally. I lay there, staring up at the club's entrance. The red neon sign above spelled out, "Blue Flame." It always seemed like a weirdly hopeful beacon in this grimy part of town. The few streetlights that still worked were more like sad, flickering reminders of a better time. Something warm and sticky trickled down my cheek. I was probably bleeding, but before I could really care, I saw it. Across the street, stuck to a lamp post bathed in the orange glow of the dying light, was a poster. Even in my state, I could make out the bold letters, "Your FBI wanted." Below the headline were two black and white photos of a guy who looked like he'd stepped straight out of a noir film. Trench coat, a sharp gray suit, a black tie clipped neatly in place. In both pictures, his eyes were hidden under the shadow of a silver fedora, leaving only his clean, shaven jaw visible. I was in no condition to be analyzing mugshots, but the longer I stared into the darkness where his eyes should have been, the more uneasy I felt. Something about it just didn't sit right. I forced myself to look away, just as my consciousness finally gave in to the sweet embrace of oblivion. My eyes closed, and the world faded to black once again. We never talked about what happened afterward. It was a tacit agreement between us. The Blue Flame was not a place to return. After getting patched up and paying some exorbitant damages to avoid any legal trouble, said the place was shady as hell. They wouldn't risk the cops sniffing around. We were strongly encouraged to never show our faces there again. We were more than happy to oblige. That night went straight into the vault of things we don't speak of. A month later, Alex called me with a proposition. "Dude," he said, his voice buzzing with excitement, "we're going north. Pack your ski gear and be at my place Saturday, 9 a.m. sharp." I knew exactly what he was hinting at. "Ethan, you crazy son of a bitch." I grinned, "and I'll be on time." I owed him one after the whole getting my face rearranged incident. Saturday morning arrived, and for once, I was actually ahead of schedule. I left an hour early for Ethan's place, taking the Beltway to avoid the soul-crushing traffic of downtown. The sun was just starting to peek over the skyline, painting the buildings in soft hues of orange and pink. I allowed myself a small, smug smile. This might be the first time in recorded history that I was actually early for something. When I pulled up to Ethan's apartment complex, He was already out in the driveway, his old Chevy van rumbling like a contented beast. The crisp morning air nipped at my face as I got out of my car, the scent of pine needles and exhaust fumes mixing in the air. Ethan, ever the efficient one, had already brewed a pot of coffee strong enough to raise the dead. We chugged it down, loaded our gear into the back of his van, and hit the road. Fast forward a few hours, and we were pulling into the parking garage of the Mountain Vista Lodge, the hotel Ethan had mysteriously booked. It was 11:19 p.m., according to the van's clock. A young woman, maybe mid-20s, with blonde hair and bright, almost unnervingly cheerful eyes, greeted us at the reception desk. Ethan, ever the charmer, leaned on the counter, flashing her his best "I'm a harmless but fun-loving guy" grin. "Reservation under the name Hayes?" he asked, his voice a smooth baritone. After checking our IDs and clicking around on her computer for a bit, during which she kept glancing at Ethan, the receptionist's smile returned. "Room 106, she said, her voice a little breathless. She pulled a keycard from under the counter and held it out. Ethan, his eyes never leaving hers, took the card with a slow, deliberate movement. "Thanks," he drawled, his grin widening. As we walked away, I swear I saw her bite her lower lip, her gaze following us. I glanced back at Ethan, who looked like the cat that got the canary. Our room was standard hotel fare, 2 beds, a TV, and a breathtaking view that was currently obscured by darkness. We were too tired to care. We dragged our luggage in, kicked off our shoes, and collapsed onto the beds, the events of the Blue Flame feeling like a lifetime ago. Morning light eventually pried my eyes open. The smell of, was that bacon? Ethan was already up, apparently having made friends with the hotel's breakfast buffet. After stuffing ourselves with enough food to fuel a small army, we headed back to the reception desk, hoping to find out where the best ski slopes were. Blondie was gone, replaced by a guy in his 30s with a bored expression and a name tag that read Mark. He pointed us towards a gondola lift that would take us up to the local ski resort. "Enjoy," he mumbled as we headed for the exit. Not exactly the enthusiastic send off we were hoping for, but whatever. The gondola station was a short walk away. The closest cable car was small, maybe big enough for 4 people, with a bright blue stripe running along its side. The glass doors slid open with a hiss, and we stepped inside, propping our skis and poles against the worn leather seats. Above the doors a rectangular display flashed, "Watch your step." We waited and waited. For a solid minute, the doors stayed open, like the gondola was having second thoughts about taking us. Finally, with a groan, they slid shut. I cleared my throat, looking out the window. The view was breathtaking. Acres of snow-covered forest stretched out before us, a vast white blanket punctuated by the dark green of pine trees. A frozen lake shimmered in the distance, reflecting the sunlight like a giant mirror. In the far distance, towering mountains lined the horizon, their peaks capped with snow. The only sign of civilization was a red and white cell tower poking up above the trees. I looked over at Ethan, expecting to see him equally awestruck. Instead, he was frowning, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Dark clouds were gathering there, their edges tinged with an ominous purple hue. The gentle breeze that had been playing with our hair earlier was now colder, sharper, carrying a hint of snow, and it was blowing in the opposite direction of the approaching clouds. That wasn't right. Ethan said, his voice low and serious. You grabbed the water bottles, right? I stared at the darkening sky, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. Yeah, they're in the bag. The wind picked up, and our little cable car started to sway, like a boat on a rough sea. The gentle hum of the gondola's machinery was now punctuated by creaks and groans. Then, with a deafening crack and a long, drawn-out beep from the overhead speaker, we lurched to a halt. We swung there, suspended hundreds of feet above the ground, the wind howling around us like a banshee. I looked down, trying to gauge the distance to the ground. A giant pine tree directly below us made it difficult to judge. The speaker remained silent. The only message on the display above the door now read, "Do not move." As the last rays of sunshine were swallowed by the storm, those words felt less like instructions and more like a grim prophecy. Then, a sickening clunk from somewhere to our right. I looked out just in time to see another gondola car detach from the cable and plummet towards the earth. It wasn't alone. One by one, the other cars followed, falling like metal teardrops into the swirling snow below. We waited, holding our breath, until a sharp click above us signaled our turn. For a split second, we were weightless, suspended in mid-air. Then, with a bone-jarring crash, we hit the ground. We didn't black out, thank God. We just lay there, stunned, taking inventory of our limbs. Miraculously, nothing seemed broken. I pushed myself up into a sitting position, snow crunching under my hands. Ethan was still sprawled on one of the seats, his eyes wide with shock. After a few shaky breaths, we managed to pry the mangled doors off their hinges and tumbled out into the snow. Turns out, we'd landed in a surprisingly deep snowdrift, which had cushioned our fall. About 50 meters ahead, we could just make out the outline of another ski lift, half buried in the snow. "We gotta check it out," I said, my voice hoarse. "Maybe someone else." "Don't bother." Ethan cut me off, a hint of grim resignation in his voice. I didn't see anyone else on those things besides us. We stood there in silence, the wind whipping around us. The only sound a low, rumbling groan from somewhere up above, like the mountain itself was protesting this turn of events. "We can't be far from the resort," I said, trying to sound more optimistic than I felt. Ethan gave me a look that could only be described as, "Are you kidding me? You wanna hike through a blizzard?" I gestured towards our sorry excuse for skis. "Now sticking out of the snowdrift, we've got the gear." He didn't argue. What else were we gonna do? Freeze to death? Within minutes we were skiing, or rather stumbling on skis, in the general direction of where we thought the resort should be. The dark clouds above continued to swirl in that unnatural, unsettling way. The light snowfall we'd encountered when we crashed had quickly escalated into a full-blown blizzard. Visibility was near zero. I could barely see Ethan a few feet in front of me, his form a blurry outline in the swirling white. The trail, if you could even call it that, narrowed, becoming a tight corridor between walls of snow-laden pines. The wind howled in our ears, a constant, deafening roar that made it impossible to tell if the shouts I thought I heard were real or just my imagination. I was breathing hard, each exhale a sharp puff of white in the frigid air. I was concentrating so hard on putting one ski in front of the other that I almost missed it. A flicker of movement to my right. I whipped my head around, my heart leaping into my throat. For a split second, I thought I saw a face in the trees. I blinked hard, ice crystals stinging my eyes. I lifted my goggles. Nothing. Just the swaying branches of the pines, their dark forms barely visible in the swirling snow. I must have been hallucinating. The cold, the fear, the lack of oxygen, it was all messing with my head. We skied on, each minute an eternity. Then, without warning, we slammed into something hard. I recoiled, instinctively raising a gloved hand to shield my face from the blizzard's icy blast. Through the swirling snow, I saw it. A towering figure, at least 2 meters tall, clad in what looked like a full suit of armor. It was covered in rust, the metal pitted and scarred, but its imposing silhouette was unmistakable. The helmet was large and ornate, masking its face completely. The armor's design looked Eastern, maybe. We stood there, frozen, for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 30 seconds. The blizzard raged around us, a maelstrom of white. I finally got a good look at the details of the armor's mask, at the place where a face should have been. The eye holes were too large, unnaturally so, and the mouth. It was a gaping maw, stretched wide in a way that seemed to defy the physical limitations of metal. The whole thing was just wrong. Before I could stop myself, I reached out and tapped the figure's mask. Stupid, I know, but curiosity, or maybe just the sheer absurdity of the situation, got the better of me. The metal was cold under my glove, and it didn't echo. "It's not hollow," I said, turning to Ethan. He was staring at the figure, his eyes wide. He pointed. The figure's hand. It was moving. Slowly, deliberately, it rose, until it covered the mask's grotesque features. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't some old, abandoned suit of armor. This thing was alive. I leaned closer, trying to see if there were any wires, any sign of machinery, when the figure's fingers clenched into a fist, gripping the edges of the eye holes. The corners of its mouth seemed to stretch even wider, as if it were grinning. Then, slowly, deliberately, it began to twist its hand. The metal of the mask moved. It contorted and deformed, like it was made of clay, not steel. A thin crack appeared, revealing something underneath. Pale, cold skin. Ethan lost it. He started yelling, a primal scream swallowed by the wind. We scrambled back, trying to get our skis moving, our hearts pounding in our chests. A wheezing sound, like air being forced through a constricted passage, echoed from the woods around us. It wasn't just coming from behind us, it was coming from all sides. More figures emerged from the trees, their movements stiff and jerky, their faces twisted into expressions of pure malice. They didn't chase us, not exactly. They just stood there, their heads turning to follow our progress, their grotesque features illuminated by the swirling snow. I risked a glance at one of them for too long, and my ski caught on something. I went down hard, my skis tangling beneath me. I was trapped. All I could do was crawl, desperately trying to put some distance between myself and those things. Through the blinding snow, I could just make out Ethan's form. He was struggling to get me back on my feet, his movements frantic. I tried to help, but my limbs felt like lead. Then I heard it. Heavy footsteps, crunching through the snow, getting closer. Not far, just a few meters to our right. Bam! A gunshot ripped through the air, followed by a deafening, almost bear-like roar. "Get!" a voice barked. Pushing off one knee, I managed to lurch forward, towards the sound of the voice. The ground trembled with each heavy footstep of whatever was chasing us. I looked up, trying to see who our unlikely savior was. Oop ahead and to the right. I yelled to Ethan, my voice barely a whisper in the howling wind. We were close to a cabin, a large wooden structure with double doors at the front. I heard a snarl to my left, and I ducked, just as something whizzed past my head, grazing my neck. The figure in front of us practically kicked the cabin doors open. He stopped abruptly, glancing back at us. He was close enough now that I could see his face, a park ranger, judging by his uniform. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a thick, bushy mustache. Our eyes met, and for a brief moment, I saw something flicker across his face. Pity, regret. Another roar, closer this time. We weren't going to make it. I looked back at Ethan, a silent farewell. But before I could turn away, something slammed into me from behind. I was thrown forward, through the doorway, my arm smashing against the frame, sending one of my skis flying off into the snow. I landed hard on my side, my head spinning. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ethan trip just as he reached the door. I was helpless to do anything as the ranger slammed the doors shut, yanking Ethan inside at the last possible second. Something huge slammed against the doors from the other side, the wood splintering under the impact. I braced myself, shielding my face, waiting for the inevitable. But the blow never came. The only sound was the howling wind and our ragged breathing. We were safe. For now. We sat there for a long minute, catching our breath, the adrenaline slowly draining from our bodies. The ranger stood by the door, his back to us, listening. "You got lucky," he finally said, his voice flat and emotionless. He turned around, and I got a better look at him. Pale green ranger's uniform, a bit rumpled, tired eyes that had seen too much. I unclipped my remaining ski and stood up, facing him. "What the hell was that?" I asked, the words tumbling out in a rush. "What are those things?" The ranger sighed a deep, weary sound. He walked over to a window, carefully removing his hat and placing it on a cluttered desk next to a large stack of files. "Son," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I hate to say this, but you're in the wrong place at the wrong time." He turned to face me, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "You want something hot to drink? Coffee? Tea?" Before I could answer, he was already moving around the cabin, lighting a kerosene lamp, the warm glow pushing back the encroaching darkness. He found a kettle and filled it with water from a large jug, then placed it over the dying embers of a fire in the hearth. "Storm knocked out most of the power lines," he explained, gesturing towards the window with his chin. Outside, the blizzard still raged, a swirling vortex of white. "There are a couple more outposts in the area. We lost contact some time ago." He stared out at the storm, his expression unreadable. "And nobody's going out there." A shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. The blizzard was one thing, but those things out there. Ethan, who had been strangely silent since we got inside, threw a few more branches onto the fire. They crackled briefly, then settled into a low, sullen burn. "We're out," he declared, his voice rough. "I doubt those twigs are gonna keep this place warm for long." The ranger leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. "The excess storage of wood is next to the main outpost, just a few miles from here. So we freeze our balls off for the night." "No problem," Ethan muttered, still clearly shaken from our near-death experience. The ranger looked at him sharply, a flicker of something suspicion in his eyes. "The cold isn't what we should fear right now," he said, his voice low. "Not those things, either." He paused, letting his words hang in the air. "There's something else out there. Something worse." "In that case," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who's taking the night shift?" "Not you, that's for sure." The ranger stood up, gesturing towards a narrow staircase in the corner of the room. "2 bedrooms up there. Get some rest." I should have protested. I should have demanded answers. But I was exhausted, physically and emotionally. And frankly, I was scared. I didn't sleep well. My dreams were a chaotic jumble of images, falling gondolas, grotesque metal faces, and endless, snow-covered stairwells. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I was trapped in a stairwell, the kind you find in the emergency exits of tall buildings. I looked over the railing and saw stairs stretching up and down as far as the eye could see. Then I saw it. One of those metal creatures, leaning against the railing, its face a blank, metallic mask. But it spoke, its voice a distorted, echoing rasp that seemed to fill the entire stairwell. "Having fun yet?" it asked, its eyeless face somehow conveying a sense of cruel amusement. "I'll admit your rescue was quite a stroke of luck," it continued, the flickering lights above us casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. Its voice deepened, becoming more guttural, more menacing. "And it's one you won't get again." I tried to run, to escape, but my legs felt like lead. The darkness seemed to be creeping up the stairs, swallowing the light floor by floor. The creature started to move, its movements slow but relentless. I could hear the rasp of metal on concrete as it ascended the stairs towards me. I cowered in a corner, waiting for the inevitable. Then, I woke up. I was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. I fumbled in the darkness for a light switch, my hand brushing against something cold and metallic. A lighter, and next to it, a pocket knife. I grabbed them both. With trembling hands, I flicked the lighter, the small flame a fragile beacon in the darkness. I crept out of the room, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. A window at the end of the hall revealed a faint, pre-dawn glow. The storm was beginning to subside. I made my way downstairs, past a wall covered in photographs, too dark to make out the details, and into the main room. My gaze fell on the ranger's desk and the pinboard above it. It was a chaotic mess of newspaper clippings, photographs, and notes, all connected by a web of colored string. And in the center, pinned prominently, was the FBI wanted poster, the one I'd seen a month ago, outside the blue flame, the detective with the hidden eyes. I almost dropped the lighter when the door creaked open behind me. The ranger stepped inside, quickly shutting the door against the lingering chill. He looked even paler than before, his breathing shallow and rapid. Didn't sleep well?" he asked, his voice hoarse. I shook my head. "Consider yourself lucky you got some." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the pinboard. "You find anything interesting, kid?" "I've seen his picture before," I said, pointing to the detective's photo. "Outside a bar, a month ago." The ranger walked over and stood beside me, his eyes fixed on the poster. A faint smile touched his lips. "Inspector Harding, 2nd Precinct," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "You knew him." "We worked a few cases together. When he was on the job, no case ever went cold," the ranger said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Until his own." He sighed, the sound heavy with regret. "One investigation. It changed him." He snapped. "Went rogue. Ended up with a laundry list of charges. Then he disappeared. No leads, no trace. Wanted in the state." He paused, then added quietly, "And I think he's not far from here." He walked to the kitchen area, opened a glass cabinet, and took out a bottle of scotch. "In the winter months, 50 grams keep the heart healthy," he stated, pouring himself a generous amount. He glanced at me. I shook my head, declining. He was looking for something. The ranger continued, his voice barely audible above the gentle clinking of the ice in his glass. "Something. Out here." He took a long swig of his drink, his eyes fixed on the swirling snow outside. "Something he shouldn't have found." The first rays of dawn were starting to break through the clouds, casting a pale, ethereal light on the snow-covered landscape. The storm had passed, leaving behind an eerie silence, and in that silence I knew one thing for sure. Our ordeal was far from over. We were trapped in a remote corner of the world, with creatures straight out of a nightmare, and a missing detective who might be the key to it all, or the cause. As I looked out at the vast, unforgiving wilderness, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that those metal eyes were still out there, somewhere in the shadows, waiting, and that Inspector Harding, wherever he was somehow connected to it all. The chilling wind outside was nothing compared to the icy dread that settled in my heart. This was just the beginning. Our escape from the gondola was not an end, but a prelude to something far more terrifying, and I had a sinking feeling that we were all about to be dragged into the heart of it. All right, so picture this: 3 weeks ago, my buddy Mark hits me up. "Yo, wanna go camping?" he asks. Now, I'd just wasted my entire summer slaving away at work, so I was like, sure, why not? I was dying for a break from the grind, both at home and at my soul-crushing office job. At first, it was just going to be me and Mark, but as the weekend got closer, he kept adding people to the roster. Suddenly, it went from 2 dudes to a full-blown party of 6. We had Sarah, a girl from high school. Then there was John, a friend of Sarah's. I didn't know him well. Emily, John's sister, and lastly, there was Alex, a childhood friend of mine. I hadn't seen him in a while. Here's the thing, I'm not exactly a people person. Crowds stress me out, and I'd much rather be curled up indoors with a good book. When I heard Alex was coming, I wasn't thrilled. Not that Alex is a bad guy, he's just loud. Really loud. And he has this habit of talking over everyone. I know, I sound like a total grump. My mom's old SUV could fit all of us, plus our gear, if we squeezed in like sardines, but a part of me was seriously considering bailing. The problem was, if I dropped out, the whole trip was probably off. Mark's car was tiny, definitely not big enough for 6 people and all their stuff. I tried to push those feelings down. I figured a little bit of social torture would be good for me, right? Character building and all that. I mean, so what if I was mildly annoyed for a couple of days? I could handle it. It was a small price to pay for a weekend with my friends, or so I thought. I told myself I was being selfish. It wasn't that big of a deal. So, like an idiot, I kept my mouth shut and agreed to drive. Looking back, that was my first mistake. So, we packed everyone into the SUV, and let me tell you, it was a tight squeeze. Imagine 6 adults trying to fit into a clown car. Except the car wasn't very funny, and neither were most of the adults. We were off. I was the designated driver, which, in hindsight, was probably a tactical error on my part. The drive was supposed to be 2 hours. 2 hours of pure, unadulterated torture. For starters, Alex refused to follow the no smoking rule. I swear that guy went through a whole pack of cigarettes in the first hour alone. And if the smoke wasn't bad enough, he kept cracking these awful jokes that were more offensive than funny. Honestly, the only thing that kept me from driving us into a ditch was Sarah. Sarah was an interesting case. We were actually pretty close in high school, but then life happened. I got buried in work and school, and we just kind of drifted apart. I was worried things would be awkward between us, but surprisingly, it wasn't. It was like no time had passed. We picked up right where we left off, gossiping and laughing like teenagers. She spent most of the drive distracting Alex, which was a godsend. If it weren't for her, I might have actually lost it. I'll admit, by the time we finally reached the trailhead, I was beyond relieved to get out of that car. My back ached, my head was pounding from the smoke, and my patience was thinner than a cheap napkin. We parked in this empty lot near the start of the trail. It was kind of weird, actually. I expected it to be packed with cars, especially on a weekend. But nope, it was just us. Mark, in his infinite wisdom, told us he knew this amazing campsite by the lake. Secluded, peaceful. The catch: it was a 2-hour hike. Now, a 2-hour hike for a normal group of people is one thing. But our group, we were the opposite of normal. We were like a herd of particularly unmotivated cats. First, we had to use the bathroom at the trailhead, which took an eternity. Then, we had to get all our gear on. You wouldn't think it would take 6 grown adults 10 minutes to put on backpacks, but you'd be wrong. I kept my mouth shut through all of this, mostly because there was nothing I could do. I even managed to stay silent when, 5 minutes into the hike, Emily realized she'd left her phone in the car and insisted on going back for it. So much for a peaceful escape into nature. At this rate, we'd be lucky to reach the campsite by nightfall. We were supposed to get there around 4, but now it was looking more like 6. Maybe later. It was going to be close if we wanted to set up the tents with some daylight left. But hey, at least everyone else seemed relaxed. As we walked, we naturally broke off into pairs. I found myself walking with Sarah, listening to her talk about her summer. She'd been doing all sorts of exciting things, traveling, interning, you name it. Me, I'd just been working. My life was about as exciting as watching paint dry, so I mostly just nodded along, letting her do the talking. About an hour into the woods, we finally encountered another sign of human life. Up until then, it had just been us, the trees, and the occasional chirping bird. We came across this guy hiking in the opposite direction. He was the only other person we'd seen all day. He was dressed kind of strangely for such a hot day. I mean, it was nearly autumn, but summer was still holding on tight. It was scorching, and this guy was wearing a baggy, gray sweater. He also had this enormous backpack that looked like it weighed more than he did. He was skinny, all limbs and angles. You'd think he had rocks in that thing. Mark and Alex were at the front of our group, and when the stranger stopped to wave, we all kind of gathered around. It was a chance to catch our breath, and for Alex, another excuse for a smoke break. "You all just hiking or camping?" the man asked. He had a friendly smile and a slight southern drawl that made him instantly likable, even if he did look a bit out of place. Mark nodded down the trail. "Camping. We're setting up near the eagle's nest." He lied. Now, I hadn't been in this area since I was a kid, and I'd completely forgotten about the eagle's nest until Mark mentioned it. It was this massive, old tree in a clearing, and a long time ago, someone had carved a basic eagle's face into the bark. It was a well-known landmark, and it was pretty close to the end of the trail. A good spot, or so I remembered. That's a good spot, though some folks say it's bad luck, the stranger said, unfazed. Me. I'm just out here gathering. I'll stop by the ranger's cabin on my way out. Have y'all checked in yet? He had a mesh bag hanging from his pack, filled with what looked like mushrooms. And get this, he also had a bunch of plastic whistles clipped to his bag. This guy was prepared for anything, it seemed. He looked like he was ready to fight off a bear with nothing but a whistle and a bag of fungi. "Checked in?" I asked, genuinely confused. "Do we need to check in?" The group gave me a look. I realized what was happening. They probably didn't want to pay the camping fee, and they figured if they didn't check in, they wouldn't have to. The stranger just smiled. "The park runs on donations," he explained. "But even if you can't afford one, it's always a good idea to let the rangers know you're here, just in case." "You got a GPS?" "Yeah, we got one," Mark said, a little annoyed. It's not our first rodeo. He clearly didn't like being lectured by this guy. I could see why Mark felt that way. The stranger seemed a little too perfect, too clean-cut to be a real outdoorsman. He looked like the kind of guy who would forage for mushrooms just to make a trendy TikTok video about it. I glanced down at his feet. The man was wearing flip-flops. Seriously, who hikes in flip-flops? He adjusted his pack, seemingly oblivious to Mark's irritation. "Do y'all have whistles?" he asked, then proceeded to pull a few off his bag. He explained that he'd wanted to buy just one, but they were cheaper in bulk, so he just handed them out to people he met on the trail. When he bent down to grab the whistles, the collar of his baggy sweater slipped, and for a second, we all got a glimpse of a surprisingly toned chest. Sarah and Emily definitely noticed. Sarah gave me a not so subtle nudge, and I followed her gaze. Yeah, the guy was ripped. Who knew? To Mark's displeasure, we all ended up taking a whistle. The stranger, sensing he might be overstaying his welcome, readjusted his pack. He gave a little wink to Sarah and Emily, letting them know he'd caught them staring. They, of course, pretended to swoon, like schoolgirls with a crush. I tied the whistle to my belt loop, feeling a little awkward. The group started teasing me, joking that the wink wasn't meant for the girls but for me. Emily pretended to be upset, saying she wouldn't mind meeting the handsome stranger in the woods at night. Finally, we parted ways with the whistle-wielding, flip-flop wearing, surprisingly buff forager, and continued our trek to the campsite, leaving the strange encounter behind us. Little did we know, that wouldn't be the last we saw of him. We finally stumbled into our campsite, sweaty, tired, and later than we'd planned. It was closer to 6 than 4, and the sun was already starting to dip below the trees. But hey, at least we made it. Everyone got to work setting up. John and Sarah seemed to know what they were doing, quickly getting their tent up. Alex, on the other hand, was struggling with his, and it took Emily shouting instructions at him to get it right. I had only ever set up a tent twice before in my life, and both times were a disaster. Thankfully, Sarah came to my rescue, and together, we managed to get mine up without too much trouble. Once the tents were sorted, I offered to help gather firewood, but John and Ben had already taken on that task, or at least, that's what they were supposed to be doing. They started off okay, but then they found a couple of branches that vaguely resembled swords, and that was the end of the firewood gathering. They spent the next half hour engaged in an epic and very loud sword fight. Mark, meanwhile, had disappeared. He reappeared just as it was starting to get dark, carrying a bag full of foraged goodies. Turns out, he actually knew a thing or two about edible plants. He'd found something called chicken of the woods, which, despite the name, is actually a type of fungus. He said it tasted like chicken when sautéed. I was skeptical, but I had to admit, it smelled pretty good when he cooked it up with some other stuff he'd brought. The sticks that John and Ben had gathered were barely enough to start a fire, let alone keep one going all night. So, I ended up helping Mark chop up some larger, drier branches with a small axe he'd brought. I mostly just carried the wood over to the fire pit while he did the actual chopping. He seemed to enjoy it a little too much, if you ask me. He had this intense look in his eyes, like he was channeling some inner lumberjack. Despite the earlier hiccups, things seemed to be going relatively smoothly. We had a decent dinner, thanks to Mark's foraging skills, and the fire was crackling nicely. But then, as the night wore on, things started to get weird. After dinner, Alex pulled out a joint. He offered it around, and to my surprise, Sarah took a hit. I'd never seen her smoke before. I politely declined when my turn came. Then the booze came out. Someone passed me a beer, and I shook my head, passing it along to Sarah. I've never liked the taste of alcohol and would avoid it whenever I could. Plus, I don't smoke and never will after that one time I did it in high school. Dude, you're not driving anymore. You can have one, Mark said, trying to shove the bottle into my hands. Yeah, man, live a little, John chimed in. I took the beer just to get them off my back, but then I passed it over to Sarah. What, are you too good for my cheap beer or something? Mark asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Everyone stopped talking and looked at us. The mood shifted instantly. It was like I'd committed some major social fox pass. What? No, man. It's not that, I said, trying to diffuse the situation. You know I don't really drink. You can have one, Sarah said, holding the bottle out to me again. Her voice had a strange edge to it, too. I looked around at their faces, completely baffled. Since when was it such a big deal that I didn't want to drink? I mean, it's not like I was stopping them from having fun. I just don't want one, guys. It's not a big deal, I repeated, raising my hands in a gesture of peace. Sarah leaned in close, her blonde hair brushing my shoulder. The cold bottle pressed against my arm. I think you need to grow up, she whispered, her voice laced with anger. The silence around the campfire was deafening. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard. I was stunned. I had no idea what was going on. This whole thing had escalated way too quickly. Look, I'm just tired. It was a long hike, I said, deciding it was best to just remove myself from the situation. I'm gonna turn in. Good night. Mark and Alex exchanged a look, like they were sharing some private joke. What, is being out of the office too much for you? Ben added with a smirk. Yeah, actually, it is, I retorted, my voice tight. I was starting to get angry now. I'm not used to being outside this much anymore. So, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. See you guys in the morning. I turned and walked away, leaving them to their booze and their weird, judgmental stares. I crawled into my tent and lay down on top of my sleeping bag. It was still too hot to get under the covers. My mind was racing. What had just happened? Had I done something to offend them? Was I being too uptight? Or was there something else going on? I started to wonder if maybe they hadn't wanted me to come on this trip in the first place. Maybe they just needed me for the ride. But why? Was it because I had a real job, a career path? Mark worked at his dad's auto shop. Ben was unemployed, living with his parents. Emily was doing some kind of social media thing. Alex was just drifting. None of them had a traditional 9 to 5 like me. But did that really matter? Did they honestly think I looked down on them because of their choices? Was I overthinking all of this? Or did my friends actually hate me? The thought stung. I lay there in the dark, listening to them laughing and talking outside, feeling more alone than I had in years. I decided then that I just needed to get through the rest of the weekend. After that, maybe it would be best if I just didn't hang out with them anymore. It hurt, but I knew I wouldn't have time for much besides work and school once the semester started. Despite the turmoil of emotions swirling inside me, exhaustion eventually took over. I drifted off to sleep, unaware that a busy schedule wouldn't be the reason I wouldn't be seeing my friends again. It would be something far, far worse. I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented and confused. The sounds coming from outside my tent were wrong, really wrong. It took me a minute to fumble my way out of the tent and into the cool night air. My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and I wished they hadn't. Ben was sprawled out on the ground near the dying embers of the fire, clutching his head and moaning. He looked awful. His face was pale and sweaty, and his eyes were wide with a mixture of pain and terror. Then, without warning, He started throwing up violently. "What's going on?" Emily asked, emerging from her tent with a flashlight. She shone the beam on Ben, then quickly averted her eyes. "Gross," she muttered, mostly to herself. "Ben." I knelt beside him, my hands hovering awkwardly, unsure of what to do. "Don't touch him," Mark snapped, finally joining the group. I shot him a glare, but held back a sharp reply. "Is everyone else feeling okay?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "Are you saying you gave us food poisoning?" Mark's voice was rising, and he started to move towards me, his fists clenched.
No.
"I mean, not on purpose," I stammered, backing away. "Look, if we figure out if anyone else is sick, we can narrow down if it's something we all ate, or just something Ben ate." I tried to sound reasonable, but inside I was starting to panic. Mark was having none of it. He raised his fist as if he was going to hit me. That's when things went from bad to utterly insane. A sound cut through the night, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was Alex, and he was laughing. But it wasn't a normal laugh. It was a high-pitched, hysterical shriek that didn't sound human. It was the kind of laugh that belonged in a horror movie, not around a campfire with friends. We all stood there, frozen in place, listening to that awful sound. "It's too loud," Ben whimpered from the ground. He pressed his hands against his ears, rocking back and forth. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." His voice started low but quickly escalated into a scream, even louder than Alex's laughter. Suddenly, Ben shot up and grabbed a burning log from the fire pit with his bare hands. Before any of us could react, he swung it at Alex. I lunged forward, tackling Ben before he could connect. He dropped the log, his hands badly burned, but he didn't even seem to notice. I said, "Make him shut up." Ben roared, his eyes wild. Sarah and Emily stumbled back, fear etched on their faces. Then, out of the darkness, something charged into the campsite. It moved so fast. It was a blur. It made these guttural, inhuman noises, like a wild animal. It rammed into Alex, finally silencing his horrific laughter. He was thrown backward, hitting a tree with a sickening thud. The girls screamed, and I jumped back, my heart hammering in my chest. In the moonlight, I could make out the shape of a large buck, a deer. But it wasn't normal. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and it moved with a jerky, unsettling grace. Mark, in a moment of sheer panic, picked up a bottle and threw it at the deer. It was a terrible idea. The next few minutes were a chaotic frenzy of movement. The deer charged through the campsite, tearing through tents and scattering our belongings. It was a miracle no one else got hit. It finally fled back into the woods, dragging Mark's tent behind it, a rope tangled around its leg. Ben slowly sat down, hugging his knees to his chest. He looked strangely calm, almost catatonic. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mind was reeling. What was going on? Was this some kind of collective hallucination? Had someone spiked the food? We needed to get out of there. And fast. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around my phone. Relief washed over me for a split second, only to be replaced by a fresh wave of dread. No signal. Of course. Does anyone have a working phone? I asked, my voice trembling. Sarah and Emily clung to each other, too terrified to move, let alone answer. I turned to Mark, who was slowly making his way over to Alex's body. I wanted to check on Alex, to see if he was okay, but I wasn't sure if it was safe to move him. "Do you have one of those satellite phones?" I asked Mark, desperation creeping into my voice. "Not all of us are made of money like you." He snapped, his face contorted with rage. I was stunned. Where was all this hostility coming from? "First of all," I said, my voice rising, "that has nothing to do with the situation at hand. And second, I'm not made of money. I'm barely scraping by." My stomach was churning. This was all falling apart so fast. "This is why I hate hanging out with you. It always goes back to your dead parents," Mark yelled. I stood there, speechless, my mouth agape. I couldn't process any of this. We needed to get help, and we needed it now. Without a working phone, our best bet was to get back to the SUV. Then I remembered the stranger from the trail, the one with the whistles. He'd mentioned a ranger's cabin. Maybe they had a radio or some way to call for help. "I'm going to head back to the car," I announced. "Mark, you know these woods better than any of us. You should go to the ranger's cabin. See if you can get help. Anyone is welcome to come with me." Strangely, both Sarah and Emily shook their heads. At first, I thought they were going to go with Mark, but they said they'd stay behind with Alex and Ben. I looked at Ben, who was still sitting silently, staring into space. I didn't like the idea of leaving them alone, especially with Ben in that state. And what if that crazed deer came back? But they both insisted. Neither of them could drive, so it made more sense for me to go to the SUV anyway. I grabbed a flashlight, my heart pounding in my chest. Mark said he needed a minute to collect himself before heading to the ranger's cabin. I took a few steps down the trail when I heard it, screaming, coming from the campsite. Against my better judgment, I turned and ran back. But as I got closer, a deer suddenly appeared, blocking my path. It was the same one from before, I was sure of it. It stood there, staring at me with those strange, glowing eyes. More screams echoed through the forest, and I felt a surge of panic. I was trapped. I tried to move around the deer, but it mirrored my movements, blocking me at every turn. It raised its head and let out that same unearthly bellow, a sound that seemed to vibrate deep within my bones. Fear took over. I turned and ran, not towards the campsite, but away deeper into the woods. I ran blindly, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically, the sounds of the forest twisting into a cacophony of terror. Some sounded like the girls' screams, others were noises I couldn't identify, noises that didn't seem to belong to any earthly creature. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and my heart felt like it was going to explode. I was so focused on escaping that I didn't see the edge of the ravine until it was too late. I stumbled, lost my footing, and tumbled down the steep slope, the flashlight flying from my grasp. I slammed against rocks and roots, my body screaming in pain. I landed at the bottom in a heap, dazed, bruised, and utterly terrified. It felt like I was still falling, even though I was lying still. I knew I had to move, but I couldn't. I was trapped, alone, and in more pain than I'd ever been in my life. And then, through the ringing in my ears, I heard a voice. "Are you all right?" I couldn't speak. I managed to raise a hand and give a weak thumbs up. I could just make out a figure standing at the top of the ravine, silhouetted against the moonlight. It was him, the stranger from the trail, the one with the whistles. He was missing his oversized backpack, and he'd changed into a dark, long-sleeved shirt. But it was definitely him, the whistle guy. "Hang on," he called down. "I'll get you." Before I could even think to protest, he started making his way down the ravine. And let me tell you, this guy moved like he was part mountain goat. He practically glided down that steep slope, sure-footed and agile. It was impressive and a little unsettling. He reached me in no time, crouching down to assess my injuries. "Did you hit your head? Do you think it's okay to move you?" he asked, his voice calm and steady. "Yeah, I think so," I managed to croak out, my throat raw. "But we need to get back to my friends. They're in trouble. Weird stuff is happening." I tried to sit up as I spoke, wincing at the pain that shot through my body. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped my wrist, and with surprising ease, he helped me to my feet. He then bent down on one knee, offering his back. A piggyback ride. "Seriously, I'm not a koala," I said, trying to sound tough, even though I felt like I was about to fall apart. "This will be faster," he replied simply. I hated that he was right. I was in no condition to climb back up that ravine on my own. So, with a sigh of resignation, I let him hoist me onto his back. He stood up effortlessly, and we were back at the top of the slope in under a minute. It was embarrassing, but I was grateful. My entire body throbbed, and I was pretty sure I'd twisted my ankle. "So, Mr. Cola," he said, his voice light, "what's your name?" "I'm Ethan." "James," I mumbled, feeling a bit sore. He started walking, and I tried to point him in the direction of the campsite, but he stopped me. He tapped his nose, like that meant something. "I smell your fire pit," he said. "This way." He had a point. Our campfire was probably the only one in the area, and now that he mentioned it, I could faintly smell smoke in the air. I followed his lead, trying to match his pace, which was difficult given my injuries. "What are you still doing in the woods?" I asked, trying to distract myself from the pain and the growing sense of dread. I mean, it was the middle of the night. And after everything that had happened, I couldn't help but be suspicious. I was ambushed by a feral squirrel, Ethan explained without missing a beat. Had to ditch my pack to outrun it. I was hiding from it until I heard screaming. He glanced back at me. "No matter what happened to you tonight, at least it wasn't something that embarrassing." I coughed, trying to hide a laugh. It was so absurd, it was almost funny. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, and for the first time, I saw a genuine smile. It eased some of the tension, if only for a moment. It felt good to have some attempt at humor, even if we were in a terrifying situation. We made our way back towards the campsite, my anxiety growing with each step. When we finally arrived, the scene was even worse than I'd imagined. The campsite was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Trails of fresh blood were splattered across the ground. The fire pit had been trampled, embers scattered everywhere. Ethan quickly stomped out a few spots that threatened to ignite the surrounding brush. Something glinted in the moonlight. I bent down and picked it up. It was Alex's lighter. Was I in the wrong? I asked, mostly to myself. I hadn't realized I'd spoken out loud until Ethan responded. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice patient and understanding. It was strange, having someone actually listen to me, especially after the night I'd had. I still wasn't sure if I could trust him completely, but I was desperate. One of my friends was hurt badly, I explained, my voice thick with emotion. I left to go get help because none of our phones were working. Should I have forced someone to come with me? I mean, what happened after I left? What is even going on? I shoved the lighter into my pocket and started to bite my thumbnail, a nervous habit I thought I'd outgrown. "You couldn't force them to come with you if they refused," Ethan said gently. "I wish I had more answers for you. I do find it odd that none of you had service. Has it been spotty all day?" His question sparked a realization. Our phones had been working earlier, after we'd arrived at the campsite. I'd even texted my mom to let her know we'd made it okay. Why had the signal suddenly disappeared? A wave of guilt washed over me. I should have been paying more attention. My phone was still in my pocket. I pulled it out, my hands shaking. Hope flickered when I saw a single bar of service, but it vanished the moment I tried to make a call. I held my phone up, as if that would magically restore the connection. A streak of light flashed across the sky, followed by another and another. It was a meteor shower, but faint. I hadn't known there was one scheduled for tonight. Ethan reached over and took my phone, holding it up high. I started to protest, but he just said, "I'm taller." Even with his added height, it was no use. The signal was gone. We gave up, and I tucked the phone back into my pocket, feeling defeated. I asked Mark to head to the ranger's cabin, I said, trying to focus on a plan. Maybe he left, and then something happened to everyone else. Even if he didn't reach the cabin, it might be better to go there to get help than to try to find everyone. But I don't know where it is. "I'll take you there," Ethan said, turning to start walking. "Really?" I asked, surprised. He had been so calm throughout this whole ordeal. He hadn't flinched at the sight of blood, hadn't panicked when he found me at the bottom of the ravine, and now he was offering to help me, a complete stranger, in the middle of the night, in a forest where something very, very wrong was happening. "Yes, why not?" He seemed amused by my reaction. "You don't even know us," I blurted out. It was true. I tried to help others when I could, but I rarely asked for anything in return, especially not from strangers, and certainly not something this big. "I don't know your friends, but I know you," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "You're a koala in disguise." This was not the time for jokes, and yet I found myself clinging to his words. I needed to trust him, at least for now. I didn't have any other options. Before we left the campsite, we looked around for a flashlight, but came up empty-handed. I picked up the axe Mark had been using for firewood. It felt heavy in my hands, but I didn't want to leave it behind. I followed Ethan, praying that this time our journey would be less eventful. But of course, things are never that easy. We walked for what felt like hours. My body ached, my ankle throbbed, and my mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. The axe felt heavier with each step, the rough wood digging into my palms. I kept replaying the night's events in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, some thread of reason in the madness. But there was nothing. If the deer and squirrels were rabid, then why did Ben and Alex get sick? We'd all eaten the same foraged food. The only difference was that those two drank from different water bottles. Could it have been a tainted stash? But that didn't explain the deer. Suddenly, Ethan stopped dead in his tracks. His body was tense, his head cocked to one side, as if he was listening intently. I wanted to ask him what was wrong, but I was afraid to make a sound. Then, I heard it. A faint whistle, cutting through the darkness. My grip on the axe tightened, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. We exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between us. I fumbled for the plastic whistle Ethan had given me earlier. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get it to my lips. I blew, a shaky, uneven sound. There was a pause, an agonizing silence, and then the whistle came again, closer this time, followed by a faint cry for help. It was hard to tell who it was, but it was one of my friends. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of adrenaline. I started moving towards the sound, stumbling over roots and rocks in my haste. Every few steps I'd stop, listen, and adjust my course. Each minute felt like an eternity. Finally, through the trees, I saw a figure. "Ben," I shouted, lowering the axe. His head snapped up, his face streaked with tears and dirt. I'd never seen Ben cry before. He was always the strong, silent type, the one who held everyone else together. But now, he was just standing there, sobbing with relief. "It's so dark," he whimpered, rubbing his eyes like a child. I got scared. "Did you bring Mr. Hoppy?" I stopped a few feet away, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. "Mr. Hoppy?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Something was very wrong. "I want to go to bed. It's dark. But I need Mr. Hoppy to sleep," he explained, more tears welling up in his eyes. "We're going to the ranger's cabin," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Maybe Mr. Hoppy is there." "No, it's too dark and scary out there," he whined. "I don't want to be alone. If Mr. Hoppy isn't here, you'll have to help me sleep instead." Before I could react, he lunged forward and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron. I tried to pull away, but he was surprisingly strong. I still couldn't bring myself to raise the axe against my friend, no matter how strange he was acting. "Hurry up and join us, so we're not alone," he said, his voice distorted, almost gurgling. Then, to my horror, he reached up with his free hand and stuck his index finger in his mouth. He started pulling, and with a sickening tearing sound, he ripped his own mouth wider, far wider than any human mouth should be. His flesh didn't bleed much, but the wound was jagged and raw. It healed almost instantly but left his mouth in a permanent, grotesque grin. He looked less human and more like a twisted caricature. I struggled, trying to wrench my arm free, but it was no use. His eyes, once filled with warmth and humor, were now blank, vacant. Another ripple ran across his face, and the flesh on his left cheek seemed to explode outwards. It wasn't blood and guts, but something else. It looked like twisted, fleshy vegetation, a grotesque parody of flowers, bursting through his skin and fusing with his bone. It was as if his very being was being consumed and replaced by something alien. Suddenly, I felt the axe being ripped from my other hand. Then, A strong arm wrapped around my chest and yanked me backward, just as Ben's arm extended to an unnatural length, still clutching my wrist. With a swift, decisive movement, Ethan swung the axe, severing Ben's arm at the elbow. I felt myself being lifted off the ground for a moment, and then we were running. Ben didn't follow. He let out a scream, a chilling echo of the deer's earlier bellow, and collapsed. We ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. Finally, I couldn't run anymore. I stumbled to a stop, gasping for breath, my body drenched in sweat. I felt something on my arm and looked down to see, with a jolt of disgust, that Ben's severed hand was still clutching my wrist. Ethan, breathing heavily himself, helped me pry the fingers loose. Then, without a word, he tossed the hand deep into the woods. I collapsed against a tree, my head in my hands, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was horrified by what I'd just seen, by what Ben had become. But I was also ashamed. I'd had a weapon. I could have done something. But I'd frozen, paralyzed by fear. If Ethan hadn't been there. A noise broke through my despair. Ethan had started to whistle. He stood with his back straight, staring off into the woods, whistling a cheerful, upbeat tune. He noticed me staring and stopped abruptly. "I whistle when I'm nervous," he admitted, a sheepish grin on his face. And for the first time that night, I saw a flicker of genuine anxiety in his eyes. I could understand that. But did he really have to pick? Always look on the bright side of life. It was a bit much, even for me. "Not exactly the best song for the moment," I commented, trying to regain some semblance of composure. "I think it's the perfect song for moments like this," he countered, his smile returning, though it seemed a bit forced. "Sure, we just saw something terrifying. But we got away, right?" I was about to agree with him when a new voice, one that sent shivers down my spine, cut through the darkness. "He use spare some snackies." It was Alex's voice, but it was wrong. Choppy and distorted, like a broken record. We were being hunted. And whatever had found us was far worse than anything we'd encountered so far. We had made too much noise. It must have been following us for some time. My legs turned to jelly. I wanted to run, but I was frozen, pressed against the rough bark of the tree, every muscle screaming in protest. Escape seemed impossible. The creature that emerged from the woods was a grotesque mockery of nature. It was a deer, but horribly altered. From the base of its neck, where the head should have been, sprouted Alex's upper torso. He was upside down, his arms dangling limply, his fingers brushing the ground. His body was fused to the creature. More of those sickening flower-like growths circled the points of connection, a grotesque parody of a floral garland. "The deer," thing rasped, the word seemingly ripped from Alex's vocal cords. Then, with a sickening crack, the deer's body began to rotate. Slowly, horrifically, Alex's torso swiveled around, his head lolling grotesquely, until he and the deer's head had traded places. He was facing us now, his eyes wide and vacant. "You snack is or friendies?" he asked, his head twitching with each syllable. The voice was a chilling blend of Alex's familiar tones and something else, something inhuman and predatory. The monstrosity charged, driven by a hunger that was both terrifying and heartbreaking. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the impact, my body trembling uncontrollably. But Ethan, once again, acted. He planted his feet, his body a solid wall between me and the approaching horror. He used the creature's momentum against it. Just as it was about to collide with him, he sidestepped and, with a grunt of effort, shoved the Alex thing with all his might. It stumbled, thrown off balance, but recovered quickly. Ethan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the axe, which had fallen to the ground nearby, and swung it with a ferocity that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The blade connected with the creature's face, a sickening thud echoing through the silent woods. Ethan pressed forward, using his entire body weight to drive the axe deeper. He was pushed back, his feet digging into the earth, his flops long gone. He grunted with the effort, his muscles straining. Finally, with a desperate heave, he pushed the creature to the ground. It fell with a heavy thud, the axe still embedded in its skull. Ethan stumbled back, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. He let go of the axe, letting it stay where it was. He stood there for a moment, silhouetted against the moonlight, his body shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline. Then he bent down, hands on his knees, and took several deep breaths. The Alex thing twitched. The deer's head, still attached to its body, began to rise, as if trying to reclaim its rightful place. But Ethan wasn't done. He moved with lightning speed, planting his foot on the creature's chest and ripping the axe free. He raised it high above his head and brought it down again and again, a whirlwind of fury and desperation. Blood splattered, staining his clothes, the ground, even my own shirt. He didn't stop until the axe handle splintered in his hands, the blade buried deep in the mangled remains of the deer's skull. He stood there, panting. Covered in blood, the broken axe handle clutched in his fist. Silence descended upon the forest, broken only by Ethan's ragged breathing. He looked down at the carnage at his feet, then up at me, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of exhaustion and something else, something I couldn't quite decipher. "Excuse my French," he said, his voice hoarse, "but fuck." He gestured towards the bloody mess on the ground. "All of whatever this is. That used to be my friend," I whispered, the words catching in my throat. He looked back down at the mutilated remains, his expression shifting to one of pity. The body twitched again, and I flinched, afraid it would somehow rise again. We needed to get out of there, before it did whatever it was going to do. "We're not that far from the ranger's cabin," Ethan said, his voice surprisingly steady. "Come on." He gently prodded me to start walking. I wanted to protest. I wanted to stay there and mourn Alex, as twisted as he had become. But I knew he was right. We needed to keep moving. With a heavy heart, I followed him, leaving the mangled remains of my friend behind. I hated this. I hated feeling so helpless, so scared. I hated that every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump, and I hated that I didn't have any answers. Ethan stopped again, this time examining the trees and the ground, as if he was tracking something. He glanced up at the sky, at the faint streaks of the meteor shower. I wondered if he was navigating by the stars. He noticed me watching and pointed towards a pair of fallen trees. "I've memorized a lot of key locations of the woods, so I know how to get back if I get lost while foraging," he explained. "Are you from around here?" I asked. These woods were huge. He had to have been here countless times to know it so well. No, just a good memory. He shrugged. He flexed his hands at his sides, wincing slightly. Taking down that monster must have taken a toll on him, and his feet were bare. They were cut and bruised from running through the woods. I wanted to offer him my shoes, but they wouldn't have fit. What kind of people are your friends? I mean, what were they like? Ethan asked, keeping his eyes fixed on the path ahead. I knew he was just trying to distract me, to keep me from falling apart, but I appreciated the effort. Ben was our rock. I began, my voice thick with unshed tears. No matter what, he was always the calm one. The one you could always count on. If you had a problem, he'd listen. But around Alex, he acted pretty goofy. It was the only time I ever saw him really let loose. I paused, the image of Ben's mutilated arm flashing before my eyes. I pushed the thought away. And Alex. He wasn't the brightest, kind of annoying if you ask me. I tended to avoid him, but he wasn't a bad guy. Far from it. Super kind, always sharing what he had. He was good with animals, too. He found an abandoned and abused donkey when we just started high school. The year he took care of it was probably the best year of that donkey's life. I stopped walking. My legs felt like lead. I couldn't move. I just wanted to curl up in a ball and disappear. Tears finally threatened to spill over, and I found myself chewing on my thumb again, so hard that it started to bleed. I'm sorry, I mumbled, my voice choked with emotion. Ethan simply gave me a thumbs up, understanding that I needed a moment. He didn't push me, didn't try to offer empty platitudes. He just waited. It took a minute, but I finally managed to pull myself together. We pressed on, the faint glow of the ranger's cabin growing stronger with each step. Hope, fragile but persistent, flickered in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, we were going to make it out of this alive. The sight of the ranger's cabin, a small, sturdy structure bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, was a beacon of hope in the terrifying darkness. I rushed forward, desperate for safety, for answers, for anything that could make sense of the horrors we'd witnessed. But once more, a strong hand pulled me back. It was Ethan, his face serious, his eyes scanning the perimeter. He silently motioned for me to stand behind him. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew, instinctively, that something was wrong. If this place wasn't safe, I didn't know what I would do. Ethan slowly approached the cabin door, his movements deliberate and cautious. Then, in one swift motion, he threw the door open while simultaneously sidestepping. A figure lunged out from the darkness within, swinging a heavy axe. The axe head slammed into the ground where Ethan had been standing a moment before. He reacted instantly, disarming the attacker and wrestling them to the ground. He pinned the person down with a knee on their back, his movements efficient and brutal. "Let me up, you psycho!" The person yelled, their voice muffled by the ground. It was a man, his face red with exertion and fear. Ethan, satisfied that the man wasn't an immediate threat, eased up slightly. I rushed forward and helped the stranger to his feet. He was breathing heavily, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. Ethan retrieved the axe, a brand new one, different from the one we'd been carrying, and stepped inside the cabin, beckoning us to follow. The interior of the cabin was a scene of carnage. Blood splattered the walls, the furniture, the floor. Two bodies lay sprawled on the ground, the bodies of the Rangers. They were headless. I averted my eyes, bile rising in my throat. The coppery smell of blood was overpowering. I felt like I was going to be sick. Ethan, however, seemed unfazed. He stepped over the bodies, his gaze fixed on a bulky radio set on a table across the room. "It's broken," the stranger said, his voice flat. Despite the grim situation, finding another normal person was a small comfort, and there had to be a path from here to the parking lot. We wouldn't be stumbling around blindly in the woods anymore. I had my back turned to the center of the room, so I didn't see it at first. But I heard it, a sickening, squelching sound. I turned around, my blood turning to ice. One of the headless Ranger's bodies was getting to its feet. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a puppet on strings. From the gaping wound where the Ranger's head should have been, a mass of those fleshy flower-like growths erupted. They unfurled, revealing a pulsating, blue light at their center, surrounded by a writhing mass of half-formed hands. It was even more grotesque than what had happened to Ben and Alex. Ethan, who had set down the axe to examine the radio, reacted instantly. He grabbed the weapon and took a few steps towards the creature, but it was too fast. Tendrils of flesh shot out from the pulsating mass, lashing towards the stranger beside me. I grabbed a wooden chair that was near the door and swung it like a shield. The tendrils slammed against the chair with surprising force, splintering the wood. I was thrown backward, but I held onto a large, pointed shard of the chair back. Without thinking, driven by pure adrenaline, I charged towards the creature, aiming the jagged piece of wood at the pulsating blue light. Splinters dug into my hands as I plunged the makeshift weapon into the heart of the growth. The creature convulsed, its back arching, the blue light flickering and dying. The fleshy tendrils shriveled, retracting back into the wound. The headless body collapsed, falling back to the floor, the piece of wood still embedded in its chest. I stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless body, my hands throbbing. I had actually done it. I had fought back. The newcomer stood frozen, his mouth agape. Ethan walked over to the other Ranger's body and rolled it onto its back. The chest cavity began to stir, preparing to unleash another horror. Without hesitation, Ethan brought the axe down again and again, ensuring the creature stayed down. Then his gaze shifted to the stranger, who was still staring at me in shock. It was time for some answers. "What are these things?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The man crossed his arms defensively and looked away. "What makes you think I know?" he retorted. I noticed a swipe card attached to his belt loop. He was wearing a short, white lab coat, definitely not standard hiking attire. He quickly tried to hide the card, but it was too late. He was busted. "I can't give you a lot of details," he began nervously. Ethan lifted the axe slightly, and the man raised his hands in surrender. Okay. I'll tell you what I know." He paused, looking from me to Ethan. "Who are you two, anyway? Hikers? Ex-military or something?" "A citizen and a koala," Ethan replied, his lips twitching with the ghost of a smile. I was starting to get really annoyed with that joke. The man narrowed his eyes, clearly doubting Ethan's words. but he continued. There was an outbreak in a different forest a ways from here. We're still studying it. We think something infected the local plants, and then it gets passed on to the animals. I glanced down at his swipe card again, trying to make out any details. All I could see were his initials, JC. Tell us, JC, can this infection pass to humans? I asked, nodding towards the two bodies. His face paled, and he frowned, slowly shaking his head. Wes, eating a tainted plant or an infected animal, well, an infected human can infect you too. My head spun. I felt like I was going to faint. My friends hadn't just turned into monsters. They had been trying to turn us too. And then, a horrifying thought struck me. Can you be infected by eating tainted mushrooms? I asked, dread creeping into my voice. Our chicken of the woods mushrooms are fungus. Ethan added, mostly to himself. Yeah, JC said, his eyes widening. Did you two eat some? Ethan and I exchanged a grim look and nodded. JC's shoulders slumped. He looked genuinely disappointed, as if he'd been hoping we were immune. We haven't come across a lot of humans coming into contact with this infection, he continued. There's a small percentage of animals that don't react to whatever's causing all this, but we have seen people turn about 7 or 8 hours after being exposed. The biggest sign of the infection is a personality change. Some people revert to a childlike state. Others become extremely violent. If you've studied this, then there must be a cure, I said, desperation lacing my voice. JC gestured towards the mutilated body of the ranger. You think there could ever be a cure for something like that? My knees buckled, and I slid down the wall, my back pressed against the rough wood. Based on when we ate the mushrooms, I had until sunrise. Then I'd become one of them. My body would twist and change. My mind would be gone, and I'd be driven by a monstrous hunger. The only way to deal with this is fire, JC added, shrugging as if it were no big deal. It seems like whatever carries this mutation is extremely flammable. Why wasn't the park closed? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I wanted to be angry, but I was just so tired. I wasn't certain whether this forest had been overtaken or not, JC admitted, and no one wanted to spare the manpower to double check. Our hands are full because of the other location. I hired a private security contractor to come along to confirm my suspicions. And then you got spooked in the woods, ran off, and got separated from them. Ethan surmised, his ever-present smile finally fading. JC's face flushed red, confirming Ethan's guess. I couldn't really blame him. He'd at least made it to the cabin on his own. I'm meeting Cassidy here, JC said, trying to regain his composure. We'll protect you and get you out of the woods. There is a very, very slim chance neither of you are infected. And if we are? I asked, the words barely audible. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. We'd either be killed or taken away to be experimented on. We never should have come here, I whispered, my voice thick with despair. Since we might be carrying this infection, can you at least tell us where it came from? Ethan asked, his voice calm and even. I knew he was trying to distract me, to keep me from spiraling. JC frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the question. He'd probably been told not to disclose that information, but he seemed to feel like we deserved to know. He pointed upwards, a silent gesture. I didn't understand. Was he suggesting some kind of divine intervention? It's a biblical event, Ethan asked, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. JC's face turned even redder, and he jabbed his finger upwards more forcefully. I'm gesturing towards the night sky. He huffed, exasperated. Then it hit me. The meteor shower. This thing, it came from space. An alien disease. Was that even possible? I didn't have time to dwell on it. A sudden realization jolted me back to the present. Mark. I'd asked him to come to the ranger's cabin. His body wasn't here when we arrived. That meant he was still out there. Ethan's body tensed. I quickly stood up, causing JC to look at us in alarm. I was closer to the door and made it outside first. The meteor shower was still faintly visible, streaks of light painting the night sky. It should have been a beautiful sight, but now it just filled me with dread. And then I saw him, standing at the edge of the clearing, just outside the cabin. Mark. His clothes were stained with fresh blood. He lifted something heavy and tossed it towards us. It landed with a sickening thud. The severed head of a large buck, its eyes still open, its mouth moving slightly. He was here, and he wasn't alone. Why are you here? Mark asked, his voice strangely distant, almost normal. I thought you were heading to the Karga. He stood there, bathed in the pale moonlight, looking almost like the Mark I knew. But his features were slightly off, distorted, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. I got sidetracked. I replied, my voice barely a whisper. He hadn't acknowledged Ethan or JC yet, his gaze fixed solely on me. I did what I was told, he continued. I came here. I took care of the deer that bothered Alex. They all asked me not to. All of them are my friends, and they want me to join them. But you guys were my friends first, Ta. His eyes drifted towards the woods, as if expecting our other friends to emerge. Where are the girls? I asked, a sliver of foolish hope still lingering in my heart. Sarah is at the Eagle's Nest. I can't hear Emily anymore. Or Ben, Mark said, his gaze unfocused. JC had mentioned he came with someone. Maybe that someone had found Ben and Emily. And if that was the case, it meant that Alex wasn't truly dead, not even after being hacked to pieces. The thought made my stomach churn. He was out there, somewhere, transformed, suffering, a fate worse than death. They want me to take you all with me. There are so many voices telling me what to do, Mark said, his head turning back to face us. His flesh rippled along his cheeks, and a cold, hard knot of anger tightened in my chest. I'm sick of it. I was jealous of you, you know that. He continued, his voice laced with bitterness. You don't have parents ordering you around. You don't have siblings. You're alone. No voices are bothering you. I was stunned. I knew Mark had a tough life, working hard to support his family. But I never realized how deeply it affected him. Hey, let's trade places, he said, a deranged smile spreading across his face. Let me crawl into your skin and be you for a little while. Ethan, sensing the imminent danger, moved towards Mark, axe in hand, ready to fight. But I stood frozen, unable to move, a strange sense of resignation washing over me. Suddenly, a mass of fleshy tendrils burst from Mark's back. I grabbed JC and pulled him out of the way, just as one of the tendrils slammed into the cabin window behind him, shattering the glass. The tendril recoiled, as if in pain. Most of the tendrils went for Ethan, recognizing him as the bigger threat. One wrapped around the handle of the axe. Ethan held on with both hands, digging his heels into the ground, trying to resist being pulled in. He was dragged forward, his body straining with the effort. Then, with a sudden Yuri move, he let go of the axe. He moved too fast for Mark to react. He pulled a small pen out of his pocket and, grabbing the side of Mark's head to steady him, plunged the pen deep into his right ear. Mark screamed, a raw, animalistic sound of agony. The tendrils flailed wildly, and he stumbled, momentarily stunned. Ethan didn't give him a chance to recover. He grabbed Mark's shirt and threw him to the ground. Mark ripped the pen from his ear, but it was too late. Ethan seized his head with both hands, lifting it above the severed deer antlers on the ground. Mark struggled, desperately trying to keep his head raised, but Ethan used his weight, slowly forcing him down. They strained against each other, locked in a silent, deadly battle. Finally, with a sickening crunch, Ethan forced Mark's neck onto the sharp point of an antler. Blood gurgled from his mouth, his body went limp, and his eyes rolled back in his head. When I'd pulled JC out of the way, I hadn't let go of his arm. Now, I felt him gripping my arm, his body trembling with fear. Mark's face began to transform. The fleshy flowers sprouted, covering his eyes, and his chest heaved as if something was moving beneath the skin. He was turning into one of those monsters. But Ethan didn't give him the chance. He quickly retrieved the fallen axe and, without hesitation, brought it down on Mark's head, splitting his skull. He removed the axe and swung again, and again, his movements mechanical, relentless. I was terrified, not of what Mark had become, but of what Ethan was capable of. I didn't know anything about him, not really. JC had said that infected people underwent a personality change. Was Ethan infected? Was this brutal efficiency a result of the infection, or was it something else, something inherent in his nature? The world around me started to fade. I wasn't aware that I was on the verge of fainting until JC dragged me back inside the cabin and sat me against a wall. I could hear the sickening thud of the axe outside, but my mind was shutting down. When I finally opened my eyes, the sounds had stopped. JC was rummaging around the cabin, looking for anything useful. He found a few cans of Spam, which he set aside. The thought of food made my stomach churn. I curled up, my back against the wall, my knees pulled tight to my chest. Footsteps approached, and for a moment, I hoped it was another monster, that it would all just end. But it was Ethan. He was covered in blood, but he'd cleaned his face. He slowly sat down beside me. I pressed myself harder against the wall, fear rising in my chest. It should have been me, I whispered, mostly to myself. Ethan looked at me, his expression questioning, but gentle. I couldn't bring myself to tell him that I wished I'd died in the accident that killed my parents. That if I wasn't around, maybe my friends would still be alive. Instead, I shook my head and said something else, something that had been gnawing at me all night. I'm a guy, I said, my voice thick with self-loathing. I should have been the one to end their suffering, not you. I just stood there like a child every time. How old are you? He asked. 20. I lied. He knew and waited for the right answer. 19. C. Still a teenager. I'm the adult here, so I don't mind helping. I lashed out, punching his arm. It was a weak, pathetic blow, but he pretended it hurt. What's the point of being born a guy if I'm too weak to do anything? I snapped. I had always been the smallest one, the weakest, and now I'd proven just how useless I really was. Ethan reached over and took my hand. He placed his hand next to mine, showing the difference in size. People are born different, he said softly. Some are good at running while others have asthma. Just because you can run faster and longer doesn't make you better than anyone who can't. You have different skills. Who cares if fighting isn't one of them? I chewed on the inside of my cheek, his words sinking in. I knew he was just trying to make me feel better, but strangely enough it worked. A little. I still should have. I began, but I couldn't finish the thought. I've dealt with monsters before, he said quietly. It's something I made for it. I looked at him then, really looked at him. I still didn't understand him. Was he here on purpose, or was it just chance? The cabin door burst open, and we both jumped. JC let out a high-pitched scream. A towering figure stood in the doorway, clad in military gear, a large blade in their gloved hand. They reached up and removed their helmet, revealing a cascade of fiery red hair. "Do you have a hair tie?" she asked, her freckled face turned towards us. Ethan and I were too stunned to speak. "Cassidy," JC exclaimed, rushing over to her. She was at least 2 feet taller than him. He found a hair elastic for her, and she tied her hair back. "Isn't long hair against some sort of regulation?" Ethan asked, finally finding his voice. "I'm in the private sector," she replied, turning to leave. "Come on." We stood up and followed her out the door. Things were finally, maybe, starting to look up. I doubted we'd have any trouble getting through the woods with her on our side. She looked like she could take down a charging bull. I thought about the slim chance that I wasn't infected, that when the sun rose, I would still be alive, left to carry the weight of this night. As we walked down the trail, my hand went into my pocket, my fingers closing around the lighter I'd taken from Alex. I slowed my pace until I stopped altogether. Ethan noticed first, then the other two. "I'm with you until the end," Ethan said, already knowing what I was going to do. JC looked confused, but Cassidy seemed to understand. "We're not going back," she stated firmly. "I need to see Sarah," I said. JC opened his mouth to protest. "Just leave her. There's no way she's still human," he exclaimed. I knew that. I wasn't going back to save her. I shook my head, and he took a step back, away from Cassidy. She grabbed his shoulder, holding him in place. "My job is to protect you," she said to JC, "not them. We're leaving." He looked from her to us, knowing he couldn't do anything. "We'll wait for you at the end of the trail," Ethan said with a small smile. We said our goodbyes, and then Ethan and I turned and walked back into the woods, towards the heart of the infection. We didn't encounter any more infected creatures on the way. The sky was getting lighter, the first hints of dawn painting the horizon. The forest seemed to watch us, the leaves and branches turning towards us as we passed. The events of the night had taken their toll on Ethan. He still gripped the axe, but he let it hang at his side, His shoulders slumped. His smile was gone, replaced by a look of grim determination. He let me walk in front, following the trail towards the eagle's nest. We found the clearing, but he waited at the edge. I needed to do this alone. The eagle's nest was even more grotesque than I remembered. The fleshy flowers had completely overtaken the ancient tree, replacing its leaves, twisting its branches into unnatural shapes. The bodies of countless animals, fused together, formed a writhing, pulsating mass around the base of the tree. A raccoon, its head covered in the fleshy blooms, emerged from the woods. It didn't even glance at us as it walked towards the tree and was absorbed into the mass. Sarah was at the center of it all, her lower body fused with the tree, her upper body still recognizable. Her eyes were covered by the flowers, but her long blonde hair cascaded down, moving in the slight breeze. She looked almost beautiful in a strange, unsettling way. A faint blue light fell from between the branches, landing on the ground and seeping into it. JC had been telling the truth. This thing had come from the sky. I was starting to wonder where you were, Sarah said, her voice a distorted echo of its former self. Come over here and join us. She opened her arms wide, a grotesque parody of a welcoming embrace. In a second, I said. I want to talk first. She nodded, but she didn't lower her arms. How did you all feel about me? I asked. I mean, do you blame me? Were we all actually friends? She tilted her head, as if considering the question. We were friends. We all loved you, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. Relationships aren't perfect. We were only human. I suppose, near the end, I was starting to get jealous of you. All your hard work paid off. I grinded away at my social media accounts for nothing. Meanwhile, you had no support. You got back on your feet after your parents' death, and you were going to college, unlike the rest of us. It felt like I was losing you. I never knew any of this. I should have paid more attention. I should have valued our time together instead of rushing through life. I don't blame you for all of this, she continued. None of us do. We're happy like this. No longer being human, no longer alone. It hurt at first. But now, after we shed who we were, we can live in bliss with all the other voices. Now come and join us. Let us spread to the rest of this world and become one with everything. I moved towards her, drawn in by her words, by the promise of an end to the pain, the fear, the loneliness. Ethan tried to stop me, but he was blocked by two fused deer. He hacked at them, yelling my name, telling me to stop. But I kept walking until I reached Sarah. Her arms wrapped around me, her cheek pressing against mine. It was a gesture I had always craved from her, a sign of affection I had always longed for. I always thought of you all as siblings, I said, pulling away slightly. You were the best family anyone could have ever asked for. She didn't understand. Once we were fused, she would know everything about me. She didn't see my hand reach into my pocket, didn't see me pull out the lighter. I lifted it, holding it under her exposed stomach, and stared into her flower-covered face, searching for some trace of the girl I once knew. My thumb flicked the lighter, once, twice. Ethan screamed my name. A small flame sputtered to life, and then I touched it to Sarah's flesh. She screamed a horrifying, inhuman sound as the fire spread rapidly across her body. It was like setting paper alight. The flames engulfed her, spreading to the tree, to the writhing mass of fused animals. The heat was intense. I closed my eyes, the screams of the burning tree echoing in my ears. I felt the fire spread to my own clothes, felt the searing pain. Strong hands grabbed me, pulling me away from the inferno. Ethan dragged me to the ground, frantically trying to put out the flames on my clothes with his bare hands. He lay on top of me, shielding me from the heat. "Leave," I started to say, but he slapped me, hard enough to snap my head to the side. "Don't you dare take the easy way out now," he yelled, his voice raw with a fury I'd never heard before. I stared at him, stunned into silence. The fire raged, consuming the eagle's nest, spreading through the infected forest. Smoke filled the air, making our eyes water. We struggled to our feet, coughing, our bodies racked with pain. We weren't going to make it out on foot. The fire was moving too fast. I closed my eyes, ready to accept my fate, when a new sound cut through the roar of the flames. An engine. JC and Cassidy appeared on an ATV, shouting our names. Cassidy pulled us onto the back, and we sped away, the ATV kicking up dirt and dust as we raced through the burning forest. I don't remember much after that. I think I passed out. When I woke up, I was in a hospital, my body covered in bandages. JC told me I was clear of the infection. They'd tested my blood countless times. He also told me about Ethan, that he was fine, that he'd been released. He'd even left his number on my phone. JC told me to tell everyone what happened, to warn people about the infected forests. He said it was the only way to stop this thing from spreading. So, that's what I'm doing. I'm telling my story. I'm warning you, stay out of the woods. And if you see a man in flip-flops, carrying a backpack full of whistles, maybe just keep walking. You never know who or what you might encounter in the darkness. The sunrise that morning was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, but the memory of it will always be tainted by the horrors that came before it. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I can still hear the screams of the burning forest, a chilling reminder of the friends I lost and the terrifying truth that lurks just beyond the edge of civilization, waiting for the sun to go down.